Imagine waking up and the first thing you smell is fresh mint. Our girl opens her eyes and realizes she's definitely not in her bed anymore. A maid is literally trying to stick a heat suppressant pad on her neck. Wait, did she just say the name Wei Qingyu? Our poor heroine looks down and sees this absolute goddess shivering on the floor. That name is way too familiar for comfort. Flashback to her life as a stressed-out intern teacher. Her students were obsessed with a spicy novel about alphas, betas, and omegas. In this world, pheromones rule everything and everyone is basically a slave to their instincts. The story is a total nightmare where the villainess, Xiao, abuses the poor heroine until she snaps. And the ending, the heroine gets her revenge and feeds the villainess to actual sharks. Absolute panic crashes down when our girl realizes she is that very villainess. She's currently holding the medicine the heroine desperately needs. If she doesn't fix this, she's going to end up as fish food. The maids are being total trash to the poor girl. Xiao isn't having it and goes full savage, kicking them all out. She needs to find a way to redeem herself before it's too late. But the minty scent of the heroine's pheromones is hitting her like a freight train. The mutual attraction is so strong it's physically painful. She tries to be an angel and give her the injection. Big mistake, the heroine pins her down with terrifying strength. The syringe shatters, leaving them both defenseless. Wei Qingyu is completely out of it and looking for a way to ease the pain. She leans in and bites our girl right in the neck. Suddenly, the room is filled with the scent of peach brandy. The heroine passes out, leaving Xiao trembling in a chaotic daze. This is the most dangerous cuddle session in history. Her instincts are screaming at her to mark the girl, but her brain is screaming, I don't want to die. She manages to hold back, choosing protection over plot armor. Wei Qingyu wakes up for a split second, totally confused. But she collapses right back into our girl's arms. Even though she's the villainess, our girl can't leave this little nugget suffer. The heroine is burning up with a fever. Xiao carries her through the manor like a total boss. The maids are shocked to see their cruel mistress actually acting like a human being. She snaps at the staff for being so heartless. Get a doctor right now. She tucks the heroine into her own bed, hovering like a worried mom. The doctor is horrified by the deep bite on Xiao's neck. But our girl doesn't care about the scar, she just wants her heroine safe. She forces the doctor to double-check everything. Crisis averted for now, and she managed to keep her dignity intact. She stays by the girl's side, wiping away her tears. When she tries to sneak away, the heroine grabs her hand and begs her to stay. Our girl folds immediately. Who could say no to those eyes? She falls asleep right there, feeling like she finally made progress. She wakes up the next morning feeling refreshed, until she sees a pair of scissors pointed right at her throat. Talk about a spicy wake-up call. After everything they went through last night, is the heroine really going to end her right here? Our poor heroine is wandering through a scorching desert, desperate for just a single drop of water. Suddenly, the scenery shifts into a dreamlike garden filled with blooming cherry blossoms and ripe peaches. She finds a peach and takes a bite, the juice finally quenching her thirst. But wait, why does this fruit smell like sweet brandy and taste like trouble? Her face heats up as the dream begins to feel a little too real for comfort. She snaps awake only to find herself in a very real bed, staring right at the girl she's supposed to hate. Her heart does a backflip as she realizes just how close they were sleeping. It's Wei Qingyu, and our girl's survival instincts kick into overdrive immediately. She grabs a pair of scissors, deciding that today is definitely not the day she gets taken out. She holds the sharp blades right to the other girl's throat, trembling with nerves. Wei Qingyu slowly opens her eyes, looking completely unbothered by the deadly threat. She coldly tells our girl that she has absolutely nothing to say to her. She claims she didn't do anything wrong last night, and she definitely didn't mark her. Our girl isn't buying a single word of it, keeping the scissors steady as they share an intense stare down. But as she touches her own neck, she feels something suspiciously smooth and unblemished. Wei Qingyu points out that if anyone was doing the marking, it was the other way around. Our girl's jaw drops as she realizes she might have been the real aggressor here. There it is, a clear bite mark right on the neck, and our girl feels her soul leaving her body. Memories of her drunkenly clinging to the heroine flash back, and she's hit with a massive wave of regret. She offers a weak apology, but Wei Qingyu just wants those scissors away from her face. Our girl awkwardly lowers her weapon, feeling like a total clown in front of the protagonist. She quickly hides the scissors, wishing she could just vanish into the floorboards. She scrambles out of bed, her face a permanent shade of crimson as she tries to regain some dignity. She tries to act cool, thanking her for yesterday and promising to return the favor. But as she walks away, our girl can't help but notice the heroine's gorgeous legs, savage beauty even in a crisis. She's totally swooning over the heroine's perfect vibes, even if she's supposed to be the villain. In a moment of chaotic bravery, she tells Wei Qingyu to stop living in that dumpy shed and move in here instead. The heroine is stunned, wondering what kind of twisted game our girl is playing now. She's convinced this is just a setup for a more elaborate and painful form of torture. Our girl grabs her hand, telling her to stop overthinking and just do what she's told for once. She tells her she'll have her things moved immediately, closing the door on any further argument. Wei Qingyu stands alone, wondering if she's about to be drowned in frivolous affection before the end. She expects to be dragged down to hell, but she's curious to see what tricks are up our girl's sleeve. Little does she know, our girl is actually terrified and having a mental breakdown. As soon as she's alone, our girl collapses in a chibi-fied puddle of pure anxiety. Being a villain is exhausting, and she's worried her performance was a total flop. She rolls around on the bed, crying about being an ordinary teacher stuck in a world of monsters. She's terrified of the heroine's eventual vengeance and wonders if she's doomed to suffer. She tries to calm down, remembering she arrived before the worst of the original plot began. But then she remembers the temporary mark, and her heart starts racing all over again. She accidentally touches her own neck and yelps in pain. Those glands are way too sensitive. She curses the logic of this world where everything is so fragile and high stakes. Meanwhile, some trashy maids are bullying the heroine, smashing her medicine bowl on the floor. But our girl hears the commotion and steps in looking like a total savage boss. The maids try to blame the heroine, but Wei Qingyu is used to this kind of humiliation. She clenches her fists, promising herself she'll get her payback sooner or later. Our girl sees the fire in her eyes and knows she needs to act fast to stay on her good side. She corners the heroine later, demanding that she drink a fresh bowl of medicine. When Wei Qingyu hesitates, our girl gets dangerously close, asking if she's really that despicable. The maids are still running their mouths, calling the heroine insolent and begging for punishment. Wei Qingyu stares at the broken pieces, feeling like nobody in this house will ever believe her. Our girl looks down at the mess, her expression dark and unreadable to the onlookers. She slams the door open and snaps, telling the maids that they are the ones being insolent. The maids freeze in terror as she stands tall, protecting the heroine on the floor. She orders the head housekeeper to expel those gossiping bullies from the estate immediately. She demands to know if anyone else wants to leave, sending the rest of the staff into a panic. She orders a fresh bowl of medicine and tells them to clean up this disaster. She looks down at the heroine, her gaze softening for just a split second before she hides it. But the heroine just offers a cold no thank you, still not trusting a single word. She walks away with her head held high, leaving our girl reaching out into thin air. Later, Wei Qingyu is trying to read, but she can't focus with our girl hovering in the room. She's convinced this is all part of a new, more psychological trick to torture her. Our girl is just sitting on the sofa, keeping a hawk eye on the staff so they don't bully her again. She wonders if the heroine's hostility is softening, but one look at that cold face says otherwise. She sighs, realizing the heroine probably just finds her annoying and persistent. The new medicine finally arrives, and the maid is told to leave it on the desk. Our girl takes the bowl herself, sending the maid away to handle things personally. She approaches the heroine with a serious look, determined to make her drink it. She tells her to drink it now, but the heroine insists on doing it later to avoid her. Our girl leans in close, asking if she's really worried about her being a poisoner. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as they lock eyes in a silent battle. To prove her point, our girl takes a big gulp herself, immediately regretting how bitter it is. She slams the bowl down, her face contorting from the absolutely nasty taste. She pants, looking the heroine in the eye and proving that the medicine is safe. "See, no poison," she says, still dying inside from the lingering bitterness. She pulls out a piece of candy and gives it to her, trying to act like a cool, cocky lady. As soon as our girl leaves, the heroine's suspicion returns with a vengeance. She coldly pours the medicine into a nearby plant. Now that is a savage move. But she stops when she looks at the candy, noticing it smells just like peach brandy. She remembers the scent from the night before, and her cold expression finally shifts. The memories of our girl's kindness start to bloom like the flowers around them. Later, Wei Qingyu is walking to school, still limping and struggling with her injuries. A car suddenly screeches to a halt right beside her, catching her off guard. The window rolls down, and our girl tells her to get in the car right now. She claims she's just in a good mood today and doesn't want to be kept waiting. The car door opens, and the heroine has no choice but to comply with the order. The atmosphere in the car is incredibly awkward, making even the poor driver want to escape. Our girl watches the heroine, wondering how anyone could ever hate someone so outstanding. She wonders if they're both just thinking of new ways to torture each other's hearts. They sit in total silence, both lost in their own chaotic and confusing thoughts. Later, our girl is horrified to see the complexity of the schoolwork she has to grade. She screams internally, realizing that being a teacher in this world is the ultimate punishment. Wei Qingyu is already making moves, leaving everyone in the dust as she heads to class. Our girl can only watch from afar, wondering what exactly is going on in that girl's head. And suddenly, the local gossip squad rolls up. They're already shipping our heroine with Wei Qingyu, teasing her about why they're spending so much time together. They remind her that today is the big exam day and she better bring her A game. As they head to the classroom, our girl can't help but admire how Wei Qingyu always manages to come out on top, despite being tortured by this body's original owner. The teacher calls for order, and the papers are handed out as the exam begins. Our girl thinks she's a dignified genius who's about to ace this, but then she sees the questions and realized it's biology based on abo genetics, and she is absolutely losing it. This world's logic is a total nightmare for her. By sunset, our poor heroine is basically a ghost. She's sulking in the back of the car, feeling like her brain just melted into mush. Even the group chat is popping off, and she has to admit that her grades are probably going to be in the single digits. She gets home and finds Wei Qingyu already there. But then the final boss appears, the original owner's father, Wei Qingyu. Our girl knows exactly who this man is, a hypocritical thief who stole his best friend's legacy. He starts acting way too close for comfort, and our girl's internal alarms are screaming. He tries to buy her love by raising her monthly allowance to 300,000 yuan. She realizes this man is the reason the original owner was such an arrogant brat. He even bumps it up to 660,000, but she just wants to eat and get away from him. Even while exhausted, she's worried about Wei Qingyu and wants to send her some food. But the maid mentions that Wei Qingyu isn't feeling well. The dad, acting like a total creep, insists she come down for dinner anyway. Wei Qingyu slowly walks down, and our girl notices something hidden on her neck. It's a suppressant patch, and the secret is out. They sit down for the most awkward meal in history. Wei Qingyu actually takes the initiative to sit right next to our girl. And the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, our girl notices a strange scent. This absolute trash of a man is releasing his musk pheromones on purpose. Our girl is disgusted. This bastard is actually targeting his friend's daughter right in front of his own child. Wei Qingyu is visibly trembling, her face flushed as the pheromones start affecting her. That's when the creepy dad offers to take her to the hospital himself. Wei Qingyu is terrified, but then she remembers there's another alpha in the room. The dad tries to grab her, but our girl steps in and snatches Wei Qingyu away. To save her without looking suspicious, our girl goes full savage, calling Wei Qingyu pathetic and demanding she help with homework instead. Wei Qingyu has to choose, go to the hospital with a predator or stay with the villainess. She realizes staying with our girl is the only safe option. The dad looks fuming, but our girl doesn't give him a choice and orders Wei Qingyu to her room. Wei Qingyu is stunned by the sudden protection. As they walk, she realizes she feels better because our girl's pheromones are acting as a shield. But she's still weak and trips on the stairs. Crap. Our girl catches her in a total romantic lead move. Their hearts are thumping and the blush on Wei Qingyu's face is real. Our girl keeps up the bossy act to hide her own panic. Internally, she's crying for help because being alone with the heroine is terrifying. They get to the room and our girl tries to act natural while drawing random circles. She takes a moment to admire how refined and resilient Wei Qingyu is. They finally get started, but as soon as Wei Qingyu looks at the paper, she realizes our girl accidentally answered every single complex problem correctly. The gig is up. Wei Qingyu slams the paper down, demanding to know how she calculated the last problem. She tells our girl to quit pretending and just say what she really wants. Our girl thinks to herself that she just wants to get rid of that creepy dad. Luckily, a knock at the door saves her from explaining. She vanishes out of the room at the speed of light. Left alone, Wei Qingyu starts putting the pieces together. She realizes our girl didn't slap her or act out like usual. She switched the topic the moment the pheromones came out. Was she actually trying to help me? She wonders, her heart skipping a beat. Meanwhile, our girl is left standing in the hallway looking completely drained. She remembers being surrounded by people who never believed her, and the weight of the world feels heavy on her shoulders. Xiao is walking through the halls feeling the weight of the world, convinced that her rival, Wei Qingyu, hates her guts even more after yesterday's chaos. But before she can spiral, a classmate catches her with the news that the exam results are finally out. Our heroine gets dragged along to the bulletin board, dreading the moment of truth. The hallway is packed with students eager to see who made the cut. Our girl is sweating bullets, especially worried about that disaster of a biology exam. But then, the crowd erupts into gossip, and someone screams her name in total shock because Xiao actually placed 35th overall, qualifying her for the elite experimental course. The whole school is staring as the news spreads. She rushes to the board, eyes nearly popping out of her head when she sees her name high up on the list. While she's busy defending her honor by pointing out that a cheater wouldn't be dumb enough to score a mere 7 in biology. The jealous extras in the back are already sharpening their knives, convinced she must have copied from someone. The celebration is cut short when a student informs her that the dean wants to see her in the staff room immediately. She walks into the room like she's headed to the gallows. It's a full-on interrogation squad, and Dean Liu looks like he's ready to play the ultimate villain. Our heroine takes a seat, feeling like a common criminal under their cold stares. The teachers waste no time, telling her they need to reassess her suspiciously high grades. They even want to delay her transfer to the experimental class until they are satisfied. But our girl is feeling savage today and demands to know who's going to compensate her for the mental damage caused by their baseless accusations. The dean just scoffs, thinking he's caught her in some clever little trick. He slams his hands down, demanding to know if she actually put in any effort at all. Our girl stares him down with ice in her eyes and gives a firm yes. She even calls his bluff, pointing out that the CCTV in the room would prove her innocence if they actually bothered to look. She stands her ground with her arms crossed, refusing to let them intimidate her. But the dean is a total hater, getting right in her face and calling her a disgrace to the school's morals. Our girl shakes him off, asking if he's even considered how much he's crushing a student's self-esteem. For a second, she feels the weight of everyone's doubt crushing her, wondering if anyone in this entire building will ever actually believe in her. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a massive bang. A shadow falls over the room as the ultimate savior arrives. It's Wei Qingyu, and she's here to shut everyone up by proving our girl's innocence. Our heroine is absolutely moved, her eyes filling with tears at the sight of her rival standing up for her. Wei Qingyu looks like a literal goddess of justice as she prepares her argument. The dean tries to protect Wei Qingyu, telling her not to get influenced by a bad student. But the Ice Queen isn't having it, firmly stating that Xiao is not a bad student. Wei Qingyu steps forward, ready to lay down the law. She is determined to set the record straight. She pulls out Xiao's scratch paper, showing the teachers the complex thought process written out in her own hand. She logically explains that a cheater wouldn't waste time showing their work on a sheet that isn't even graded. As a breeze rolls through the room, our heroine is hit with the calming scent of mint radiating off her protector. She stares at Wei Qingyu, feeling a sense of peace she hasn't felt in ages. But the dean is still being a stubborn old man, suggesting that even the scratch paper could be a fake. Thankfully, a knock at the door interrupts his nonsense. It's Feng Ming, the head of the experimental class, and he's looking like a total snack. He admits he's late because he spent the entire night personally reviewing the exam papers. He invites Wei Qingyu to continue her brilliant breakdown. She points out that the specific steps Xiao used to solve the problems are completely unique and can't be found in any online answer keys. It's the final nail in the coffin. Xiao definitely did not cheat. Feng Ming even backs her up, explaining that she only failed biology because she ignored specific combinations, not because she lacked the knowledge. He gives our girl a playful head pat, telling her to be a more obedient student in his class from now on. Then he drops a bombshell, mentioning that another student also had a drastic improvement. The dean's face immediately turns pale. Feng Ming leans in close, whispering that unlike Xiao, that other students' answers were a perfect, suspicious match for the online solutions. He throws the dean's own words back at him, suggesting they just trust the students and end this conversation right here. With a savage smile, he leaves the dean speechless. Our girl and the Ice Queen can't help but celebrate this absolute win. Feng Ming leads the girls out of that toxic room. He tells them to head to their new elite class while he goes to catch up on some much-needed sleep. He reminds Xiao one last time to behave herself. And our Chibai heroine is more than happy to oblige. As he walks away, our girl realizes she needs to say something. She watches Wei Qingyu's back, her heart doing somersaults. Fidgeting with her hair, she manages to mumble out a genuine thank you. Wei Qingyu freezes, unable to believe the haughty Xiao is actually being sincere. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our girl immediately gets defensive to hide her embarrassment, asking if her rival is still unsatisfied. Wei Qingyu just looks away, claiming she's only returning a favor from yesterday. Our girl is stunned by how sharp she is. Internally, Wei Qingyu is trying to convince herself that she isn't helping her out of kindness. She tells herself she just doesn't want to owe our girl anything or give her a reason to torment her later. She keeps insisting to herself that it's just about settling a debt. But as they stand back to back, we have to ask, is that really all it is? Because things are about to get even more chaotic in the next chapter. Xiao's friends finally track her down outside the experimental classroom, eager to help our girl move into her new turf. They've brought all her books, but they can't stop gossiping about the drama involving the dean's niece, Liu Meina. Apparently, that girl only ranked high because of some shady deals, but she still lost her spot to our heroine. Even though the school tried to sabotage her, our girl is officially in the elite class, and she's looking more confident than ever. Her friends are absolutely shook when they find out the Ice Queen, Wei Qingyu, was the one who convinced the dean to let her stay. It's a total mystery why the school's most mistreated student would help her bully, but our poor heroine is feeling the weight of her past sins. From breaking pencils to splashing cold water, the list of her past villain moments is honestly cringe. Xiao knows she was a nightmare, but now she's convinced Qingyu is a literal saint. The girls start getting chaotic, teasing Xiao about being addicted to the alpha's pheromones. Our girl flashes back to that spicy moment where Qingyu nearly bit her neck, and she starts sweating bullets. When her friends notice the marks on her skin, she panics, trying to play it cool. She insists those pheromones have zero effect on her, only to feel a terrifying chill crawl up her spine. Talk about a jump scare, Wei Qingyu is standing right behind them looking cold as ice. Her friends immediately pull a new phone who dis, and bail, leaving our girl to face the music alone. Xiao is dying of embarrassment, realizing she got caught talking smack again. She's so stressed she can't even focus on biology, so she heads to the restroom to clear her head. While brooding over the weird world of alphas and omegas, she overhears some trashy students talking about how omegas are just lowlives. Our girl isn't having it and slams into the room like a boss. She delivers a savage lecture on equality, reminding them that everyone deserves respect regardless of their pheromones. When the lead bully gets aggressive and tries to slap her, our girl catches her wrist with zero effort. She pins the brat down, making it very clear she doesn't give a damn about who her father is. After scaring the bullies off, Xiao leaves the room feeling like a hero. But wait, there's a twist. Wei Qingyu was hiding in the stall the whole time, witnessing the entire thing. Qingyu is genuinely confused. The Jai Xiao she remembers was a ruthless tyrant. Seeing our girl defend omegas so fiercely has her questioning everything she thought she knew. Qingyu notices Xiao left her water bottle behind and picks it up. But before she can leave, the real villain appears. Liu Meina is back for revenge. She corners Qingyu, acting like a total creep and trying to force her pheromones on her. She's convinced that since Jai Xiao is busy studying, she can finally get her hands on the school's most beautiful omega. Wei Qingyu is visibly disgusted, telling the bully her scent smells like rotting citrus. This sends the brat into a total rage, and she pins Qingyu against the wall, bragging about how her uncle the dean will protect her. Back in the classroom, Xiao realizes she's missing her bottle and starts spiraling, realizing how perverted it looks for an alpha to be in the omega bathroom. She sprints back to the restroom, only to catch a whiff of aggressive alpha pheromones in the air. Our girl kicks the door down with main character energy, demanding to know what's going on. She locks eyes with the bully, but the scene is worse than she imagined. Wei Qingyu is on the floor, trembling and holding a shard of broken glass, with blood already pooling on the ground. Things just went from 0 to 100 and our girl is about to lose it. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife, as the girls are confronted for releasing pheromones in the middle of school. This absolute snake of a girl tries to play the victim, claiming our poor heroine was being sneaky. She even has the audacity to fake an injury, begging for our girl to be disciplined. Our heroine tries to stand her ground, but her voice is barely a whisper. She's terrified that Jai Xiao is just going to shut her down and take the bully's side. But then the unthinkable happens. Jai Xiao looks her right in the eyes and says she believes her. She reaches out a hand in a total knight in shining armor. Jai Xiao calls out the bully's lies, demanding to know why she's targeting someone on her watch. Our girl is stunned, but she's actually bleeding from the stress of it all. She's clutching a sharp shard, using the pain just to keep from losing her mind. She refuses to let anyone control her ever again, even if it means hurting herself. The blood pooling on the floor tells the whole story. Jai Xiao's voice turns soft, promising not to take the weapon if she just relaxes her grip. She pulls our girl into a protective embrace, ignoring the bully's screeching. The bully is losing her mind, but Jai Xiao isn't having any of it. She drops a cold, savage warning, leave our girl alone or else. The bully tries to act like she doesn't care. But as she tries to walk away, Jai Xiao grabs her arm in a vice grip. She's not going anywhere until she says the magic words. Jai Xiao demands a full apology to Wei Qingyu right now. The bully is shook to her core. She starts throwing a tantrum, but Jai Xiao only squeezes harder. I said apologize. The bully tries to wait for the bell to save her, but Jai Xiao's aura is so terrifying she finally breaks. She drops to her knees, forced to swallow her pride. She spits out a half-hearted apology, but she's clearly seething. Our girl can't believe what she's seeing. Jai Xiao isn't satisfied and demands she speak up so everyone can hear. For the first time in her life, someone actually stood up for her while she was being bullied. Even while clutching her wounds, our girl feels a shift in her heart. Jai Xiao finally lets the trash go with a cold get lost. Our heroine never expected her savior to be the one person she feared most. The bully runs off crying about her uncle, but she's just a joke at this point. Jai Xiao watches her go with pure disgust. But suddenly the adrenaline wears off and our girl starts to stumble. She collapses, her strength completely gone. Jai Xiao catches her just in time, but realizes something is very wrong. Our girl has gone into heat and the timing couldn't be worse. Wei Qingyu is burning up, her body betraying her in the worst way. Her suppressant patches have completely failed. She tries to pull away, knowing Jai Xiao is an alpha and the proximity is dangerous. But Jai Xiao holds her steady, knowing she doesn't have an ounce of strength left. Our girl is shivering, her senses completely overwhelmed. She looks so fragile it's heartbreaking. Jai Xiao realizes that an omega in heat is especially frail and sensitive. She whispers that it's too dangerous to go outside where other alphas are lurking. Then she makes a savage offer. She'll let our girl touch her pheromone glands to help relieve the heat. She's trying to use her biology knowledge to help, even if it's chaotic. Our girl is hesitant, knowing how risky it is for an alpha to be pounced on. She's suspicious, wondering what Jai Xiao is really up to. But Jai Xiao promises she's not like the other predators who take advantage of people. Our girl is losing her composure fast. She decides to take the gamble, needing the energy to fight back later. Jai Zio tells her to stop dilly-deeing. She leans her neck forward, exposing herself completely. Our girl moves in, the tension reaching a breaking point. She finally sinks in, letting out a soft moan as the scents mingle. The air fills with the sweet taste of peaches and alcohol. It's a scent that feels hauntingly familiar to her. As she drinks in the pheromones, her strength starts to return. She can feel Jai Zio's warmth radiating through her. The cooling scent of mint washes over her like a wave. It's so intoxicating she almost wants to pounce for real. They collapse together, lost in the intense moment. Finally, the storm passes, leaving them both breathless on the floor. The sky outside begins to turn as time slips away. Our girl looks up, her eyes clear again. She sees the mark she left on Jai Zio's neck. She can't believe she actually let herself use those pheromones. She whispers a soft thank you. Jai Zio tries to act cool, but she's clearly flustered. Things are definitely awkward between them now. Our girl tries to head out, still feeling a bit shaky in her limbs. Jai Zio wants to take her to the infirmary, but our girl has other plans. She's heading straight for the principal's office. She's handling the pain like a boss, refusing to let it stop her. She's not letting that bully off the hook for a single second. Jai Zio follows close behind, refusing to let her go alone. She drapes her jacket over our girl's shoulders, promising that they'll definitely deal with that snake together. Back in the infirmary, the nurse is doing a double take at the nasty cut on our girl's hand. Our heroine plays it cool, claiming it was just some glass, even though the nurse warns her that treating this is going to hurt like absolute hell. But our girl doesn't even flinch as the treatment starts. Watching from the side, she can't help but admire how resilient the female lead is. Thinking she's built different for real. The nurse is shook, saying she's never seen anyone stay this calm during such a deep cleaning. Inside, our girl is screaming because yeah, it hurts like a mother, but she's got a reputation to uphold. She's cursing the author for being so cruel, while trying not to punch a hole through the wall from the pain. Suddenly, the world starts spinning. The nurse is still yapping about bandages, but our girl is literally seeing stars. She drops her candy and bam, it's lights out. She tries to play it off like she's totally fine, but her vision is fading fast. She ends up collapsing right into the female lead's arms in a total damsel in distress moment. Cue the tragic childhood flashback. We see a tiny version of our girl chasing a corgi across the grass. She takes a nasty tumble. But before she can start a waterfall of tears, a mini version of the female lead appears with a handful of flowers. She explains that these are camellias, the last flowers to bloom in summer. It's all super sweet and wholesome, until our girl reaches out and suddenly falls off a literal cliff. She snaps awake back in reality. The female lead is right there, looking like an angel. But the sweet vibes end quickly when she starts teasing our girl about her pheromones having no effect. Our heroine is absolutely dying of embarrassment, literally begging her to forget she ever said that. The nurse ruins the moment by reminding her that her heat is coming up. Oh right, she's an alpha and nature is about to call. The nurse warns her that as an S-class alpha, she'll lose her mind if she's not careful. She needs to apply medication twice a day, which sounds simple until the nurse suggests the female lead should be the one to do it. Our girl is panicking, but the female lead just gives this chaotic, savage little smile. Next thing you know, the tension is through the roof as those meds get applied to her neck. It's getting spicy, until a classmate barges in and catches them in a very compromising position. She's apologizing while definitely assuming the worst. While our girl is screaming that they're just doing medical stuff, the friend is totally disappointed that there's no fun happening. But the mood shifts fast when the friend mentions the tea being spilled in the school chats. Apparently, rumors are flying that our girl tried to force herself on the female lead. The villainess behind this mess, Liu Meina. She's pushing the blame for the bathroom incident entirely onto our girl to save her own skin. Our heroine remembers that Liu Meina is the second-tier villainess of this novel, and she's absolute trash. They need to clear her name, but the evidence is being tampered with. The female lead is worried it'll take too long to prove the truth. But our girl has finally had enough of being the punching bag. She's going full savage mode. She pulls out her phone and texts her secretary to send her best lawyer immediately. Just then, the dean, who happens to be the villainess's uncle, shows up to drag them to the staff room. Our girl stands her ground, refusing to move an inch until her legal team arrives. The dean tries to play dirty by threatening the female lead's scholarship. Her friends are watching the drama unfold on the group chat, calling him human trash. The dean demands the truth and brings in the villainess as a witness. Our girl's friend points out she was the culprit, not a witness. But the villainess claims they have a cleaner who saw everything. It's a total setup and they've likely bribed everyone in sight. But our girl isn't backing down. It's time to show these snakes what happens when you mess with a boss. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as the teacher tells everyone to get inside. He's convinced he saw everything, but our girl isn't about to let a fake witness ruin her day. This so-called witness claims she heard suspicious sounds coming from the supply room, but she can't even identify which girl she actually saw. Our girl points out the obvious flaws in the story. making the mean girls absolutely lose their cool and scream for her to shut up. While they're busy throwing a tantrum, our heroine reveals she's been playing 4D chess and has a recording of the whole thing right here. The teacher tries to play it off as the witness having poor vision, but the logic isn't adding up because the two girls have completely different physiques. Since the security cameras are conveniently broken, they think they have the upper hand. That's when Xiao drops the ultimate bombshell. She has the evidence. She pulls out a crystal-clear video recorded on her watch, capturing every single second from the moment the bully entered the room. The look of pure shock on their faces is absolutely priceless. They realized way too late that our girl had already taken precautions against their mid-tier scheming. The recording even catches them talking about pheromones and bullying, proving their guilt beyond a doubt. Desperate to hide the truth, the teacher lunges to grab the phone, but he clearly forgot who he was dealing with. Xiao doesn't just dodge, she delivers a savage kick right to his gut. She stands her ground with total boss energy, sending that creep flying across the room with a satisfying thud. He hits the floor hard, leaving the entire room in a state of chaotic silence. He tries to act tough and threaten her for daring to kick a teacher, but his reign of terror ends the second the headmaster walks through the door. The big boss has arrived, and he's not happy about the mess his staff has created. Our girl just checks the clock, noting that his arrival was exactly 11 minutes late. Xiao isn't interested in excuses. She demands they get to work immediately. The headmaster promises the cameras will be fixed, and a full investigation will be launched. The trashy teacher tries to claim it's just a small quarrel between kids, but the Jai family isn't about to let a literal crime slide. The investigation quickly proves that the main perpetrator wasn't who they claimed. The school promises to handle everyone involved with a fair standpoint, and the headmaster personally vows to sort out the legalities. Finally, our girls are told to head back and get some rest. Outside, a literal Maybach is waiting to pick them up, and the other students are losing their minds over the flex. Even the rich kids are jealous of this level of wealth. Our heroine is deep in thought, wondering why Xiao has such high-tech gear on her watch. Xiao, being the chaotic protective sister she is, refuses to let them take the car and insists on walking instead. Her friend is devastated to lose out on the luxury ride, accusing Xiao of trying to be a knight in shining armor. Xiao tries to play it off as just wanting some exercise in the nice weather, but it's so obvious she just wants some private time to follow the heroine. Her blushing face gives the whole game away. Her friend asks the real question, why is she suddenly being so nice to Wei Qingyu? Especially since she treated her like trash just last semester. They used to be close as kids, but then things turned sour and they became enemies. Xiao looks back at those childhood memories with a heavy heart. She knows that after Wei Qingyu's family fell from grace, everyone started looking at her with greedy, predatory eyes. Xiao is determined to protect her from those scumbags now. She claims she just went crazy for a bit but is finally righting her wrongs. Suddenly, they hear a noise in the bushes. Wei Qingyu stops in her tracks, sensing someone is watching her. She looks around nervously, wondering if she's being followed. Later that night, the girls are hiding behind a tree, trying their best not to get caught. It's a total stealth mission as they peek out from the shadows. Back at the dorms, our heroine is browsing the library, looking for ways to repay the favor she owes. She decides she doesn't want to owe anyone anything. She heads over to Xiao's room and knocks. Knowing the lights are still on, Xiao opens the door carrying a massive box, looking surprised to see her. The encounter is peak awkwardness as they just stare at each other. Both of them are blushing like crazy, unsure of what to say. Xiao invites her in to chat and tells her she's got a special gift. Our heroine is used to Xiao tormenting her, so she's braced for the worst. She even prepares a weapon just in case it's a prank. But when she looks inside, she's stunned to see a massive haul of high-grade suppressants. Xiao explains that not every alpha is kind, and she needs to be able to protect herself. These are the expensive kind, worth 3 or 4 times the normal price. Our girl is visibly touched by the gesture. Xiao tells her that staying safe is the best way to thank her. In return, our heroine hands over her personal biology notes. Xiao turns into a total chibai of joy, realizing she finally has someone smart to leech off of. They share a sweet moment of mutual respect as they part ways. Xiao closes the door and literally vibrates with happiness. She decides she needs to strike while the iron is hot. She grabs her phone and sends a friend request, but the username she chose is the invincible cutest Jai in the universe, which is absolutely hilarious. She waits by her phone, sweating bullets and praying she doesn't get declined. To her absolute delight, the request is accepted. They start texting in bed, with Xiao acting all cool while she's secretly swooning. She tells her she's tired and going to sleep, and they both drift off with smiles on their faces. The next day marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wei Qingyu is dressed in a beautiful formal outfit, heading out to sweep graves. Xiao offers to get a driver to take her, remembering from the novel that this day is actually her mother's birthday. Wei Qingyu tries to decline, but Jai Zio won't take no for an answer and orders the best car in the garage. At the cemetery, Wei Qingyu lays down fresh lilies for her mom. She kneels before the grave, telling her mother that she's doing well. But the tears start falling as the loneliness hits her. She's crying her heart out, when suddenly Jai Zio appears behind her, proving that she really did know where she'd be. Our poor heroine looks absolutely drained as she stands before the man who should be her protector. But Uncle Jai isn't here for a family reunion, he's playing the long game. He claims he's just here to visit her mother's grave for her birthday and offers to take her to lunch. Our girl tries to play it cool, checking her phone while he keeps up the act. She even offers to invite Lai Zio along, hoping for safety in numbers. But this creep has other plans, suggesting they take a detour to her old family home first. He drops the bomb that the house is going up for auction next week, knowing exactly how to bait her. Even though she hates being alone with this mortal enemy, she can't resist the chance to see her childhood home one last time. The sight of the old manor brings back a flood of memories. But the nostalgia quickly turns into a nightmare when Uncle Jai starts commenting on her weight. He gets way too close for comfort, promising to spoil her if she just comes with him. Our girl isn't having it and screams for him to get away. He tries to buy her soul with the house, but she's already reached her breaking point. Suddenly, she pulls out a syringe, her eyes flashing with desperation. Before he can react, she stabs him right in the arm. The man lets out a blood-curdling scream as a dark, toxic miasma begins to swirl around them. The scene turns chaotic as the purple fog consumes the hallway. Our heroine doesn't wait around to see the results, she bolts for her life. She manages to throw herself into a room and slams the door shut, heart hammering against her ribs. But the nightmare isn't over as the heavy thud of footsteps approaches. Uncle Jai starts pounding on the wood, his voice dripping with a sickening sweetness that makes her skin crawl. Our poor girl collapses on the floor, trembling as she clutches her arms. She's terrified, sobbing and praying for anyone to save her from this monster. Meanwhile, Jai Zio is having a much better time, admiring her massive collection of anime figures. She's living her best life until she spots a mysterious wooden box tucked away. She wonders if this thing is actually valuable or just more junk. Considering the original owner's bossy personality, she figures it must be something important. Just then, her phone dings with a message that changes everything. She sees the text about Uncle Jai taking Wei Qingyu out and her blood runs cold. She knows the plot of this world and Jai Qingyun is a certified snake. She looks out the window at the empty driveway and realizes she's already too late. Panic sets in as she realizes that Bastard is probably hurting our girl right now. She demands to know where they went, and the driver confirms they headed to the old Wei estate. Jai Zio is absolutely fuming, realizing he's using the girl's past to trap her. She orders the driver to step on it, looking ready to commit a felony. She screams his name into the void, promising he's going to pay. She arrives at the mansion like a whirlwind. She kicks the door open, looking like a total boss. The scent of that creepy miasma is thick in the air, and she knows exactly what it means. But she didn't come empty-handed, our girl brought a literal baseball bat. She marches up the stairs, the miasma swirling around her like she's a final boss. She hears the uncle's voice through the door, acting like he's some kind of saint. She remembers how he secretly allowed Wei Qingyu to be abused just to keep her dependent on him. Her eyes glow with a savage intensity. Behind the door, the creep is still begging for entry, looking like the ultimate predator. Jai Zio clenches her bat, her knuckles turning white. She winds up for the swing of a lifetime. With a leap of pure fury, she brings the hammer down. The uncle barely has time to turn around before the shadow of justice looms over him. He barely gets a hoo out before destiny hits him in the face. Bang, the bat connects with a satisfying thud, sending the creep straight to the floor. Inside the room, Wei Qingyu is still cowering, too terrified to move. She begs whoever is outside not to come in, her voice breaking. Jai Zio stands over the unconscious body of the man who dared to lust after her friend. She looks down at the shameful mess of a man, feeling zero pity. She bursts into the room, her eyes softening the moment she sees Wei Qingyu. The poor girl is still trying to hide, her eyes wide with trauma. She cries out in terror, but Jai Zio is there to catch her before she hits the ground. They collapse together in a heap of raw emotion. Wei Qingyu is so out of it she tries to push her savior away, begging to be left alone. But Jai Zio just holds her tighter, absorbing all that pain. She whispers that everything is okay and that she's finally safe. It's a beautiful, emotional moment as she cradles the girl she came to rescue. She tells her to trust her, and finally, the light of recognition returns to Wei Qingyu's eyes. Jai Zio feels a wave of guilt, wishing she had just come along from the start. She gently carries our heroine to the bed, treating her like the fragile treasure she is. But the moment she sets her down, her face hardens again. She looks back at the door, knowing she needs to deal with Jai Qingyun permanently. She stays by her side for just a moment longer, letting her rest. She brushes a stray hair from her face, her gaze full of protective love. Finally, she slips out of the room and sees the trash still lying in the hall. She grips her bat again, her expression going full savage mode. The original novel didn't have a way to finish him, so she decides to write her own ending. She marches down the stairs and makes a phone call to a certain Sister Kai. She tells her to send some gangsters to Yanlu Lane immediately. She looks absolutely lethal as she coordinates the hit. Outside, she tells the assistant to go fetch her father and stop asking questions. The assistant is confused as heck seeing the uncle being hauled away. But Jai Zio just gives him a metaphorical bunk and tells him the boss is doing just fine. Suddenly, a group of real tough guys shows up, led by a man with a bat of his own. Jai Zio greets them with a smirk, asking if this is the best crew they could bring. They assure her they aren't here to hurt anyone much. She tells them to load the cargo into the car and make sure no one enters the house. She wants Wei Qingyu to wake up to a lie that protects her peace. The assistant doesn't get it, but Jai Zio knows she can't reveal her true self without collapsing the whole world's logic. Cut to the eastern woodland suburbs where the air is much less friendly. Uncle Jai wakes up with a massive headache and a sack over his head. He realizes he's been kidnapped and starts panicking like the coward he is. Jai Zio sits nearby, using a voice changer to sound like a digital nightmare. He demands to know if they are from the Wei family, convinced the ghosts of his past have come to haunt him. She warns him that Wei Qingyu still has family looking out for her, so he better watch his back. The gangsters give him a little motivation kick to keep him humble. He tries to claim he's her half-father and that they are on good terms. Jai Zio calls him out for the absolute scum he is. She threatens to tell his own daughter everything he's done. That finally breaks him. He starts begging for mercy, promising he'll never do it again. Our girl realizes that even though he cares about his own kid, he's still irredeemable trash. The man literally passes out from the sheer terror of it all. Jai Zio and the leader Zai Yang share a laugh over how pathetic he is for an alpha. It turns out Zai Yang was a bodyguard from the original novel and is now a key ally. They wrap things up, leaving the trash in the dirt. Back at the house, Wei Qingyu is starting to wake up, wondering what exactly Jai Zio is up to now. Our girl wakes up in a daze, wondering if the nightmare she just lived through was actually just a dream. She finds herself back in a room that feels far too empty. Her heart races as she questions if she's finally home. But the reality of her situation starts to sink in as she wanders the halls. Suddenly, a voice from the past calls out to her, sending chills down her spine. She frantically checks her neck, trembling at the thought of what could have happened. Thankfully, she hasn't been marked yet, but she discovers a small treasure left behind on the floor. It's the peach basket bracelet her mother carved for her with so much love. Looking at it brings back bittersweet memories of a time when her family was whole, before tragedy struck and left her all alone. She remembers the day her world fell apart, and the crushing weight of losing the only people who truly cared. Clinging to the bracelet, she realizes her parents' love was still protecting her even from beyond. Our poor heroine breaks down, the tears finally flowing as she finds the strength to face the chaos ahead. But the peace is short-lived when the door creaks open. Someone is trying to sneak in, and our girl is not about to let herself be a victim again. She demands to know who's there, her eyes filled with a new savage fire. Before the intruder can even blink, she's got a knife to his throat, proving she's not to be messed with. The poor guy is shaking in his boots, explaining he just needed to use the restroom while waiting for his master. Realizing she can't stay a helpless kid forever, she looks at her old family photos and makes a silent vow. Everything that was stolen from her, every piece of her legacy, she's going to get it all back. As night falls over the Jai family estate, our girl remains on edge while the household goes about its business. Suddenly, Jai Zio bursts in, looking absolutely exhausted from her latest haul. She's carrying enough groceries to feed an army and acting like it's just another Tuesday. She brags about the gifts she got from her brothers, completely oblivious to the tension. They sit down to chat, but our girl is keeping her guard up, worried her secrets might be exposed. Jai Zio spots the bracelet and does a double take, sensing something familiar about it. Our girl realizes her own peach bracelet is officially missing, but Jai Zio mentions that her mother gave her one just like it. Feeling drained by the constant social gymnastics, our girl retreats to her room to process everything. Meanwhile, the master cancels on the reunion dinner, leaving Jai Zio looking a bit dejected. She decides they'll just celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival on their own terms. A maid tries to summon our girl to dinner, but she's ready to pass on the awkwardness. However, the mention that the asshole master isn't coming changes her mind. She dresses up and follows the maid, wondering what kind of scheme is being cooked up now. Instead of a stiff dining room, she's led to a balcony, where the atmosphere is surprisingly magical. Jai Zio is waiting with a warm smile and a festive greeting. She's laid out a massive spread of food, including some very sparkly-looking lobster. Our girl is stunned, standing there like a deer in headlights. Jai Zio urges her to dig in, proud of her culinary efforts. It's a rare moment of peace as they enjoy the feast without any of the usual high society rules. They share mooncakes that were once reserved for royalty, and even get a little poetic under the glow of the full moons. For a moment, the drama fades away into a perfect autumn night. Back at school, the leaves are falling and the sports festival is looming. Jai Zio is on a mission to recruit runners for the 1500m race, but everyone is treating her like the plague. Our girl watches from the sidelines, noticing that Jai Zio hasn't approached her yet. Jai Zio is slumped on the stairs, complaining that she can't find a single person willing to run. Her friends suggest she just force a random Omega to do it, but Jai Zio shuts that down immediately. She refuses to ask our girl because she knows her hand is still injured, showing a surprisingly compassionate side. Even when others say a hand injury shouldn't stop her from running, Jai Zio gets annoyed at their lack of sympathy. That's when our girl steps in, shocking Jai Zio with her sign-up sheet. She hands it over with a cool expression, proving she's not nearly as fragile as everyone thinks. Jai Zio is stunned that her internal monologue was caught red-handed again. Our girl tells her straight up that she's not fragile. Jai Zio tries to play it off as being considerate, but our girl just pulls away, keeping her distance. She wonders why this girl is going to such lengths to protect her, then leaves Jai Zio standing there in a daze. As she walks away, her phone buzzes with a message from the universally invincible Jai Cutie. Jai Zio admits she was lying about our girl not being able to do it and offers to train together. A small smile finally plays on our girl's lips as she replies. Later, Jai Zio heads to the teacher's office to drop off the paperwork. She walks in on her teacher casually watching a zombie movie on his phone. He's one of those cool teachers who treats his students like siblings, and Jai Zio can't help but admire his vibe. He gives her a head pat, encouraging her to work harder on her biology grades. Jai Zio knows that even with help, this world's biology is built different. On her way out, a classmate tries to act all high and mighty, offering to let our girl lend Jai Zio her notes. Jai Zio sees right through his act, realizing he's just trying to show off. When she asks about his relationship with our girl, he admits they used to be close, but now he has to keep his distance because her family fell. He claims it's about respecting the difference between alphas and omegas. But Jai Zio knows it's just pure alienation. She walks away in disgust, cursing the bystanders who are just as bad as the perpetrators. She informs the guy that our girl already lent her the notes a long time ago. She leaves him with a savage truth bomb. If he only values power and status, he'll never have real friends. While washing her hands, Jai Zio realizes that for our girl to be safe, she needs to become even stronger. She can't just wait for some hero to transfer in next year and save the day. She's determined to help her in any way she can. Suddenly, a strange scent hits her, mango-scented pheromones coming from the Omega restroom. She knocks on the door, asking if someone needs help. As she pushes the door open and finds our girl holding a collapsed student, looking absolutely desperate as she asks what happened. Things are getting spicy fast as our girl realizes a fellow student has suddenly gone into heat. The poor girl is trembling and refusing suppressants, but those pheromones are getting dangerously strong. Our girl has to get physical to help, grabbing a syringe while the student struggles to stay conscious. The girl begs not to become an Omega, but our heroine stays firm, using her best good girl voice to calm her down. Seeing this unexpected gentle side has our girl completely stunned. Those comforting words feel strangely familiar, hitting her right in the feels. She's caught in a total daze, wondering why Jai Zio is being so incredibly soft all of a sudden. Jai Zio panics, trying to prove she isn't some kind of pervert lurking in the shadows. But our girl already knows she's the one who left that mysterious bottle in the restroom. Now she's sweating bullets, terrified her fake persona is about to be exposed. She quickly pivots, helping the fainted student up to get her some real medical help. Our girl ends up carrying the student on her back, looking like a total knight in shining armor. She's internally kicking herself for wasting a chance to get on our heroine's good side. Meanwhile, our girl is noticing how Jai Zio actually treats strangers with so much kindness. A nurse spots them and starts teasing, asking if they're worried about making other people jealous. Our girl turns into a blushing mess, screaming that they are definitely not in that kind of relationship. She's absolutely chaotic right now, but the nurse isn't buying her excuses for a second. They finally get the patient checked out, ensuring she's stable after that intense episode. The nurse reveals she's actually an ER doctor and has everything under control. They manage to stabilize the girl's scent gland, and our girl tries to give all the credit away like a humble queen. The doctor needs to contact the girl's parents, but all they know is that her family name is Xiao. Our girl is told to stay and keep watch, and she gives a sharp salute like a total pro. The nurse comments on how dashing alphas are always a magnet for trouble. Our girl is still flustered, barely able to process the doctor's teasing words. Time skips forward as the sun begins to set over the school. The student finally wakes up looking totally dazed and confused. When she hears she fainted from heat, she absolutely loses it, begging them not to tell her family she's an Omega. But it's too late, the school has already made the call. She admits she hates Omegas more than anything, which is pretty ironic considering her new reality. Our girl tries to comfort her, explaining that life doesn't always go according to plan. She encourages her to face the situation head-on and turn it into something positive. The girl doesn't believe an Omega can ever win against an Alpha, but our heroine knows someone who did. She starts gushing about Wei Qingyu, calling her the most admirable student in school. She's the perfect example of an Omega who can do it all. Inspired, the girl asks for a hug and our girl is too soft-hearted to say no. It's a sweet moment, but the air suddenly fills with a sharp scent of mint. Crap, our heroine has been spotted in a very compromising position. She tries to explain herself, but she's looking like a deer in headlights. She shouts that this isn't what it looks like, but the nurse is already writing a fanfic in her head. The teasing continues, calling her a hero who just can't stop saving damsels. Suddenly, someone bursts in calling for Kayonai. A new girl rushes to her side, but Kayonai immediately pulls away, telling her to stay back. She hides under the covers, refusing to even look at her childhood friend. The friend tries to offer her a sweet apple, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Even with a smile on her face, you can tell this girl is hurting. Our girl watches as she peels the apple, wondering why she puts up with such a cold attitude. Turns out they've been together since they were kids. Kayonai has a tragic past involving domestic violence, which is why her pride is so fierce. She's terrified that being an Omega means she can no longer protect her mother. Our girl hands over the medication, hoping it helps stabilize her friend's condition. As she leaves, she can't help but look back at the chaotic drama she's leaving behind. She walks down the hallway in silence until a voice calls out to her. It's Wei Qingyu, and the look in her eyes is intense. Our girl stops in her tracks, wondering what the Ice Queen wants now. She asks if there's something she needs, and the answer is a firm yes. Xiao starts rambling about how the whole damsel saving thing was just a big misunderstanding. But before she can finish, Wei Qingyu grabs her arm. She's desperate for her not to misunderstand her intentions. She promises that she'll always be there to help if our girl ever falls into trouble. Our heroine stares back, her heart probably doing backflips. She's internally screaming, terrified she's making things even worse. But Wei Qingyu just gives her a rare, gentle smile that could melt glaciers. She invites our girl to go for a run the next morning, and of course, she agrees immediately. The next day arrives with the birds chirping, and our girl is already exhausted just thinking about it. She shows up in her training gear, looking ready to pass out. But then she sees her training partner and her jaw hits the floor. Wei Qingyu is rocking a pink tracksuit and looking like a literal goddess. They start their run and our girl is struggling to keep her eyes on the road. She's too busy admiring how pretty her partner is. Suddenly, a bike comes screaming around the corner and someone yells for them to watch out. Our girl is frozen in shock as the wheel comes barreling toward her. Our girl's internal alarm bells go off as she screams for Xiao to look out. A bike comes careening toward them at high speed. She lunges forward, grabbing the heroine's hand as they both tumble to the pavement. Thump, our girl takes the brunt of the fall, shielding Xiao as leaves swirl around them in a total chaotic mess. It's a classic K-drama accident scene, and for a second their hearts are absolutely racing. They end up in a suggestive tangle on the ground, and honestly the tension is through the roof. Xiao recovers first, leaning over to ask if our poor heroine is all right. She manages a weak "I'm fine," but she's clearly rattled. The cyclist starts apologizing, claiming he wasn't paying attention to the road. Our girl stares him down, sensing something suspicious behind that polite facade. She realizes this isn't just some random passerby. While Xiao plays it cool, our girl can't shake the uneasy feeling radiating off this guy. He discreetly slips a piece of paper into Xiao's hand while thanking her for being so brave. He tells them to watch where they're going next time with a look that says way too much. Our girl clenches her fists, knowing the plot is moving without her. He tries to play the nice guy by offering to buy them cake, but Xiao shuts that down immediately. Our heroine grins, but internally she's panicking because that note was definitely a secret message. She realizes this wasn't an accident at all, it was a targeted hit. She collapses into a puddle of despair, mourning her tough life, where even the side characters want her dead. She recalls the original story where a hero named Chen Linji is supposed to return and save the day. Could that mysterious cyclist be the key? She decides she needs to track down Chen Linji ASAP to get the heroine out of this mess. Time is ticking and she needs to make her move before the afternoon is over. Cut to the mansion. The maid drops a bombshell. The old Wei family estate is being auctioned off today. Our girl is stunned her father kept this a secret from her. The maid claims the master already bought everything our girl wanted, so there's no need for her to attend. Our girl sees right through it. Her father is using her hobbies as bait to keep her away. He wants to buy that mansion to blackmail the heroine, and our girl refuses to let him win. She isn't going to play the role of the villainous jailer this time. She commands the heroine to finish her meal and head to school with her. While Xiao is confused, our girl is calculating the risks of leaving her alone with the master. They head to school, but our girl's mind is already on that auction. She's got until the afternoon to find a way out. School is basically a prison when you have a mansion to save. She grips her notebook, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Clang, she starts stacking chairs and tables against the back wall. It's a wobbly, desperate attempt at an escape route. Suddenly, Xiao pops up with a lollipop, looking completely unimpressed by her terrible climbing skills. Our girl nearly has a heart attack and loses her footing. Jai Zio smirks, admitting she saw the whole embarrassing struggle. Look closely, she says, stepping onto the makeshift ladder. She shows our girl how a real pro handles a wall climb. With a graceful swoosh, she's up. She perches on the ledge like a total savage boss. She looks down at our flustered girl with a teasing smile. She offers her hand, asking why she's even trying to sneak out. Our girl hesitates, wondering if she can actually trust the person who tormented her for half a year. But with the auction looming, she realizes she has no other choice. The height is terrifying, but she reaches out. She takes the leap, trusting the heroine to hold her. Jai Zio's grip is firm as she pulls her up. "Hurry up," she whispers, and for a second our girl's heart does a little bad ump. They sit on the edge together, a rare moment of peace in their chaotic lives. Jai Zio promises to catch her as they prepare to jump down. Our girl takes a deep breath and lets go. Whoosh, she's falling. But she lands perfectly in Jai Zio's arms, a feeling of strange familiarity washing over her. It feels like a scene she's lived before. Jai Zio hands her some candy, noticing her legs are numb from the shock. Our girl mumbles a thank you, and Jai Zio tells her to follow her to a waiting vehicle. She wonders where they're heading now. A truck roars past as they make their getaway. She thinks about escaping, but the mystery is too juicy to leave behind. Jai Zio waves her over to a luxury RV. Our girl follows, totally bewildered by the sudden upgrade in their travel plans. She asks where they're going as she's pulled inside. Surprised, they're heading straight to the auction. The RV is decked out with everything they need. Jai Zio is busy on her phone, telling her friends to cover for them while calling our girl dumb for her wall climbing skills. She tells our girl she needs to get out of that school uniform immediately. "You're embarrassing me," she snarks. She's even prepared a formal dress for the occasion. Our girl thinks she's totally two-faced, but the glow-up is real. They arrive at the auction house looking like absolute icons. Her father is visibly shook to see her walk in. He tries to dismiss her, saying the good seats are all taken. Our girl just sits down anyway, radiating savage energy. The father tries to lecture her about being a kind alpha, but she sees right through his manipulation. He's a sinister villain trying to pit her against the heroine step by step. The auctioneer kicks things off, starting the bid for the mansion at a cool 80 million. The crowd goes wild and the price shoots to 90 million in the blink of an eye. Her father raises his paddle, confidently hitting 100 million. The auctioneer praises him for wanting his old friend's mansion so badly. Our girl is sweating bullets, praying that Uncle Chen makes an appearance. The room goes quiet as the auctioneer starts the countdown. 100 million going once, 100 million going twice. The gavel is about to drop when suddenly 102 million. A mysterious hand raises paddle number 11, snatching the victory away at the very last second. Our girl is just trying to mind her own business when the bidding war starts to spiral out of control. Two rivals are sitting side by side, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. This middle-aged guy isn't holding back, dropping a massive 102 million like it's pocket change. The auctioneer is practically vibrating with excitement as the price keeps climbing higher and higher. Our girl just sighs, probably wondering if these people have a secret money tree in their backyard. The bids are flying now, hitting 110 million and then a staggering 150 million in the blink of an eye. Our poor heroine looks like she's about to have a heart attack as she realizes Chen Lin Jai might not be able to keep up. The bratty daughter Zio tries to snatch the paddle away, begging her father to stop wasting money. But he's determined to win this for some mystery girl named Qingyu, telling his own daughter not to stir up trouble. She literally screams that she hates him right in the middle of the room, throwing a total public tantrum. Talk about an emotional meltdown. Her father looks absolutely sweating bullets as the auctioneer reaches the final count. He's apologizing to his crying daughter, but the damage is already done. The gavel finally bangs down, sold for 178 million. Our girl realizes she needs to find a way for the MC and this rich guy to meet up ASAP. But first, she's sent on a mission to fetch a drink just to get her out of the way. She's out here struggling with a vending machine, reflecting on how much she's suffered this past. She feels like she stole all of her father's love, and the guilt is clearly eating her alive. That's when Uncle Chen shows up out of nowhere looking like a total boss. He's finally back from overseas and ready to clean up the mess the Jai family made. He wants to make sure our girl gets back everything that belongs to her family. He warns her that the Jai family are basically snakes in designer suits, and she needs to be careful. She heads back to her seat, pretending she just had a hard time with the machine and wasn't plotting a revolution. But the drama isn't over because now a royal snow sapphire brooch is on the line. Jai Zio notices our girl eyeing the jewelry and decides she has to have it. Her father is more than happy to bankroll her revenge shopping spree to make up for earlier. The numbers are flying faster than a group chat notification as the bidding war explodes. Our girl tries to tell her it's not worth it, but Jai Zio is in full savage mode. She drops a cool 5 million just to make sure the brooch falls into the right hands. But the real chaos starts later in the car when Jai Zio accidentally passes out on our girl's shoulder. Our heroine is blushing like crazy, wondering why her supposed enemy smells so incredibly good. She was literally planning her downfall 5 minutes ago, and now she's swooning over a minty scent. When Jai Zio finally wakes up, she's absolutely mortified to realize she was getting cozy. She sits up so fast she probably got whiplash, having a total internal crisis. She makes a quick escape from the car, probably wanting to crawl into a hole and stay there forever. Back at home, our girl is texting about how much of a scumbag her father is for disappearing. But the night is still young, and Jai Zio shows up in the kitchen looking for a late-night snack. She casually asks if our girl wants to go out for crayfish, and honestly, who could say no to that? They end up at the night market, which is a total chaotic vibe full of neon lights and delicious smells. They meet up with some friends, and everyone starts teasing them about their sudden date night. Jai Zio gets all defensive and blushing, claiming she just didn't want her to starve on an empty stomach. But the mood shifts when a text from Mr. Chen comes through about a secret meeting. Our girl tries to act natural and hides her phone, but you know the drama is just getting started. She's trying to enjoy her food, but the secrets are definitely going to ruin the appetite. The interrogation is in full swing as they demand to know if our girl is hiding something juicy. She tries to keep her cool, but the pressure is definitely mounting. Just as things get awkward, a plate of food arrives to save the day. A resident savage tells them to mind their own business and stop prying. Look at that grilled squid to the rescue. The whole group digs in, but the tension in the air is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Our girl eyes her non-spicy snack like it's her last meal. She's so protective over her food, she's practically growling. Seriously, don't even think about touching her plate. But then a soft thank you catches her off guard. The vibe shifts instantly into a flowery Xiao-style moment. She realizes that maybe, just maybe, the hatred has finally evaporated. To seal the deal, she offers up a shrimp like a peace offering. Our heroine gives the most precious smile that could melt a glacier. She's actually enjoying the meal for once. It's a rare moment of peace for this chaotic squad. Later, our girl returns to a familiar place, but the air feels different. She's greeted with news that some old family friends are on their way. She takes a moment to wander through the house, where every corner holds a memory. Walking up those stairs feels like stepping back in time. It's all the same, except for the crushing silence where her parents used to be. Suddenly, something rolls across the floor and catches her eye. She's down on the ground in a heartbeat, searching for the mystery object. And then she finds it. Her eyes go wide as she holds up an old red bracelet. It's covered in bite marks, and it triggers a massive flashback. Back in the day, these two were just tiny terrors running for their lives from a very angry goose. Our poor heroine was a total crybaby back then, but Jai Zio was already a certified badass, stepping up to protect her. The goose wasn't playing games and went straight for the attack. Jai Zio went full savage on that bird, even if she was terrified herself. It was a literal bird-pocalypse. The goose managed to get a nasty nip in before the chaos ended. Later that night, the family gathered for a roast goose dinner, talk about sweet, delicious revenge. Everyone was praising Jai Zio for being a tiny hero. Our girl was looking at her with literal stars in her eyes. Jai Zio tried to act humble, but she was blushing hard. But the mood turned sour when Jai Zio realized her favorite bracelet was ruined by the goose. She was absolutely devastated over the bite marks. Our girl couldn't stand seeing her friend sad. She promised a magic spell would fix everything. She told Jai Zio to close her eyes and trust her. And then the old switcheroo happened. When Jai Zio opened her eyes, the bracelet looked brand new. She was so impressed she promised to keep the magic a secret. Back in the present, the realization hits our heroine like a freight train. She stares at the bracelet in her hand, the truth finally clicking. She thought this was lost forever. She goes sprinting through the house, her heart racing. It was her. Jai Zio was the one who saved her all along. The same girl who tormented her was also her secret guardian angel. She starts questioning everything she thought she knew about people changing. Suddenly, the guests arrive, and it's Uncle Liu and Auntie Liu. They look like they walked straight off a fashion runway. Auntie Liu pulls her into a hug, worried sick that she's lost too much weight. She immediately blames that little brat for bullying our girls. Our heroine has to jump in and defend her, insisting their relationship is actually great now. The uncle isn't so sure, though. He drops a bombshell about seeing Jai Zio go absolute beast mode with a baseball bat. He's convinced she's a fierce little lady you don't want to cross. Our girl is stunned. Jai Zio really did go to war for her. She's processing the fact that she was saved by a bat-wielding maniac. She tries to play it cool in the living room, but she's itching to get back to her girl. She makes a quick excuse about the library and bolts. When she gets back, Jai Zio has already prepared a massive, healthy meal. She's hovering over a pot of soup like a dedicated housewife. Our heroine is touched that this was made especially for her. They sit down to eat, and Jai Zio starts bragging about her investigation into the competition. She's acting like a total smug genius, promising to run right beside her. She's practically begging for a head pat in her head. She even serves up a chicken drumstick like the ultimate provider. But then our girl grabs her hand, ending the fluff. She asks point blank where Jai Zio was during the festival. She knows the truth now. Jai Zio was the one who saved her. Jai Zio lets out a long sigh knowing the gig is up. Our girl is emotional, wondering why she kept it a secret for so long. Jai Zio admits she was just scared of acting out of character. They have a total chibai standoff of awkwardness. The silence is absolutely deafening. Jai Zio starts nibbling her finger nervously, trying to play it off as nothing special. She finally confesses she just wanted to right her wrongs and get a second chance. She begs our girl to stop asking questions and keep some mystery alive. Our heroine looks at her with so much softness it's illegal. Jai Zio is internally panicking, her heart doing backflips. She suddenly gets serious and asks for our girl's hand. Our heroine is confused but goes along with it. "Give me your hand," she repeats. Our girl is sweating bullets, wondering what's coming next. And then Jai Zio gently slides the red bracelet back on her wrist. She looks her in the eye and tells her never to lose it again. Is anyone else swooning? Because I definitely am. The roll call for the female Omega's 1500m race is finally starting. Everyone is buzzing about Senior Qingyu, swooning over how pretty she looks even in sports gear. Her legs are literally goals and the crowd can't stop staring. But of course, there's always a hater in the back claiming she's nothing special. This mean girl tries to get handsy, looking for trouble. She demands to know what our girl is hiding, trying to stir up some drama. She even tries to snatch her papers away. But then Jai Zio steps in with that savage energy. She warns the bully to back off before she gets herself expelled. The look on the mean girl's face is priceless as she realizes she's messed with the wrong crowd. Jai Zio literally scares them off with a single glare. Now that the trash is cleared, Jai Zio turns her attention back to our girl. She needs help pinning her race number on, and Jai Zio is more than happy to help. Our heroine is a blushing mess as Jai Zio tells her not to move. The proximity is giving us all the feels as Jai Zio focuses on the task. Our girl can barely whisper a thanks. Jai Zio just gives her a sweet smile, telling her not to worry about it. The 1500m race is officially about to begin. Our girl takes her position, looking absolutely determined. She spots Jai Zio in the crowd, and that's all the motivation she needs. The gun goes off, and she's out of the blocks like a bolt of lightning. She's leaving everyone in the dust. Her form is perfect, and she's pushing her limits. Even the bystanders are losing their minds over how fast an Omega can actually run. Jai Zio is screaming her head off from the sidelines. As our girl nears the finish line, she hears that familiar voice calling her name. She digs deep for one final sprint. She crosses the line, breaking the school record in style. But she's completely spent and collapses right into Jai Zio's waiting arms. It's a total romance movie moment, and their hearts are both racing. The rest of the class rushes over, but Jai Zio is already in full protector mode. She tells our girl to take a short walk to cool down before resting. She even drapes her own jacket over our heroine's shoulders. Our girl is blushing like crazy, clutching the jacket as she smells Jai Zio's scent. She squeezes it tight, feeling totally safe. Jai Zio heads off to grab some hot water, leaving our girl to recover. While she waits, the rumors are already flying about her record-breaking performance. People are actually getting jealous of how perfect she is. Jai Zio watches from a distance, feeling a bit of that villainous insecurity creeping in. A group of guys tries to swarm our heroine, fanning her and offering water. Jai Zio looks on, wondering why they're all suddenly so interested. She sees our girl surrounded by admirers. A guy offers her a fresh bottle of water, trying to be smooth. Jai Zio stops in her tracks, thinking that this is the life our heroine was always meant to live. She feels like the storybook villain who only exists to ruin things. She looks down at her own bottle, feeling like she can't compare to the perfect heroine. She decides it's best not to bother her and turns to leave. But our girl spots her and calls out her name. She completely ignores the other guy and asks Jai Zio for the water instead. Jai Zio is stunned as our girl chooses her over everyone else. The other guys realize they should probably stay away from the bully's Omega. Jai Zio is caught off guard but hands over the bottle. They sit down together, creating their own little world in the middle of the stadium. The rest of the students back away, not wanting to annoy Jai Zio. They leave the two of them alone as the sun starts to set. Friends nearby start teasing about childhood sweethearts. Jai Zio just laughs it off, but she's clearly enjoying the moment. As they walk home together, our heroine looks absolutely ethereal in the sunset. She notices Jai Zio watching her and pauses. They decide to walk home instead of taking the bus. Our heroine claims she's not even tired after that marathon run. They start scrolling through photos on their phones, laughing at the chaotic shots from the day. Jai Zio shares a funny picture, and our girl can't help but smile. It's a moment of pure domestic bliss. But the sports meet isn't over yet. The roll call for the 4x100m relay begins. Their class is currently in last place, and the mean girls are back to talking smack. They claim our girls' class only has nerds who can't run. Jai Zio has had enough of the disrespect and stands up to them. She's determined to win this for the class. The race starts with a bang. The mean girl takes an early lead looking smug. But then Jai Zio takes the baton and the atmosphere shifts. She is moving at a terrifying speed. She's closing the gap like a predator on the hunt. Our heroine watches from the stands, her hands clasped in prayer. She knows she has to shout her support. In the last 50 meters, it's a neck-and-neck battle. Jai Zio is pushing through the pain, her eyes locked on the finish line. Our girl screams her name with everything she's got. Jai Zio hears that voice and finds a second wind. She lunges forward, crossing the tape just a fraction of a second ahead of the competition. Victory is theirs, the experimental class takes the gold, and the crowd is absolutely losing it for our girl. Even after a legendary performance, Jai Zio stays humble, acting like it was just another Tuesday. Her friends are basically worshipping the ground she walks on, but the vibe shifts instantly when a cold shadow falls over the celebration. It's Wei Qingyu, and she's looking as icy as ever as she approaches. We see those boots clicking closer, signaling the end of the party. She demands to know if Jai Zio is ready to leave, cutting through the cheers like a knife. Jai Zio doesn't hesitate for a second, ditching the fans to follow her lead. As they walk away, the crowd can only watch in total shock, wondering why the school's goddess is being so cold. Some find the scene pitiful, but Wei Qingyu gives one last mysterious glance back as the sun sets on a day full of drama. She knows something they don't. Our girl looks back, feeling the weight of the moment. The sky turns a beautiful orange, signaling the end of the track field chaos. Later, Jai Zio realizes someone important managed to slip away during the commotion. She's panicking a little, her chibai self showing the internal struggle. She starts messaging, worried she's ruining a good thing by being too forward. But she's actually glowing with a soft smile as she waits for a reply. She's lost in thought, the world around her fading into a blur of petals and light. She's definitely catching feelings, and it's making her heart race. The two of them walk together, the tension between them thick enough to cut. Back at the mansion, the night is quiet, but the internet is loud. Wei Qingyu stares at the screen, watching people praise Jai Zio for her victory. She finds their cheap admiration disgusting, knowing how fake people can be when things get tough. Jai Zio is still glued to her phone, thinking about how cold yet sincere this mystery person is. She offers to meet up in real life, hoping to finally see who is behind the screen. Even though she's nervous, she can feel the sincerity in every word. She looks down with a gentle, melancholic expression, wondering if she's being too hopeful. She's so touched that someone is willing to trust her despite her messy past. On the other side, Wei Qingyu is visibly shaken by the conversation. She types out a warning, telling Jai Zio not to do things she'll regret later. Her fingers fly across the keys as she reminds her not to let down the people who trust her. Jai Zio reads the message with fire in her eyes, promising herself she won't mess up again. Wei Qingyu watches the reply, hoping Jai Zio stays true to her word. She's about to log off when Jai Zio asks if they can keep talking in the future. Wei Qingyu freezes. At first, this was just about returning a favor, but now it's getting complicated. They both end up smiling at their screens, a secret bond forming in the dark. When Jai Zio sends a Good Sisters sticker, Wei Qingyu can't help but smirk. Good sisters? Yeah, right. The next day, the school gossip mill is turning at maximum speed. The girls are convinced Jai Zio has a secret admirer who defended her. Our girl is blushing like crazy as they tease her. They're already imagining a happily ever after for her, much to her embarrassment. Jai Zio tries to play it cool, insisting she's just doing good deeds without any selfish intent. Her friends aren't buying it for a second. She tries to pivot back to their math homework to escape the heat. She's desperate to get away from the questions, but her friends aren't letting her off the hook, practically clinging to her for the tea. Just as she thinks she's safe, her friend points at her desk in a total panic. A confession cake has appeared out of nowhere. Our girl is completely stunned, wondering who on earth would leave this for her. Wei Qingyu looks stunning, but there's a storm brewing behind those beautiful eyes. She's clearly lost in thought as the classroom buzzes with talk of romance. Our girl Jai Zio is currently being swarmed by classmates who want to give her a special gift. Jai Zio tries to play it cool and tells them to just eat the treats themselves since they like them so much. But they're pushing hard for that classic high school romance vibe. Meanwhile, Wei Qingyu is sitting in the back, her grip tightening on her pen like she's ready to snap it in half. She finally stands up, looking absolutely done with the nonsense. She marches right up to Jai Zio, reminding her that she skipped breakfast this morning. It's a total power move, and she offers her a small cake as a peace offering. But then she pulls a total savage card, coldly declaring she doesn't actually want to eat it herself. Jai Zio is left standing there, sweating bullets and wondering what she did to deserve this icy treatment. As Wei Qingyu walks away, the other girls quickly swoop in to claim the leftover cake. Our poor heroine is clearly distracted by all the chaos. Fast forward to the auditorium where the atmosphere is thick with tension. A classmate tries to sit next to Jai Zio, but our girl is already playing defense. She claims the seat is taken, clearly hoping for a certain someone to fill it. She looks around nervously like a lost puppy waiting for its owner. Even so, her popularity is through the roof as everyone wants a piece of her time. They ask if she's ready to give love a try, but our girl is strictly focused on survival. She shuts down the romance talk immediately, saying she has no plans to fall in love right now. Little does she know, Wei Qingyu is listening to every single word from the shadows. She's thinking some pretty dark thoughts about whether she'll even be around much longer. The teasing is cut short when the big meeting finally kicks off. Enter the new dean, Lin Yu, who radiates such a powerful aura that nobody can believe she's an Omega. Jai Xiao is totally panicking because this character wasn't supposed to show up until way later in the story. The dean doesn't waste any time and drops a massive bombshell on the students. She announces a new tutor program specifically for the experimental class. She even manages to make the other teachers blush with just a single glance. But then she turns up the heat, announcing a major test coming up at the end of next month. The way she looks at Wei Qingyu is straight up predatory. Our girl Jai Xiao is trembling, feeling like there's a literal target on her back. The dean explains that she's introducing the tutor program to improve everyone's grades. She asks for volunteers to take on the burden of tutoring Jai Xiao. Jai Xiao knows she's being set up to look bad, but suddenly the room explodes. Everyone is raising their hands. It's a total chaotic mess of people desperate to be her tutor. The dean looks visibly annoyed that her plan to isolate Jai Xiao is backfiring so spectacularly. The class rep stands up with a savage flex, showing off her near-perfect scores to prove she's the best choice. She even suggests she can go to Jai Xiao's house on the weekends for some private lessons. You can practically see the sparks flying from Wei Qingyu's eyes now. She stands up with pure main character energy and declares that she will be Jai Xiao's tutor. The entire room goes silent as the two top students have a tense standoff. Wei Qingyu reminds everyone that she has always had the best grades and is obviously the most suitable. The dean puts the ball in Jai Xiao's court, asking her who she actually wants. Without skipping a beat, our girl picks Wei Qingyu, obviously. But the dean isn't done yet and summons Wei Qingyu to her office immediately. Jai Xiao watches them walk away, her heart sinking with worry. She's terrified that the dean is going to manipulate Wei Qingyu into backing out of the deal. Inside the office, the truth comes out. The dean pulled strings just to get this position and protect her. But Wei Qingyu defends our girl, saying Jai Xiao is the reason she isn't being bullied anymore. The dean isn't convinced and looks ready to handle things her own way. Wei Qingyu finally escapes the office looking totally exhausted. But our girl was waiting for her with a fresh drink from the tea shop across the street. Jai Xiao thanks her for taking the initiative and sticking up for her during that tutor showdown. Look at that blush, our cold queen is totally melting for this milk tea peace offering. Back at school, things are still far from peaceful. A mysterious gift is left on a desk, and it looks like someone is still trying to play games behind the scenes. But they didn't count on Wei Qingyu's sharp eyes catching them in the act. She corners the girl immediately, demanding to know if she was the one behind the cake from yesterday. Our girl is looking absolutely stunned. In the classroom, tensions are already rising as someone warns that her actions will only lead to trouble. Kayonai stares back with those big judging eyes, while our poor heroine just stands there trying to keep it together. Suddenly, a mysterious gift appears on the desk, and rumors start flying that Jai Xiao isn't looking for love. But this girl isn't backing down, demanding to know what's really going on between them. Our girl's mind starts racing. Are they roommates, enemies, or something more? She finally bites back, coldly stating they are just classmates. The other girl scoffs, claiming our heroine clearly means nothing to Jai Xiao. Our girl clenches her fist, the savage energy finally bubbling to the surface. She calls out the girl for trying to deliver a secret gift, mocking her lack of confidence. The atmosphere turns icy as the truth starts to sting. You're the one who isn't confident, she snaps, leaving the other girl speechless. Left alone in the quiet classroom, a familiar scent hits her. It's mango, just like that mysterious cake. She stares at the gift, her heart heavy. The words "you mean nothing" echo in her head as she grips the box tight. But eventually she lets go, whispering a soft mango "huh." It's just a cake, she tells herself, but the doubt is already planted. Later, she's back at her desk when Jai Xiao suddenly appears. She looks like a total main character as she strolls into the room. Jai Xiao calls everyone over to check out the gift. And when she realizes our girl might not want it, she casually offers to toss it in the trash. A savage move. Someone offers a quick thank you, but our girl is already retreating into her books. As the sun begins to set, the two walk home together. Jai Xiao is curious why she's been heading to school so early. Our girl tries to play it cool, claiming she just wanted extra study time. Jai Xiao isn't buying it, warning her that it's dangerous to be out alone in the dark. She even invites her to her room later to help with the study plan. Our heroine can't help but blush at the unexpected kindness. Look at that face, she's totally swooning. But the mood shifts when the maid brings in a tray of fresh mangoes. Our girl immediately shuts it down, declaring she has zero interest in eating them. Back in her room, things start getting chaotic as she feels a strange discomfort. She tries to reach for something to help, but suddenly collapses with a sharp gasp. Jai Zio hears the commotion and starts pounding on the door. She's freaking out, demanding to know what's wrong. She bursts inside, only to be hit with a powerful scent of mint pheromones. Our poor heroine is huddled on the floor, looking absolutely fragile. Her eyes are glazed over as the fever takes hold. Jai Zio rushes to her side, but our girl tries to push her away, insisting she's fine. Jai Zio knows better and offers to get an inhibitor immediately. She searches for the medicine, but our girl begs her to just leave the room. The fever reaction is unlike anything she's ever felt before. It's intense, overwhelming, and totally out of control. The inhibitors are scattered across the floor in the chaos. She whimpers no as the pain intensifies. She's trembling, her face flushed with heat. "Please," she whispers, barely hanging on. Jai Zio returns, her face a mask of concern as she sees the state of the room. She sees our girl collapsed and knows she has to act fast. Our heroine is at her limit. Jai Zio looks her in the eye and promises she will never hurt her, begging for her trust. She reaches out a hand. Our girl hesitates, can she really trust this person? But Jai Zio's gaze is so sincere it hurts. Finally, our girl yields, leaning into her touch. "I trust you," she whispers, letting Jai Zio take charge. Jai Zio prepares the injection, her focus absolute. Our girl closes her eyes, bracing herself. "Don't worry, the pain will be over soon," Jai Zio comforts her. They share an intimate embrace as the medicine begins to work. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Eventually, our girl is tucked safely into bed with Jai Zio watching over her. Hours pass as the sun goes down and the moon rises. When she finally flutters her eyes open, Jai Zio is right there waiting. She's been out for 3 hours and Jai Zio hasn't left her side for a second. She even offers some mangoes to help her recover, calling her cute while she sleeps. But our girl drops a bombshell: she actually hates mangoes. In fact, just looking at them makes her sick and she might even be allergic. Jai Zio goes into full panic mode, ordering the maid to get rid of every single mango in the house. She realizes the mangoes were what triggered the early fever in the first place. Our heroine realizes that despite the drama, Jai Zio was genuinely looking out for her. But there's still a lingering lack of trust. To prove she's sincere, Jai Zio takes a sip of the medicine first. She leaves the bowl and a sweet candy by the bedside. As the door clicks shut, our girl finally drinks the medicine, realizing her feelings might be changing after all. Our girl is glued to her phone late at night, trying to bridge the gap with the person she's hurt in the past. Across town, the object of her affection is also wide awake, staring at her own screen and contemplating their messy history. Our girl texts her boss, admitting she just took some incredibly bitter medicine just to prove her sincerity to someone. She's desperate to make up for the bad things she did, but the weight of those past mistakes still hangs over them like heavy chains. The other girl, reading these messages, realizes she might have totally misunderstood our girl's intentions back then. Her boss encourages her not to give up, because if she puts her heart into it, the other person will eventually feel it. Jai Zio is determined to survive this chaotic world with her pride and her glands intact. But as she finally says goodnight, the other girl is left in the dark, wondering if our girl is still hiding something deep inside. The tension is palpable as she stares into the distance, questioning everything she thought she knew about our poor heroine. Cut to the next day at school, where our girl is playing the role of the perfect, helpful student. She's busy explaining complex formulas to a classmate who is clearly more interested in our girl's face than the math. When Jai Zio asks if she finally understands, the girl plays dumb just to stay close, practically leaning into her personal space. Our girl is low-key offended that her teaching skills are being questioned. But before things get any weirder, she's suddenly grabbed by the arm. That's when Wei Qingyu appears, looking like a total ice queen and interrupting the flirtation. The atmosphere turns freezing instantly as the pink-haired girl bristles. Wei Qingyu doesn't say a word and just turns to leave. Jai Zio quickly sits down, trying to play it cool by saying she's just naturally polite to outsiders. But the word outsider hits Wei Qingyu like a physical blow, even if she won't admit it. They sit in awkward silence in the stands, until a sudden shout warns them of danger flying their way. Everything freezes for a split second. Without thinking, our girl lunges forward and pushes Wei Qingyu out of the way. They tumble onto the benches, with Jai Zio landing right on top of her in a classic heart-stopping trope. Wei Qingyu's heart is doing backflips as she stares up at her savior. Our girl immediately asks if she's all right, but then she notices the sharp sting on her own neck. Wei Qingyu gasps because our girl is actually bleeding from the impact. Jai Zio looks at the blood on her hand, completely dazed. Wei Qingyu's protective instincts kick in as she pulls our girl close to inspect the damage. The wound is nasty, and the culprits, 3 guilty-looking boys, try to blame it on a sudden gust of wind. Wei Qingyu isn't buying their excuses for a single second. She goes full savage mode, demanding to know if they're trying to avoid responsibility. She stands up for our girl with a ferocity that leaves everyone stunned. When the boys try to apologize to her, she shuts them down, telling them to apologize to the person they actually hurt. Our girl is absolutely swooning, realizing that Wei Qingyu finally has her back. After the boys bow and scurry away, Xiao reaches out and gently touches her hand. She flashes a dazzling, grateful smile, telling her it's okay and not to be angry anymore. She leads Wei Qingyu toward the infirmary hand in hand. At the infirmary, the medicine is applied to the wound on our girl's neck, and Xiao can't help but hiss in pain. The nurse starts lecturing her for being careless, but Wei Qingyu snaps back, defending her because she was only injured while protecting someone else. Our girl's heart is practically melting at this point. As they're left alone, Wei Qingyu leans in close to the wound, her breath hitching as she realizes how close it came to permanent injury. She softly asks if it still hurts. Our girl admits she just acted on instinct without thinking. Wei Qingyu tells her never to do it again. But Xiao thinks to herself that if it's for her, she'd gladly do it 1,000 times over. To lighten the mood, our girl pulls some candy out of her pocket and offers it like a peace offering. Wei Qingyu actually smiles, taking the treat with a soft look in her eyes. The nurse returns, revealing she heard all about how Wei Qingyu handled those bullies. She warns them that if the cut had been any deeper, our girl's pheromones would have leaked out everywhere. Xiao gets all flustered by the thought, but the nurse drops a total bombshell, telling Wei Qingyu that from now on, she has to be the one responsible for Xiao. Our girl is looking absolutely stunned because the reality of Xiao's sacrifice is finally sinking in. She's drowning in guilt, realizing that while she was playing games, Xiao was out here catching strays for her. The school nurse isn't making things any easier, low-key roasting them for not taking the injury seriously. Our poor heroine is a literal puddle of worry right now, unable to take her eyes off her protector. The nurse continues her kids these days rant, clearly done with their teenage drama. Qingyu quickly apologizes, promising to be much more careful with the medicine this time. Suddenly, the door is practically kicked off its hinges as teacher Liu slams into the room, screaming for her niece. The vibe in the infirmary goes from 0 to 100 real quick. The teacher is in full protective anti-mode, demanding to know which savage dared to lay a hand on her precious Qingyu. Xiao is standing there sweating bullets, probably imagining her entire academic career flashing before her eyes. But before the teacher can go nuclear, our girl steps up and admits that Xiao was actually the one who got hurt protecting her. Teacher Liu is completely shook, her brain failing to process this heroic plot twist. She's like, wait, this little troublemaker actually saved you. The nurse tells the teacher to stop being dramatic and actually look at the wounds. It turns out the cut was dangerously close to Xiao's glands, which is a massive deal for an alpha. The teacher realizes she's been totally unfair and starts seeing Xiao in a whole new light. Even the nurse chimed in, saying that such bravery deserves praise, not suspicion. Teacher Liu actually swallows her pride and apologizes to Xiao for the misunderstanding. Xiao plays it off like a total boss, saying it's no big deal as long as no one pours salt on her neck later. The teacher heads out, reminding them to focus on their exams, while Xiao's inner monologue is just pure chaotic snark. As the tension fades, Qingyu casually mentions that the scary teacher is actually her aunt. Xiao is just staring at the bandage on her neck, probably wondering how her life became a soap opera. Our girl is feeling the weight of their messy history, regretting how much they've drifted apart. Xiao looks surprisingly solemn as she finishes up with the medicine. This moment of closeness triggers a major flashback to when they were adorable kids playing with a puppy. They used to be inseparable before the drama started. Back in the present, the school day is winding down under a golden sunset. Xiao's friends think she's cursed and suggest getting an amulet to stop the streak of bad luck. Xiao is looking at them like they've lost their minds. Her friend is being super clingy, but Xiao feels like this entire conversation is just one giant case of deja vu. She's told her memory is playing tricks on her, but she's not buying it. Meanwhile, Qingyu is walking nearby, looking like a literal angel and totally ignoring the noise. But wait, check out that bracelet on her wrist. That's going to be important later. Suddenly, a new challenger appears as Heroine runs up to the group. Everyone's faces are a complete mood of oh boy, here we go. Heroine is laying the pick-me energy on thick, bringing special medicine for her senior Zai. Qingyu and the squad are giving her the ultimate death stare from the sidelines. Our heroine looks like she's about to faint from the sheer audacity. Xiao, being way too nice, actually accepts the gift. She even gives Heroine a head pat, and you can practically hear Qingyu's heart shattering. Heroine starts bragging about how they've been besties since junior high, trying to mark her territory. She's really leaning into the I knew her first flex, claiming Xiao always used to protect her from bullies. Xiao is just standing there like, sure I guess. But the drama is cut short by a literal honk from hell as Truck-kun makes an unexpected appearance. It's pure chaos as everyone screams for their lives. In a split second, a hand reaches out and grabs someone before they get flattened. Xiao is moving like a blur of pure determination. The mysterious bracelet clanks as the dust settles. Heroine is staring at it, her brain short-circuiting. Xiao is only worried about one person, desperately asking if Qingyu is okay. It turns out our girl was the one who reacted with lightning speed to push everyone out of the way. The rest of the girls are standing there looking absolutely useless and stunned. Qingyu just stands there looking ethereal in the sunset, proving she's the real MVP. Xiao tries to recover by suggesting they all go get cotton candy, clearly desperate to change the subject. But as they walk, she can't help but ask about that flashy bracelet. Qingyu drops the most savage flex of the century. You can't buy this because there are only 2 in the entire world. Xiao looks like she just ate a lemon, realizing her junior high stories mean nothing now. Qingyu feels a little petty for the power move, but hey, a girl's gotta protect her territory. The squad finally relaxes with their treats as the sun goes down. Later that night, the vibe shifts to something much more intimate. Qingyu heads over to Xiao's place and gives the door a soft knock. She finds the door unlocked and lets herself in. And oh my god, she is not prepared for what's inside. Xiao is fresh out of the shower, wearing nothing but a bathrobe and looking way too good. Our poor heroine is officially malfunctioning, staring at those legs and realizing she is in way over her head. Our girl is making sure her wound stayed bone dry during her shower, but her companion can't help but gulp at the sight of that exposed neck. As they head over to the nightstand, our heroine starts praising Jenny for being surprisingly caring enough to buy her medicine. She even admits that having a short-tempered little sister like her wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But as she's busy gushing, she accidentally squeezes the tube way too hard, and it straight up explodes in her hand. Our girl is totally stunned by the mess, and the green-eyed beauty immediately lunges forward to check if she's hurt. Cue the dramatic heart thumping as their hands lock together. The tension is absolutely electric as she gently blows on the skin, leaving our poor heroine a blushing, stuttering mess. She tries to play it cool, but it's time to get that ointment on her scent gland. While she's being treated, she asks what the other girl really thinks of Jenny. She's trying to be mature, but the application is getting a little too intense. Then comes the savage question, how would you compare Jenny to me? Our girl doesn't miss a beat, claiming Jenny doesn't even come close. In her eyes, if we're talking omega tiers, her friend is a total S rank while Jenny is a basic A. This high-tier praise has the other girl looking touched, though our girl is still a bit dazed. To make things even more chaotic, she's told her scent gland looks like a little peach, sending her face into full tomato mode. Fast forward to a chilly school day, and our girl is sweating bullets over her upcoming biology exam. She's terrified that if she doesn't get an A, her scent gland might be in literal danger. To distract her, they make a high-stakes bet on whether it'll snow today, with the winner getting one unconditional wish. The exam finally ends, and our girl feels like she totally crushed it. Looking at the clear sky, she thinks she's safe from losing the bet. She's already planning how to use her wish to save her neck. But then the universe decides to be savage and starts snowing. She's stuck without an umbrella until her rival appears like a guardian angel. She lost the bet fair and square, and the tension spikes as she wonders what kind of tormenting wish is coming. But instead of a demand, the wish is put on hold. Why the bet? Because according to her mama, snow before winter means dreams come true. Another heart-stopping moment follows as they share a quiet, intimate walk. They decide to celebrate the exam with some hot pot. Our girl tries to act like a spice lord, but she's forgetting that the original version of her had 0 spice tolerance. She's ordering things she used to hate, and it's making her friend very suspicious. As they dig into the meal and talk about beta genetics and pheromone attraction, our girl realizes how much she's improved. But just as things are getting comfortable, the mood shifts. With a sudden clack of her chopsticks, the green-eyed beauty looks her dead in the eye and drops the ultimate question, do you like me? Our girl is caught completely off guard when the topic turns to the scandalous and aggressive world of pheromones. She tries to play it cool while holding her lemonades, but Willow is having a full-blown chibai panic attack, swearing it's not what she thinks. She demands to know why our heroine is even asking such a spicy question. Apparently, high-grade pheromones usually smell aggressive and gross, but Willow is genuinely curious about her own scent. Our poor heroine looks her dead in the eye, worrying she might hurt her feelings with the truth. But then she drops the bomb. Willow actually smells amazing. She describes the scent like the juiciest peaches from around the world, carefully distilled into a high-end brandy. Even the lemonade can't mask how thirsty our girl is getting for that specific fragrance. She realizes she wouldn't even mind being completely covered in it, which is definitely a bold thought to have over dinner. Willow is absolutely stunned, wondering if this is a low-key confession. She tries to cover up her blushing face by aggressively stuffing her mouth with food. But the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our girl asks what's wrong as Willow desperately gulps down her drink to hide the chaotic emotions swirling inside. She's so flustered she can barely function. Wait, she's so out of it that she accidentally drinks directly from our girl's glass. That's an indirect kiss, girl. Get it together before you short-circuit during hot pot. Later that night, things take a sharp turn for the dramatic. Willow is back in her room and she's in absolute agony, regretting not listening to the warnings about the spice. She desperately texts Serena, begging for medicine before anyone else finds out about her embarrassing situation. Our heroine promises to come over immediately, making Willow feel a tiny bit of relief in the middle of her pain. But as she huddles on the floor in the dark, the heat is starting to take over. She feels so lonely and vulnerable, her eyes practically glowing with desperation. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Our girl has arrived with the goods. Willow screams for her to stay out, but the door creaks open anyway. Our girl steps into the danger zone, asking what happened. She looks like an angel coming to the rescue, but Willow's instincts are already turning feral. She grabs our girl, her heart hammering against her ribs with a loud bass thump. Willow warns her that she shouldn't have stepped foot in here. Our girl can see the struggle in her eyes and doesn't back down for a second. Willow reaches out, her touch trembling with a mix of hunger and regret. She's blushing like a tomato, barely holding back her wilder side. She demands our heroine leave quickly before she loses her mind. But our girl isn't moving an inch. She looks back with a gaze full of concern and hidden resolve. Willow is losing it, shouting at her to just drop the medicine and run. She falls to her knees, terrified of what she might do if they're left alone for one more second. The control is slipping through her fingers like sand. Deep down, a dark voice is telling her she wants to dominate our poor heroine. She's fighting her own nature with everything she has left. Our girl stands her ground, refusing to leave Willow in such a miserable state. She walks right up to the girl who's currently a ticking time bomb. Willow is clenching her teeth, trying to push our girl away for her own safety. She's curled up, looking absolutely defeated by her own biology. But our heroine just places a gentle, steady hand on her shoulder. She asks if she's still in pain, even as Willow confesses she's in her rut and won't be able to control herself. Our girl ignores the warning and starts helping her toward the bed. Every movement is slow and deliberate, ignoring the heavy tension in the air. Willow is practically begging her to listen to reason, but our girl has decided that she's done playing it safe. She points out that Willow has saved her so many times, so why can't she return the favor just this once? Memories of their past together flash through her mind, showing how close they've become. She can't just ignore Willow anymore, not after everything they've been through. She holds her tight, providing a sanctuary in the middle of the storm. Willow's resolve finally snaps as she gasps for help. Our girl is determined to see this through, no matter how savage things get. She asks where the suppressants are kept, her voice calm and steady. Willow points to the second drawer with the last of her strength. Our girl moves fast, searching for the only thing that can stop this madness. She finds the box hidden away. She grabs it, knowing time is running out. Willow watches her with a look of pure, unadulterated longing. Our girl prepares the syringe, her hands finally finding the cue. But as she approaches, Willow isn't finished with her yet. She pulls our girl close, whispering that her scent alone is driving her insane. She leans in, her breath hot against our heroine's neck. She nuzzles into her, making our girl's heart skip a beat. The intimacy is off the charts as Willow loses herself in the fragrance. Our girl can only gasp as the world around them seems to burst into bloom. They're locked in a desperate embrace against the wall. The air is thick with the scent of peaches and flowers. Our girl realizes that if Willow marks her right now, she might actually be okay with it. Her heart is thumping so loud it's the only thing she can hear. But then reality hits her like a cold shower. She clenches the syringe, wondering how they could ever face each other if they crossed that line. She tells Willow to just bear with it for a little longer. With a steady hand, she delivers the injection to Willow's neck. Willow winces as the medicine finally kicks in. She collapses forward into our girl's arms, all that chaotic energy finally draining away. Hours pass, and our girl stays right by her side until the clock strikes late. Just as she's about to leave, Willow's hand shoots out and grabs hers. She looks up with puppy dog eyes, begging her not to go. Our heroine looks down at the girl who just tried to devour her. And with a soft smile, she promises she's not going anywhere. Serena promises to stay by Willow's side as the night deepens. She looks down at the sleeping girl, realizing that even a powerful S-class alpha can have moments of total, heartbreaking vulnerability. As she traces Willow's face, her mind is a chaotic mess of why am I still here? She was actually ready to let Willow mark her, a thought that should be terrifying but instead feels right. Her heart is racing like a ticking clock as the realization finally hits her like a freight train. Our girl is officially catching feelings for the very person she should be running away from. But can she really trust someone who once pushed her toward a dark abyss? Suddenly, a traumatic memory resurfaces, a night at the mansion where everything went wrong. We see a young, injured Willow crying while Serena tries to comfort her. Their childhood was anything but peaceful, marked by a terrifying kidnapping attempt and a man who didn't care about hurting children. A rescue mission ended in a hail of gunfire and blood, leaving scars that never truly faded. Willow jolts awake from the nightmare, gasping for air. She sees Serena resting peacefully beside her and is immediately hit by her sweet scent. The temptation is too much, and our girl leans in, ready to risk it all for a secret kiss. But of course, the universe is a hater, and the maid knocks on the door at the worst possible second. Willow practically jumps out of her skin, trying to act like she wasn't just about to commit a felony. The maid, Anna, is a total mood, immediately sensing the spicy atmosphere and teasing them about their childhood sweetheart energy. Willow kicks her out in a blush-fueled rage, but she can't stop thinking about how close she came to crossing the line. Later at school, things don't get any easier. Serena watches from the sidelines as Willow gets showered with attention for a drawing she didn't even make. When a random senior tries to corner Serena with a gift, he clearly doesn't know who he's messing with. He gets aggressive and grabs her shoulder, thinking he can force her to comply. But Willow swoops in like a savage guardian angel, slapping his hand away with zero hesitation. She stands tall, eyes flashing with protective fury, making it crystal clear that Serena is off limits to everyone but her. Our girl isn't letting this creep get away with harassing Serena, telling him to get lost since he's already been rejected twice. The guy tries to act like he's way out of her league anyway as he retreats in total shame. Our girl checks on Serena, who is looking absolutely precious while thanking her for the save. Serena is clearly swooning over the rescue, her face turning a lovely shade of pink. But Willow isn't done, lecturing her about how dangerous it is to meet guys in quiet places alone. Serena blushes even harder, realizing she was actually going to reject him in public until Willow impulsively jumped in. Willow claims she was just there to refill her water bottle, but Serena isn't a fool. She knows her bottle was already filled this morning. Still, she agrees to walk back to class together, enjoying the company. Their bonding time is cut short when a teacher calls them to the office. Willow starts sweating bullets, wondering if she's in trouble. So they meet Aunt Luna, who teases them about their test results. Turns out they both crushed it with straight A's. Serena took first place, while Willow managed to snag a solid third. Our girl is basically vibrating with joy. Luna even hands out Christmas apples as a reward. Willow is shocked she actually got a gift. She realizes she's finally won over the mini-boss of the story, but the big boss is another story. That night, Willow is drowning in a sea of love letters she dragged home from school. She sighs, complaining about how heavy all these cards are. She starts texting her boss, Serena, who is being her usual ice queen self. Serena admits she threw away all her cards, asking if Willow thinks she's heartless. Willow defends her, saying it's her choice what to do with her gifts. Then out of nowhere, Serena drops a Merry Christmas text. Willow is over the moon, feeling the holiday spirit. Suddenly, a knock at her door breaks the silence. She opens it to find a mysterious gift waiting on the floor. It's a present and a card from Serena herself. Willow's heart is doing backflips as she reads the name. Willow is deeply touched, never expecting Serena to get her anything. She realizes if Serena gave her a gift, she'll definitely accept one in return. Willow rushes to Serena's room to return the favor. Serena is stunned into silence by the gesture. She feels the warmth of receiving a gift from her friend for the first time. Fast forward to the big night at the villa. Willow's dad is home early to prep for a high society party. Willow is loving the rich life, but notices Serena is still stuck in her room studying. Our girl decides to drag Serena into the spotlight to help her make a comeback. She literally grabs Serena's hand and pulls her away from her books. Serena is suspicious, knowing she hates being around the dad. But Willow insists and hands over a stunning dress. She orders the maids to make Serena look like a literal goddess. Willow steps out first, looking like a total baddie in a black gown. But then Serena appears and the atmosphere changes completely. She is looking absolutely ethereal in her gown. Willow is completely mesmerized by her beauty. Willow presents the final touch, the expensive jewelry that was sent for restoration. Serena thinks it's too much, but Willow insists it was always meant for her. Even the dad wants some attention, asking Willow to fix his tie. Willow plays along because she can't afford to fall out with him just yet. As they head to the party, Willow feels like she's forgetting something crucial. They arrive at the venue just as the VIPs show up. The crowd goes wild because Mr. Jin has arrived. Willow's eyes widen as she hears the name. Out of the car steps a guy who looks like he walked out of a dream. Willow's brain short-circuits as she remembers the original plot. This is Avery Jin, the original male lead of the entire novel, and he's finally here. Our girl is low-key spiraling because the male lead, Avery, has finally made his grand entrance. When she's asked if she's interested in him, she shuts that down with a savage no before anyone can even finish the sentence. Serena is left standing there completely baffled by the sudden outburst. Willow knows the original script says Avery is supposed to fall for Serena right here under the moonlight. And honestly, looking at him, he's definitely got that main character glow. He's got a presence that's way too strong for his age. Willow feels the pressure as he glances their way, knowing she has to move fast. While the adults are busy doing business things, our girl is sweating bullets because if these two meet now, the plot is going to steamroll her. She takes one look at Serena's perfect profile and realizes that the second Avery sees her, it's game over. Thinking fast, she grabs her own ear and physically blocks Serena from moving an inch forward. She pulls the classic "I lost my earring" move and begs Serena to go check the car for her. She looks like she's about to have a heart attack, but Serena, being the sweet soul she is, agrees to help. Willow feels terrible for being selfish, but she has a timeline to save. Just as Serena leaves, her dad introduces her to Avery and his father. They start making small talk about school. And then the bombshell drops. Avery might be transferring to her school soon. Our girl's face says it all. This was definitely not part of the plan. She decides right then and there to start trash talking the school so hard he'll never want to step foot in it. She puts on her best helpful friend face and drags him away to tell him the truths. He asks about the syllabus, and she lies through her teeth, saying it's a total nightmare. Meanwhile, Serena finally makes her entrance into the party looking like a total queen. She immediately starts looking for Willow and spots her sitting off in a corner with some mystery guy. The two of them are tucked away at a private table, and Serena is clearly not happy about how close they look. Willow is blissfully unaware, thinking she's successfully saved Serena from her own fate. She's so lost in thought that she doesn't even notice Avery staring at her. He has to literally knock on the table to get her attention. Our poor heroine is caught off guard and tries to play it cool by saying she's just bored. But Avery isn't a fool. He calls her out on her lies about the school being strict in 2 seconds flat. He leans in close and asks if she just straight up doesn't want him there. Willow decides to be honest for once and tells him that yeah, it's a problem. When he asks why, she gives him the coldest, not everything needs a reason ever. Internally, she's screaming that his very existence is the reason. She tells him she's glad she was the one who met him today and not Serena. But little does she know, Serena is watching them from the shadows, and her jealousy is reaching a boiling point. As the clock strikes, Serena finally approaches and asks if they had a good chat. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife as Serena throws Willow's words back at her. Willow is sweating bullets as Serena demands to know if she saw him. Serena confirms she saw his face, but thankfully she says she didn't see him clearly. Willow celebrates a mental victory, thinking her plan worked perfectly. Serena calls him a sourpuss with a sharp tongue, making it seem like she has zero interest. But then she adds that he's a gentleman in a way and turns the question back on Willow. Willow is confused by the sudden shift in vibe. As they walk out together, Serena is clearly fuming, denying that she was watching them all night. She snaps at Willow to go away, leaving our girl completely lost. Willow notices Serena looks pale and asks if she's okay. Serena mentions that her pheromones smell sour, a total sign of jealousy in this world. She's blushing hard, but Willow thinks it's a medical emergency. She tries to drag Serena to a clinic, but Serena insists she just needs to rest. As Serena heads for the car, a speeding vehicle comes out of nowhere with a deafening screech. Everything happens in a blur. Willow is thrown to the ground and there's blood everywhere. The scene is pure chaos. Serena screams and pushes through the crowd to get to her. Even Avery looks horrified as he rushes over. He reaches out to pick her up, but Willow is barely hanging on. She's in total agony and can barely open her eyes. Her dad arrives and tries to take her to the car, but Willow weakly tugs on his sleeve. She begs him not to hand her over to Avery. Serena sees this and doesn't hesitate for a second. In a total power move, Serena scoops Willow up in her arms herself. The dad is left standing there in shock as Serena carries our girl to safety. Cut to the hospital where the atmosphere is heavy. Business partners are waiting for Willow's dad, but he's in full protective mode and tells them they can leave if they can't wait. He doesn't give a single damn about work right now. He's been sitting by her side for hours, watching over her while she sleeps. When Willow finally wakes up with her arm in a cast, he's overwhelmed with relief. He tells her he's already investigating the accident and promises it wasn't a targeted attack. He strokes her hair gently, but his eyes tell a different story. He vows that he will never let this nightmare happen to her again. And judging by that terrifying look on his face, someone is definitely going to pay. Willow is stuck in the hospital, haunted by the nightmare of her past. Her dad, Nigel, is hovering like a protective hawk, reminding her that the Wise family is absolute poison. He's still nursing a decades-old grudge, blaming them for the fact that Willow's arm was permanently ruined. He's practically vibrating with rage, thinking about how they called the cops instead of just paying a ransom. He claims our poor heroine wouldn't have suffered a bit if they'd just listened. But here's the real tea. Back during the kidnapping, little Willow actually lied to protect Serena. She took the trauma all on her own and hid the truth. Dad doesn't care about the details, though. He tells her straight up not to trust any of them, especially not Serena. Talk about bad timing, because Serena is right outside the door, hearing every savage word. She freezes up, looking totally crushed. When she finally works up the courage to walk in, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Our girl can see the heartbreak written all over Serena's face. Dad gives Serena the ultimate cold shoulder, barely acknowledging her existence. He leaves with one final, ominous warning for Willow to keep her guard up. Serena is spiraling hard, wondering if Willow will fall under her dad's influence and start tormenting her again. She's terrified of going back to that cold treatment, but Willow isn't having any of that drama and calls her over with a sweet smile. Serena is sweating bullets, trying to explain that she never meant for Willow to get hurt. She insists her parents were always loyal friends to Nigel. With tears in her eyes, Serena begs Willow not to drop her back into the darkness. She's practically swooning as she declares that Willow is the only one she ever wants. Our girl looks her dead in the eye and promises to trust her, no matter what the rest of the world thinks. The vibes are finally shifting as Willow tells Serena she's not alone anymore. Serena's eyes are all puffy from crying, so Willow tells her to take a nap in the hospital bed. Serena gets all flustered, totally misinterpreting the invitation. But our girl is just being a gentleman and offers to take a walk while Serena rests. As Serena helps adjust Willow's sling, their hearts start going ba-thump. Willow is feeling some very chaotic alpha impulses she can't quite explain. She watches Serena sleep like an angel, and the urge to possess her starts getting dangerously strong. She leans in close, almost losing her cool, when suddenly Kiki bursts in and ruins the moment. She catches them looking way too cozy and starts teasing Willow for taking advantage of the situation. To escape the awkwardness, Kiki drags Willow to the rooftop. She casually picks the lock like a total savage and breaks out the secret stash of alcohol. As they vibe, Kiki drops a major truth bomb. She's noticed Willow is paying way too much attention to Omegas lately, and our girl is left wondering, is she really being that obvious? Serena reminds our girl that she's no longer alone, offering a shoulder to lean on in this sterile hospital room. Our heroine is touched, and look at that blush, she's practically glowing. Serena finally lets out a soft thank you, and our girl can't help but notice those puffy eyes. It turns out, even with our girl safely in a hospital bed with her arm all wrapped up, Serena is still traumatized by the sight of that car accident. Ever the opportunist, our girl invites Serena to crawl into bed and rest with her. Serena is absolutely flustered by the suggestion, but our girl plays it cool, saying she needs to take a walk anyway. Serena realizes she totally overthought it and offers to help readjust her sling instead. Amidst the soft bloom of flowers, Serena's hands get to work. But wait, is that a heartbeat we hear? Our girl is suddenly feeling a very strange sensation. She's sweating bullets as Serena gets way too close for comfort. Why is her body reacting like it's being hit by a freight train just from a simple touch? She wonders if alphas really are just slaves to their impulses when a pretty omega is around. Once the sling is fixed, our girl plays the good patient and tells Serena to get some actual sleep. Serena finally tucks herself in, and while she drifts off, our heroine enjoys some home-cooked soup while keeping a watchful eye on her sleeping beauty. She can't stop staring at that peaceful face. As the soup disappears, our girl finds herself wandering over to the bedside. Suddenly, a deep subconscious need to possess this woman starts bubbling up. She leans in close, heart pounding, but just as things are getting spicy, asterisk knock knock asterisk, it's Kiki barging in with zero respect for the romantic tension. Our girl has to jump back and act like she wasn't just about to risk it all. Kiki, being a total savage, immediately asks if she was taking advantage of the sleeping beauty. Our girl is annoyed that her glorious injury is now public news. They try to keep it down so they don't wake the princess, and Kiki suggests they hit the rooftop for some air. After a quick flower-powered transition, they find the rooftop door is locked tight. But Kiki isn't just a gossip, she's a pro lockpicker. They step out into the crisp air, and our girl follows her friend onto the ledge. Kiki pulls out the ultimate hospital contraband, cold alcohol. Our girl is shocked, but Kiki explains she spent way too much time in this hospital because of a family member. They toast to the quiet life, enjoying a moment where no nurses are nagging them. Our girl assumes Kiki is visiting Jenny, but Kiki shuts that theory down fast. Then Kiki drops a truth bomb. Our girl pays way too much attention to Omegas lately. Our heroine plays dumb, but the internal crisis is real. Later back at the manor, the tension shifts to a fancy fountain pen. Serena asks if the flower on the nib is a hoary stalk. Our girl is just trying to use her pen, but Serena is busy being a master florist, snipping away while explaining the difference. Serena drops the mic. She bought that pen and she knows exactly what's on it. She looks absolutely salty. She tosses Avery's flowers aside, revealing that he was the one who sent them. Serena is practically dripping with sour pheromones because our girl spent all night chatting with Avery. Serena is clearly jealous, and our girl finally catches on. To smooth things over, she asks Serena to help her test out the pen. Our girl sits down to write, admiring the rose leaf bramble design. She remembers a girl from the past, but realizes the pen is out of ink. Serena offers to fill it and walks over with that graceful or. She takes the pen, carefully refills it, and hands it back. Serena tells her to try writing something, but our girl's handwriting is a total disaster. Serena, ever the supportive wife, tells her it's fine for a first try. Our girl is embarrassed to look so clumsy in front of her. Suddenly, Serena places her hand over our girl's. The proximity is insane. Botham goes the heart. Serena guides her hand, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. It feels like a literal string of likes is pulling our girl forward. She realizes she's writing the words "I like Serena" in her heart. On the paper, she spells out Serena. Serena asks what's wrong, and our girl wonders why she taught her this specific word. Serena explains that as a former lefty, her own name is the only word she's truly mastered. She wanted her name to be the first thing our girl ever learned to write. Our heroine starts spiraling, remembering she's an interloper in this world. She realizes that the Serena of the past loved a different person. Does she even have the right to feel this way? But looking at Serena's gentle smile, those doubts are hard to hold onto as the story continues. Willow is trying to find a moment of peace during the school anniversary. She's checking over her injuries, looking like she's seen better days. But her quiet time is cut short when Kiki shows up carrying enough drinks to supply an army. Kiki starts venting about how the senior classes are being totally extra with their orders. But in true chaotic fashion, Kiki trips and face splints right in front of her. Willow is instantly on high alert, offering to whisk her away to the infirmary. Kiki brushes it off with some savage pride, reminding her she's not a fragile omega who breaks from a little fall. They settle down on the steps, and Kiki hands over a drink meant specifically for Serena. Willow tries to play it cool, asking for advice for a friend who's struggling with a crush. Kiki isn't falling for that tired trope and calls her out immediately. Our girl tries to deny it with everything she's got, but eventually she starts spilling the tea about this friend being a total coward. Kiki's response is a mood, just do it already. Willow worries about wasting her time, but Kiki tells her she's being ridiculous. She drops the ultimate threat. If Willow keeps waiting, Serena might end up married to some random alpha. Kiki gives her that look that says she knows exactly what's up. And Willow literally spits out her drink in shock. She goes into a full-blown defensive spiral, swearing it's not about Serena. Kiki gets surprisingly deep, telling Willow how much she's grown from her old ways. Willow admits she's trying to be a better person, and Kiki gives her the ultimate life lesson. Life is short, so stop overthinking. Feelings are meant to be fought for. Right on cue, the gorgeous Serena appears, looking like a total main character. Willow feels like a total loser for being so hesitant. Kiki, the wingwoman of the century, waves Serena over. Serena looks back, radiating pure grace. Kiki immediately starts spinning a web of lies to push them together. Serena, being an absolute angel, agrees to take Willow with her. Willow's heart starts going absolutely wild. Kiki pushes her forward, mission accomplished. Willow shyly offers the drink, and Serena's thanks is enough to make her melt. She asks to see Serena's speech script, and the words are all about cherishing the present and living without regrets. It hits Willow right where it hurts. Serena gets worried the speech is boring, but Willow reassures her it's perfect. Internally, our girl realizes that if she stays afraid, her fear will just eat her alive. She's determined to let her love bloom. Serena talks about how she never would have made it this far if she'd given up. The two walk off together, looking like the ultimate power couple. Back at the anniversary hall, the rehearsal is about to kick off. A student comes to drag Serena away for her duties. Serena waves a sweet goodbye, leaving Willow standing there like a lost puppy. But Serena calls out, telling her to grab a good seat in the center rows. As Serena walks away, Willow is left blushing like a total mess. She watches her crush go, feeling all the feels. Willow finally takes a seat and checks her phone. She's greeted by a notification from the terrorific trio. Kiki has sent a hot pic of Willow and Serena walking together, and Willow is absolutely dying of embarrassment. The photo is actually super cute, capturing their height difference perfectly. Willow stares at it, her heart doing flips. She tries to act unimpressed in the chat, but she's secretly saving that image immediately. Suddenly, a blonde senior approaches, asking to sit next to her. She's giving off major hopeful vibes. Willow tries to gatekeep the seat, telling her she should go back to her own class. The senior claims she doesn't have an assigned seat. She even tries to bribe Willow with some mango. But the senior is no fool. She points out that Willow is lying about the seat being taken. She asks if Willow actually hates her. Willow is sweating bullets. The senior starts begging, and Willow begins to pity her. She's almost ready to cave. But then a hand drops onto the senior's shoulder. Someone declares the seat is definitely taken. It's Kiki, and she looks absolutely savage. She drops her bag right in the spot, claiming her territory. Kiki sits down with zero hesitation. The poor senior is left standing there looking totally crushed. She looks like she's about to burst into tears. Kiki tells her she should have waited at the entrance like they planned. She hands the girl a grape juice as a peace offering. Kiki then leads the sad senior away to find another spot. They walk out of the rows together, heading toward the back. Other students are already gossiping about how good they look together. The senior admits she probably doesn't even like Willow anymore. She's just feeling a bit jealous and lonely. She wonders when someone will finally like her back. Kiki gives her a comforting head pat, promising her there are alphas out there for her. She just needs to stop looking so far away and notice what's right in front of her. A girl is taking a breather in the assembly hall after her rehearsal part wrapped up. Her friend wonders why she's back so early, but Serena is just glad to be done. She sips her milk tea, looking like a total ice queen. Just 15 minutes ago, things were hectic backstage. Serena catches sight of another girl bringing a box of mangoes to Willow. Our girl's internal reaction is pure chaos, mangoes again. Really? She decides to ditch the drama and head back to the seats. Willow is worried she's not welcome, but our heroine quickly shuts that down. Willow asks about the tea she bought, hoping for a little praise. Serena admits it's nice, but she can't help but compare it to the sweet peach drink Willow got her last time. It tasted sweet, just like her mood. Willow is left blushing, wondering if Serena is dropping some serious hints. But the vibe is ruined when an assistant tells Serena the performance is starting. Wait right now. Apparently, the teacher sent a notification that our girl completely missed because she was too busy flirting. She sets her drink aside and gets ready to head out. Willow catches her off guard by stopping her. She tosses something Serena's way. It's a peach candy to help with the nerves, savage but sweet. Willow tells her not to embarrass her on stage with a smug look, leaving Serena totally flustered. Backstage, the assistant whispers about how arrogant Willow is, and Serena can't help but notice it too. She focuses on her speech as the headmaster wraps up his boring talk. Willow is literally falling asleep until she hears Serena's name called. Our girl steps onto the stage looking absolutely ethereal. The crowd is instantly swooning over the honors class beauty. While the guys in the audience think they have a chance, Willow is sitting back sipping tea and knowing better. Suddenly, phones start dinging everywhere. The group chat is blowing up with close-ups of Serena's pretty face. Willow zooms in, totally obsessed, and casually drops a pretty in the chat. After the speech, Serena is back in the wings. When her phone goes off, she sees 99+ messages and finds Willow calling her my dear in the chat. She can't help but blush at the possessive title. Willow is still in her seat when she gets a text from Serena saying she's done. They start flirting via text, and Serena invites her backstage for a private tour. Serena is waiting for her girl. When Aunt Luna shows up with news about a guest from a rival school, Serena tries to decline, wanting to keep her date with Willow, but the guest is already at the door. In walks Avery Jin, the student rep from Valen. Serena recognizes him instantly. This is the guy who was chatting with Willow all night. He greets her with a charming smile, and they share a formal handshake. Right then, Willow bursts in and sees them holding hands. The silence is deafening. She's internally screaming, wondering how these two even met. She quickly makes up an excuse that Serena asked her to come. There is no way she's letting this male lead have any alone time with her girl. Aunt Luna lets her stay, and Willow stares down the unpredictable Avery. Serena is also on high alert, sensing a weird vibe between the two. Willow is terrified of the mutual attraction theory from the novel and is ready to kick him to the curb. They head to the music room, where the guest teacher asks if Serena plays the piano. He suggests a duet between the two student reps. Willow's jealousy reaches a boiling point. She interrupts and demands to play with Serena instead. Serena is confused, asking when Willow even learned the piano. Willow realizes the original character didn't have this skill, so she invents a lie about taking hobby classes. Serena is worried about her injured arm, but Willow insists she's fine. Aunt Luna agrees and the performance is on. Willow is determined to show the male lead who Serena really belongs to. They sit down at the bench together and choose for Elise. Serena starts the melody, and Willow joins in perfectly. The music fills the room as they play in total sync. In this moment, Serena looks at Willow and wishes time would just stop forever. Serena asks how our girl's hand is feeling after that intense performance. Willow plays it cool, claiming she's as nimble as ever while they finish up their duet. Our girl is feeling herself, but then this random guy starts clapping and ruins the vibe with a history lesson about Beethoven. He's laying it on thick, talking about how Beethoven never found another Elise after his student. Our heroine is internally screaming because this dude is totally trying to move in on her girl Serena. He's even calling Beethoven a playboy to sound sophisticated. But our girl isn't buying a single word of it. He leans in way too close to Serena, whispering that the school isn't as boring as he thought. Willow is literally seeing red, wondering why he's looking at Serena like that. Finally, the performance is over and Serena stands up to leave. Willow wastes no time following her, ready to get away from the creep. She's convinced Serena doesn't have feelings for this Avery guy yet, so there's still hope for our girl. Now it's time for the mandatory group photo, and the teachers are being extra about the seating chart. This same guy tries to slide in next to Willow, giving her a charming smile while asking to stand there. In her head, she's a total savage, knowing he just wants to be near Serena. Serena spots them and looks back with those piercing eyes. She tells the group she's heading over first, and then she pulls the ultimate power move by sliding right. She literally pushes the guy out of the way to take her rightful spot next to our girl. Willow is stunned as Serena casually grabs her arm. Serena looks as cold and beautiful as ever, holding on tight. She tells Willow to just face the camera, claiming she's just supporting Willow's tired arm. Our girl is absolutely swooning, her heart doing backflips. Look at them, matching bracelets and everything. The camera clicks on the most iconic duo in school. Later that night, our girl is beat after battling all day for Serena's attention. She drifts off into a deep sleep. But then things get spicy in her dreams as Serena appears over her. Dream Serena asks if she's happy to see her, leaning in close enough to make anyone tremble. Willow flips the script, pinning Serena down as things get chaotic. She even goes in for a bite, totally lost in Serena's scent. Our girl is deep in it, her heart throbbing with a pain that feels way too real. She suddenly blinks awake, gasping for air. She realizes it was all just a dream, but her face is redder than a beet. She can't stop thinking about Dream Serena's touch. Our poor heroine is dying of embarrassment, but then she realizes the dream had some very physical consequences. She actually wet the covers. She has to sneak out like a ninja to do laundry in the middle of the night. As she waits, her chest still aches with longing. She remembers the feeling of the hug and wonders what the original villain Willow would have done. Suddenly, her phone dings with a message from Kiki. Apparently, her proud ship has officially sailed. Willow taps the link and finds the internet is losing its mind over her and Serena. She's shook. People are pointing out they were holding hands and calling them a perfect match. They even dug up the sports festival hug. But of course, there are haters in the comments. This user Ernana is talking trash, saying Serena was forced to play with an amateur. Willow recognizes that petty energy immediately. It's Mena Liu. Our girl is ready for war. But wait, someone else is already fighting the battle for her. A user named Miss Bunny is shutting down the haters. Cut to Serena's room, where she's actually sniffing Willow's blazer like a total simp. It turns out Serena is Miss Bunny. She's typing at lightning speed to defend her girl. When the haters attack Serena's cold expression, she actually gets insecure and checks the mirror. But then she goes back to the comments, dropping the ultimate truth bomb about their matching bracelets. The fans go wild, declaring the ship is canon. Willow is impressed by her mystery defender and sends a thank you message. Serena sees the message and can't help but smile. They really are the ultimate besties. Our girl Wills is having a total meltdown at the canteen, picking at her food because she's got zero appetite. It turns out she's being targeted by every alpha in school after some jerk snatched the last portion of her favorite sweet and sour pork just to spite her. Apparently, this is the high price she has to pay for snatching the school's top omega. Wills is absolutely fuming because that guy already finished ordering and went back just to ruin her lunch. Her friends try to comfort her, but the salt is real. They tease her that dating a top-tier beauty comes with a heavy tax. They even offer her some of their own food to stop the grumbling. But Wills is mostly pissed because she hasn't even officially landed the girl yet, so why is she already suffering? She aggressively stuffs her face, radiating pure chaotic energy. Back in the classroom, the vibe is beyond heavy. The door clatters open, and Wills can practically feel the murderous intent from the alphas in the room. The pheromones are so thick and aggressive she's worried she might actually get eaten alive. She decides to keep her head down to avoid making things worse for Willow. But then a paper is whipped onto the desk. Wills decides to go full savage and greets Willow as her rumored girlfriend right in front of everyone. Willow turns 50 shades of red, totally caught off guard. Wills keeps the drama going, complaining that her admirers have been trying to bite her head off all day. When Willow suggests they should probably keep their distance, Wills just plops down and refuses. She's not going anywhere. Willow is confused, but Wills is secretly playing 4D chess. Staying the rumored girlfriend keeps other potential suitors away. Poor Willow looks a bit dejected, probably wishing the feelings were real. But she still hands over a beautifully wrapped box. It's a small cake because she noticed Wills didn't eat much at lunch. Talk about a total sweetheart. Wills is genuinely moved by the gesture. She realizes that even if she's just playing a role, the kindness is very real. They share a soft moment, but it's immediately shattered when a friend rushes in screaming Will's name. Something happened to Kiki, she fainted and was rushed to the infirmary. Wills panics and sprints off while Willow promises to take care of her things. Our girl has a really bad feeling about this. As the sun set, Wills and her friend dash through the halls. They burst into the room to find Kiki sitting up and casually eating an apple like nothing happened. The nurse is totally done with her and Wills demands the truth. Kiki tries to brush it off as a minor scent gland issue, but Wills realizes Kiki has been secretly visiting the hospital for a long time. When she asks if it's curable, the room goes quiet. Kiki tries to play it off as exam stress, even joking about just cutting the gland out to become a beta. Her friend snaps at her because that's a life-altering surgery, not a joke. Kiki just smiles to ease the tension, but it's breaking everyone's heart. Suddenly, a memory hits Wills like a freight train. She remembers the original plot of the novel. Despite all her efforts to change things, she realizes the original ending is still looming. In the original story, Kiki is destined to die on her sick bed. Wills is spiraling. How has the plot not changed? She thought she fixed the relationship between the villainess and the heroine. She made Luna friendly. She kept the male lead away from the heroine. They even gave him a well-deserved beatdown. So why are the major events still happening? Is fate forcing these characters back onto their tragic paths? Was her car accident just a punishment for messing with destiny? She wonders if all her struggling was for nothing. She arrives home looking like a ghost. Willow is there to greet her and immediately asks about Kiki. Wills can't stop thinking about the inevitable death sentence. She looks completely devastated. She suddenly pulls Willow into a tight hug. feeling like a villain who's about to lose everything. She's terrified that after losing Kiki, she'll lose Willow too. Willow is surprised but hugs her back even tighter. She tells Wills she can always talk to her and share the burden. Whether it's pain or joy, she'll be right there by her side. The romantic tension is through the roof until the maid interrupts to say dinner is ready. Wills is startled but tries to play it cool. She still has no appetite and asks for instant noodles instead. The maid is shocked because the young miss never touches that stuff. Wills is just craving a taste of her original world. Under the moonlight, Willow steps up and cooks a gourmet pot of seafood noodles herself. It looks absolutely incredible. Wills is stunned. Willow tells her to eat up so she has the energy to keep thinking. While Wills slips away, Willow is busy on her phone. She's texting her family's contacts to find help for Kiki. She hates seeing Wills look so broken. Suddenly, her phone dings. Willow's eyes light up. She tells Wills that her dad has a friend who is a world-class authority on scent gland research. Wills asks for the name, still feeling hopeless. When Willow says the name is Lena Ann, Wills completely freezes. That's the legendary expert from the original novel. Serena wonders if Willow has ever heard of this specialist. But regardless, our girl is desperate for her to agree to the plan. Even though Serena is sweating bullets about whether this scheme will actually work, Willow doesn't hesitate for a single second because she trusts our heroine implicitly. With the deal sealed, they prepare to give the news to Kiki together. Serena stares out into the night, vowing that she won't let fate win. She's going to save Kiki and completely derail the male lead's plans. Her eyes are burning with a savage determination. It's time to flip the script and change this plot thoroughly. A few days later at the hospital, everyone is buzzing because Serena actually managed to snag the leading specialist. Our girl gets tackled in a massive thank you hug, but she just plays it cool as they visit Kiki's bedside. Willow is in such a chaotic good mood that she offers to grab drinks for everyone. Kiki just wants some soy milk, and Willow gives her a cheeky salute before heading out. But as Willow stands alone at the vending machine, a king clatters down, and she senses a presence behind her. A shadow looms over her, and the air gets heavy with suffocating alpha pheromones. Our poor heroine is frozen in place. It's Lawrence Chen, looking absolutely menacing as he corners her. He's just standing there with his hands in his pockets, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Willow is literally trembling, wondering what he's about to do. Suddenly, Serena bursts onto the scene like a guardian angel. Willow is so relieved she could cry, especially when Serena claims she just came to help carry the drinks. Our girl quickly grabs Willow and starts hauling her away. Serena knows Uncle Chen is bad news and is terrified of what he'd do to Willow alone. But the man isn't letting them go that easily and calls out to them. Willow's heart is practically thumping out of her chest. He plays it off by asking for directions to the ICU, and Serena gives him a short, cold answer before making her escape. 15 minutes later, Serena finds him waiting at the ward entrance. She approaches him alone, and the two of them sit down for a very tense chat. Lawrence isn't here for small talk. He warns her that there's a limit to her meddling and she needs to know when to stop. He points out that if Nigel goes down, Willow will be caught in the crossfire. He warns her to stay away from the Jai family. But Serena isn't backing down. She's getting her inheritance back and sending Nigel to prison no matter what. She clenches her fists, refusing to forgive the people who destroyed her family. But then she looks at Willow. Her expression softens because Willow is the one person she's determined to protect. She's willing to do whatever it takes. Lawrence reminds her she's almost an adult and Nigel is going to play dirty to steal her company. He tells her she needs to start thinking about her future right now. He offers to arrange a teacher to train her in the ways of business. Serena agrees, but she has one major condition. She'll study her heart out, as long as he promises that Willow will be kept safe until Nigel is destroyed. Lawrence agrees, even promising her a pick of elite alphas once she's in power. He leaves her with a pat on the shoulder. But Serena only has one goal: get strong enough to protect her girl. She thinks of Willow's smile and scoffs at the idea of other alphas. If it's not Willow, she's not interested. Several days later back at school, Serena is passed out at her desk from overworking when an ice cream bar taps her on the head. As she blinks awake, to see Willow standing over her with a snack. Serena admits she's just exhausted because she didn't realize she'd fallen asleep. Willow is worried she's pushing herself too hard, but Serena knows the business world is a shark tank and she needs to work even harder. She refuses to lose her family's legacy or Willow. Willow watches her, noticing that Serena has been secretly studying marketing and management. She gently presses the cold ice cream to Serena's blushing face. Making our girl's heart skip a beat, the rest of the squad shows up, and they all pack up to head home. They walk together under the sunset, bantering and joking like normal teenagers. The girls tease each other, and Kiki takes a moment to thank Serena again for everything. Serena just tells her to focus on getting better. Kiki is touched, but then drops a bombshell that she might not be able to join them later. Everyone freaks out, until she explains she'll just be a grade behind them. As they walk away, the topic of college comes up. The friends are all aiming for C University, and they start teasing the ship about their plans. It turns out Serena and Willow are both aiming for the same school. But then Willow reveals her dream: she wants to be a teacher. The friends are absolutely floored. Serena is the most shocked of all. She's never heard Willow mention this before. In her memories, Kid Willow wanted to be an astronaut or a general. As they walk, Serena gazes at Willow with a growing sense of suspicion. She starts to wonder, is this really the same Willow she used to know? Jenny catches up to the group, shouting for her friend to wait. Our girl Jenny is practically sprinting to close the gap. And when she finally reaches them, she claims she was just finishing up some homework. But we all know she's actually sweating bullets because she's worried about her friend's unstable condition. She clings to her arm, terrified that something might happen the moment she lets go. Our heroine looks back with those big, shimmering eyes, giving Jenny a smile so sweet it's basically a legal hazard. Jenny turns beet red, trying to play it cool while their classmates gossip about how well they're getting along. Even in chibai form, these two are serving peak friendship goals. But the peace doesn't last long once the sun goes down. Back at the estate, our girl Willow is pulling an all-nighter, but she's not scrolling through social media. She's grinding through financial lectures. Suddenly, a frantic knock at the door ruins the vibe. A snitch-tastic maid drags Serena into the room, waving a phone like she's just uncovered a national conspiracy. She's caught Serena secretly studying finance and thinks Willow is going to blow a fuse. Willow tells Serena to come closer, and while Serena trembles and tries to explain herself, Willow only has one question: which hand did that maid use to grab her? Serena is too stunned to speak, staring at Willow like she's seeing a ghost. Willow tells her to take a seat, then stands up and delivers a savage, high-velocity slap right to the maid's face. The maid is absolutely shook, wondering why on earth she's the one getting punished. Willow goes full villainous mode, screaming that Serena is a mistress of this house and not someone a mere servant can touch. She stands there looking like an absolute queen. And when the maid tries to hide behind the master's orders, Willow reminds her exactly whose territory she's standing in. She grabs the snitch by the chin, her eyes glowing with pure menace. She points to her computer screen and reveals the truth: that financial lecture. The maid realizes she's messed up big time. Willow calmly explains that she's the one who ordered Serena to study because she's tired of losing money in the stock market. Sitting back in her chair like a total boss, Willow makes it clear that Serena is her personal protege. Serena is internally swooning, realizing Willow is literally inventing evidence just to keep her safe. Right on cue, the head maid Anna walks in, and Willow doesn't hesitate. She orders Anna to fire the snitch and blacklist her from the entire industry. The maid starts begging for mercy, but Willow's cold stare shows she is officially out of patience. Anna drags the trash out of the room, slamming the door on her career forever. Willow issues one final, chilling warning: anyone who dares to look down on Serena will end up exactly like that maid. Once the drama settles, Willow hands the phone back to very dazed Serena. She looks at her softly, asking if the secret studying is why she's been looking so exhausted lately. Serena clenches the phone, touched by the concern. She's still worried about what her dad will think, but Willow tells her to relax. She gives her permission to study openly, insisting that her health is way more important than some old-fashioned rules. Serena is practically glowing with gratitude, but she's confused why Willow is giving up her inheritance so easily. Willow just shrugs, saying she has zero interest in the family business. She'd much rather live a simple life as a teacher. And honestly, she looks stunning in the professional gear. Willow leans in close, teasing Serena about whether she looked like a scary teacher just now. Serena giggles, admitting that her fierce side might actually scare the students away. Willow gets all flustered, covering her face because she can't believe she lost her cool like that. Serena just watches her, feeling more at ease with this new Willow than ever before. But the morning brings a whole new set of problems when the alarm blares at 6 a.m. Willow groans as the maid announces that her father is waiting downstairs. She's presented with a gorgeous, high-collared dress, and even though she tries to protest, she eventually caves. She descends the stairs looking like a total dream, even if the outfit is a bit much for a casual morning. Serena notices she's struggling and steps in when Willow complains about the prickly collar. Serena leans in with a gentle smile, her hands grazing Willow's neck as she fixes the dress. Willow's heart starts doing gymnastics, and she has to make a quick escape before she spontaneously combusts. She's a blushing mess as she heads for the door. The mood shifts instantly as they step out into the pouring rain. Her father is waiting with an umbrella, looking unusually stern. He ushers her into the car, and as they drive off, Willow finally asks where they're actually going. Her father doesn't even look at her, simply stating that they're going to see her mother. He gives her a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, reaching out to stroke her face in a way that feels totally suffocating. Willow freezes, sensing the heavy atmosphere. Her father's expression turns dark as the car pulls up to a lonely, rain-soaked cemetery on the mountain. Standing in the pouring rain, Nigel presents a bouquet of white flowers to the grave of his late wife, Maya. He boasts to the headstone that their daughter Willow has finally grown up and even made it into the honors class. He reaches out to touch her photo with a look that is way too intense for a normal morning session. Our poor heroine watches from the sidelines, looking absolutely exhausted and savage in her silent judgment. Nigel sighs, telling the portrait how much he hopes she's doing well on the other side. He begs her to visit his dreams if she needs anything at all. It's a somber-heavy scene, but the vibe is about to get much weirder. Cut to the car ride home, where Nigel suddenly breaks the silence to ask Willow about her interest in stocks. Our girl tries to play it cool, but she's clearly sweating bullets under his gaze. Nigel finds it suspicious since she used to find finance annoying. She snaps back that she only asks Serena for help because her previous investments tanked. To her shock, Nigel actually rewards her initiative by offering a small allowance to practice with. When she checks her phone, her jaw hits the floor. He just dropped a cool $1 million into her account. She manages a quick thank you, probably wondering if she can use that money to escape this chaotic family. But then Nigel creeps her out by suggesting they go have dinner with mom and dad. They arrive at a massive, secluded mansion that Willow didn't even know Nigel owned. She immediately feels an ominous vibe crawling up her spine as they walk through the gates. As they enter the dining room, her worst fears are realized. This isn't a dining room, it's a full-blown shrine dedicated to Maya, complete with a massive portrait and incense. Willow is paralyzed with shock as she stares at her mother's smiling face. Nigel stands there in the shadows, looking like a total psycho. He's even laid out a dress on a chair as if Maya is sitting right there at the table. Willow tries to keep it together, but her survival instincts are screaming. Suddenly, the door locks with a terrifying click. Nigel's eyes are glowing with madness as he tells her she's not leaving until dinner is over. He forces her into the chair next to the ghost of her mother, his hands heavy on her shoulders. He even starts playing a scratchy old record on a gramophone to set the mood. It's a twisted birthday banquet for a dead woman, and Willow is the only guest. She watches in horror as Nigel starts caressing the empty dress and talking to the air. He's convinced that today is the day souls can finally cross back over the barrier. He's literally rubbing the fabric against his face in a way that is beyond creepy. As Willow sits there trembling, the chair creaks under her weight. She notices scratch marks on the table and realizes the original Willow must have fought back against this madness every single year. We get a glimpse into the past, seeing Nigel tormenting a tiny Willow during her first year alone. He would force-feed her and ignore her cries as he tried to recreate his perfect family. By years 3 and 4, the trauma had already begun to sink in. No wonder the original Willow grew up to be a savage villainess. She was raised in a literal house of horrors. Nigel demands she try on the dress, his eyes vacant and cold. Our girl realizes that growing up in such a twisted environment is exactly what broke the original Willow's mind. Nigel breaks down, blaming his own pheromones for destroying the woman he loved. Our girl realizes that Nigel never actually loved his daughter. He just sees her as a painful reminder of the lover who died giving birth to her. He even starts dancing with the empty dress while Willow feels like she's suffocating. She sees a vision of her younger self trapped behind bars, unable to escape this nightmare. Back at the main residence, Serena is pacing outside in the rain, worried sick. A car finally screeches to a halt in the driveway. A door opens and a pair of legs step out into the mud. It's Willow, but she looks like a shell of a person as she stands in the downpour. Serena calls her name, but Willow doesn't respond, her eyes staring at nothing. As Serena rushes over, our poor girl finally collapses from the sheer emotional trauma. Serena catches her just in time, dropping her umbrella to hold her close. She whispers that it's finally over and she's safe now. Willow clings to her, seeking any bit of warmth in this cold world. The atmosphere shifts as they share a heated, desperate moment in the rain. Willow is huffing and pressing against her, her instincts taking over as her body temperature spikes. But the fever is too much, and she passes out completely in Serena's arms. The staff rushes out to help as Serena carries her inside. They call for a doctor immediately, realizing Willow is burning up with a dangerous fever. She's tucked in a bed, suffering through a brutal rut triggered by the extreme stress. Serena watches over her, feeling completely helpless as her friend trembles. The maid Anna tries to comfort Serena, explaining that this happens She reveals that even though Willow was a total brat in the past, she was just a naive child who didn't know any better. We see a flashback of Willow being a typical high society bully, demanding Serena beg for her attention. Anna hopes that Serena's feelings are real because Willow finally needs someone sincere in her corner. Serena turns bright red, insisting they aren't like that, but the maid isn't buying it for a second. The doctor finishes giving Willow her shots and leaves the two of them alone in the quiet room. Anna points out that an alpha only relies on the person who makes them feel the most secure during their rut. Serena wonders if she really is that person for Willow. She approaches the bed and gently touches Willow's face, looking at her with total devotion. She can't help but touch her own lips, remembering the intensity of their connection. Just then, Willow's eyes flutter open. She looks up at Serena with a soft expression and asks if she's the one in pain. Serena tells her it doesn't hurt anymore, but our girl is internally screaming because she realized she just snatched Serena's first kiss. Willow is sweating bullets, looking like she's about to combust from the sheer awkwardness of it all. She's spiraling, comparing herself to a total villain, while Serena actually apologizes for losing control. Our heroine is stunned that Serena is the one saying sorry for such a spicy moment. But then Serena drops a truth bomb. If she wasn't into it, she would have bitten her back. Willow tries to stay humble, tugging on Serena's sleeve and begging for forgiveness. Serena says it's all good, making Willow wonder if she actually has a chance with her dream girl. Our girl is absolutely swooning as she tucks herself in for some much-needed rest. Fast forward to the Y mansion where the grind never stops. They're buried in books and sticky notes, but the tension is still thick. Mrs. Feng is impressed with the progress, but she's got a sharp eye for detail. She spots a little mark on Serena's lip and asks what's up, but Serena plays it off as a total accident. Mrs. Feng asks if a cat did it, and our girl is over there dying of embarrassment. The tutor is looking suspicious, while Willow is having a full-blown flashback to that intense lip lock. Seriously, that kiss was way too savage to be a cat scratch. Serena just nods along, hoping her blushing face doesn't give away the game. Suddenly, Mrs. Feng's phone starts buzzing with a call from her wifey. Watching the tutor be a total softie for her partner has Serena feeling some type of way. She starts daydreaming about having that kind of future with Willow, even though she's still playing coy. Once the call is over, Serena decides to shoot her shot and ask for some relationship advice. She wants to know how people actually figure out they're meant to be together. Serena is curious about the sudden interest, so she pulls the classic asking for a friend card. Our girl is sweating as she describes her friend's dilemma of wanting to take the first step. Mrs. Feng shares her experience, admitting she was the one who confessed to her wife first. She reminisces about how they went from clients to friends to lovers. Serena asks the million-dollar question, weren't you scared of ruining the friendship? Mrs. Feng says she just had a gut feeling that the feelings were mutual. She explains the deep connection between an alpha and an omega, which hits Serena right in the feels. But our girl is still worried that it's just the pheromones clouding her judgment. Mrs. Feng tells her that compatibility is built over time and the truth is hidden beneath the surface. She encourages the friend to just go for it and confess already. Serena is still hesitating, terrified that everything will get strained if she speaks up. Mrs. Feng gives her the ultimate push, telling her she'll never know what's behind the door if she doesn't knock. Serena visualizes herself standing at the threshold of a whole new world. Since she's lacking confidence, the tutor suggests a little test to feel them out. The plan posts something vague and low-key on social media, like forgetting an umbrella in the rain. Serena looks a bit skeptical, but she's desperate enough to try anything. Mrs. Feng promises that actions will always reveal the truth no matter what. We cut to the hospital where the drama is just heating up. Willow sneaks into the room carrying a basket of goodies for her friend. Kiki is chilling in bed, looking way too relaxed for someone who just had surgery. She tells Willow to chill out, claiming she's doing just fine after the procedure. Kiki starts talking about the scent gland surgery, but she's more interested in the tea. She demands to know why Serena isn't there, and Willow starts acting super suspicious. Our girl tries to pull the friend excuse again, but Kiki is a pro at smelling lies. Kiki is totally fed up with Willow's constant dancing around the truth. Willow begs her to drop it, but the secret is already spilling out. She finally admits that she forced a kiss on Serena during her rut, and she's terrified. Kiki is absolutely shook, unable to believe her ears. Willow tries to calm her down, reminding her she literally just had surgery. Kiki is convinced that this is the reason for all the weird vibes lately. Willow insists they are still tight and go to school together every day. Kiki gives her the ultimate "I don't believe you" face. She puts a hand on Willow's shoulder and tells her it's time to stop running. The advice is simple, just go and confess to her already. Willow is shaking like a leaf, clearly not ready for that level of confrontation. Kiki warns her that if she waits too long, someone else is going to snatch Serena away. She points out that if the kiss didn't ruin things, Serena is definitely into her. Willow's brain is short-circuiting as she realizes the plot is going totally off the rails. She's worried she's ruined the original story, but Kiki tells her to stop sweeping things under the rug. If she stays too casual, she might lose Serena's respect forever. Our girl realizes she's right, she can't be a coward any longer. Kiki is ready to cook up a master plan for the big confession. The deadline is set for the end of July, right on Willow's birthday. Willow thinks about the date, realizing the clock is ticking. She looks back at all the memories they've made since the beginning. This is the moment that decides Kiki's fate, and Willow is determined to change it. She's ready to fight against the plot and create her own destiny. But the question remains, can she actually change the inevitable? She asks Kiki if she's really feeling better, making sure her friend is okay. Kiki is touched by the concern, seeing how much she matters to Willow. They share a sweet moment, acknowledging the special place they hold in each other's hearts. Willow warns her to stay alert, especially during this dangerous month. Suddenly, a special ringtone goes off and Kiki knows exactly who it is. It's the umbrella test. Serena sends a message saying she forgot hers. The bait is set and our girl is ready to bite. Willow's phone is buzzing like crazy as she checks the notification. Serena is waiting at the library looking like a total angel. Willow reminds her that she was warned to bring an umbrella, but Serena plays it cool. She tells Willow where she is and our girl immediately promises to be there in 10. Serena tells her not to rush, but she's secretly thrilled that Willow is on the way. Willow leaves Kiki behind, racing to meet her girl. Serena is literally sparkling with excitement, hoping her plan works. She's starting to believe that Willow might actually feel the same way. A car screeches to a halt outside the library as Willow arrives in style. Our heroine is standing there, checking her phone and feeling the nerves. She sends a text telling Serena to look up, and the moment of truth is here. Serena looks down and sees Willow looking absolutely stunning in a pink dress. Our girl is stepping forward, ready to face her feelings head-on. Serena catches our girl off guard by handing over a gorgeous bouquet of rose-leaf brambles. Our poor heroine wonders if there's a hidden message behind the gift. And Serena doesn't hold back, revealing the flower language translates to final lover. Willow's heart does a literal somersault as she wonders if this is a low-key confession. But the moment is short-lived when Serena casually mentions she just saw a florist nearby and thought they looked nice. Our girl immediately dies inside, realizing she was totally overthinking it. Suddenly, the sky decides to join the drama and the rain starts pouring down. Willow pulls a total pro-gamer move, shielding Serena with her blazer and a tiny umbrella. Serena is visibly swooning at the chivalry as they share a single umbrella. "Run!" Willow shouts, grabbing her hand as they dash through the puddles like they're in a rom-com montage. In the heat of the moment, Willow catches herself wishing they could just keep running forever. They finally make it to the car, panting and laughing like a couple of wet dogs. As the heater kicks in, Willow starts pampering Serena by drying her hair with a towel. But as she notices how the wet dress is clinging to Serena's figure, our girl suddenly becomes a blushing mess. She flips into total tsundere mode, telling Serena to finish drying herself because she's too old for help. Serena breaks the tension by inviting Willow to her upcoming birthday party. Willow tries to act cool and detached, demanding a top-tier gift in exchange for her presence. But inside, she's sweltering from the sheer romantic tension. Looking out at the storm, she vows to stand her ground against the plot and ensure this lofty rose belongs to her in the end. Back at home, Willow finds a hidden diary tucked away in a drawer. It's the original Willow's diary, and the entries are absolutely soul-crushing. She reads about a childhood kidnapping that changed the course of their lives. After they were saved, Willow's father, Nigel, used the trauma to twist her mind and plant seeds of suspicion against Serena's family. He effectively locked Willow in a cage of twisted love, severing her link to the outside world. Throughout middle school, the two were kept apart until the original Willow was completely brainwashed. She became a shell of herself, using cruelty as an outlet for her ignored pleas for help. But the diary reveals the truth: Willow always cared for Serena. Even her old profile picture was a secret tribute to her friend. Our girl's heart breaks for the original Willow, and she vows to cherish Serena in her place. Later, Willow visits her friend Kiki in the hospital. They're busy folding lucky stars for a big confession. Kiki is planning for someone named Jenny. Kiki is a total chaotic spirit and begs Willow to smuggle her out of the hospital for a water park trip. Willow is skeptical, worrying about Kiki's recent surgery. But Kiki insists a waterproof patch will fix everything. Willow eventually gives in and agrees to talk to Serena about the trip. But the peace is ruined when Kiki starts teasing Willow about the secret messages written on the strips of paper. Our girl goes into full panic mode, chasing Kiki around the hospital room to get them back. It's a savage struggle for the ages as Willow tries to protect her hidden feelings from being exposed. Willow and Kiki are caught in a suspiciously close hug. But the door creaks open and our poor heroine realizes they aren't alone. Serena and Jenny walk in looking absolutely scandalized by what they're seeing. Our girl immediately starts panicking, claiming they were just messing around. She tries to play it off as a no-big-deal alpha moment, but the others are clearly disgusted. Serena isn't buying the excuses and scolds them for playing around in a hospital. Kiki tries to act all cute and showy to escape the lecture. Willow watches them with a soft smile, glad the mood has lightened. But then she turns to Serena and asks why she's suddenly so close with Jenny. Serena looks caught off guard as the tension in the room shifts. She claims they just bumped into each other, but her face says otherwise. Our girls start sweating bullets, wondering why Serena seems so upset when they're all supposed to be friends. The drama is interrupted when Dr. Lena N., the scent gland expert, makes her grand entrance. She immediately gets to work checking on Kiki's wound. The doctor confirms that everything is healing up nicely, though vitamins are a must. They discuss the test results, noting that Kiki's gland cells are finally reaching normal levels. Kiki mentions the incision feels a bit itchy. Dr. N reassures her that it's a normal part of the process, but they need to keep an eye on any swelling. The friends are still worried about the visible swelling. However, the doctor promises that the surgery was a total success. Kiki goes back to her savage self, teasing Willow for acting like an alpha mom. Willow demands to hear her say it for real, but Kiki shuts that down instantly. The weather outside is looking gorgeous as they finally leave the hospital building. Willow and Serena take a walk together. Our girl suggests that they just walk home to enjoy the day. Serena points out that Willow has been visiting the hospital an awful lot lately. She even brings up the fact that Willow shoved Kiki against a wall, looking for answers. Serena's expression is incredibly serious. Willow nervously promises she won't do it again, feeling the heat. But then Serena drops the real question: is it normal for alphas to say "I like you" while messing around? Willow's brain completely stalls out. She can't let Serena know she's actually planning a confession. So she quickly invents a lie, saying Kiki is the one planning to confess to Jenny. Serena mentions how close Willow is with all the alphas in their circle. She asks if Willow could ever fall for another alpha. Willow gets philosophical, saying gender traits shouldn't matter when it comes to real love. She asks Serena if she's ever wondered about a world without these ABO categories. A world where everyone is just a beta. Serena wonders if that would make their relationship impossible. But Willow insists that love is trivial compared to biological labels. She looks at the modern city skyline, wishing she could take Serena to the world she actually came from. They arrive at a bike rental station. Willow offers to rent a bike and gives Serena a ride home. Serena is stunned, wondering when our girl even learned to ride. Willow starts scanning the bike with her phone. She claims she learned back in middle school when Serena wasn't around. "Hop on," she says, looking like a total protagonist. Serena blushes, her heart clearly doing flips. Willow asks what she's smiling about. Serena just says she thought of something nice. She carefully hops onto the back of the bike, and off they go, with Serena holding onto Willow's waist. They look like the perfect couple riding through the streets. Several days later, it's finally Jenny's birthday. Willow and Serena arrive at the hospital together. Willow heads upstairs to execute the plan while Serena waits. She enters Kiki's room and finds a pillow decoy in the bed. Kiki is incredibly proud of her imposter pillow. She explains that she's been faking sleep for days to trick the nurses. Willow hands over the bag of clothes so Kiki can change. She's still worried about the nurses catching them, but Kiki insists she's a genius and everything is under control. Kiki reveals her party outfit and she looks absolutely stunning. Willow is low-key envious of her friend's development. Kiki starts putting on lipstick, looking like a pro. Willow tells her to save it for the car, but Kiki has other plans. She insists on putting some lipstick on Willow too. Willow holds still as Kiki applies the color. Our girl looks gorgeous and even asks to borrow the lipstick for her own birthday later. They finally head out, looking like a pair of absolute icons. Back at the hospital exterior, Jenny arrives for her big day. Serena greets her, explaining she's waiting for Willow. Serena suggests they all head in together, but then Willow and Kiki appear. They walk up in their full party attire, looking savage. Serena is completely floored to see Kiki outside of her room. She stares at them in total shock as the birthday chaos truly begins. Our girl is all smiles because it's birthday season and she's determined to make it a blast. Her friend tries to play the "you need rest" card, but our heroine isn't having any of it. Her bones are practically creaking from boredom. Kiki's been planning this for ages and they refuse to let all that effort go to waste. After a bit of back and forth, they finally agree to a quick afternoon outing. The squad is officially on the move. And where else would they head but the local water park for some chaotic fun? First things first, they need fuel, so it's rose fraps and mango juices all around. Then comes the moment everyone was waiting for, the swimsuit reveals. Kiki is serving looks, making everyone else feel a little bit envious. But wait, there's more. Our poor heroine steps out in a ruffled pink number that has the whole group swooning. Seriously, look at the detail. It's so cute it literally makes hearts go ba-thump. Her friends can't stop hyping her up because she looks absolutely stunning. But the fashion show isn't over yet. Serena steps out next, asking if she looks okay. "Okay, girl, you look like an absolute queen." The whole group is stunned into silence. Even our girl has to admit that Serena is rocking that S-class energy. She's the perfect mix of innocent and sexy, and every head in the park is definitely turning. The staring is getting a little intense, and our girl starts feeling a bit self-conscious. Willow notices immediately and swoops in with a cover-up, reminding her it's way too sunny out. It's a total protective bestie move and we are here for it. She even throws in a compliment about her lipstick to keep the vibes high. Blushing aside, it's time to actually hit the water. They race over to the slides, getting their rafts ready for the big drop. The staff checks if they are ready, and despite the nerves, they're locked in. There's some secret hand-holding going on because someone is definitely a little scared. They move closer, hooking legs to stay together. "Don't worry, I'm here" is the vibe as they get the final push. Then they are off. The speed is absolutely insane, and the girls are screaming their heads off. It's exhilarating, chaotic, and exactly what they needed. Of course, no trip is complete without the mandatory group selfie to commemorate the day. After the adrenaline rush, they find a spot to chill while the others go grab some viral cheesy corn dogs. While they wait, they start a group chat to share all the photos they just took. Looking back at the pictures, it's clear they make a great pair. They talk about being childhood friends, and the mood gets a little soft as they reminisce. They used to fight like cats and dogs back in the day, but things changed after the hospital visits started. There's a lingering worry about whether Kiki will ever be fully cured, but Willow is right there with a comforting pat, promising that everything will get better. Unfortunately, the wholesome moment is ruined by a group of total creeps. These guys have the audacity to ask if they're all alone. Our girls are feisty though, and they tell them to get lost immediately. They're waiting for friends, and they aren't interested in whatever these dudes are selling. One girl even claims her girlfriend is on the way to scare them off. But the main creep won't back down, acting like he's some kind of authority figure lecturing minors. The girls decide it's time to leave before things get uglier. But the guys block their path, calling them fierce little omegas. One guy actually tries to grab her arm, but our girl has savage reflexes and shoves him back so hard he staggers. Now the creep is throwing a tantrum, claiming the water park is his uncle's turf. Our heroine delivers a legendary comeback about it being the 28th century, not a bad TV drama. He loses his mind and goes to strike her, but suddenly a rogue snack hits him right in the face. Everyone is confused, until their friends reappear and grab their hands. Run is the only command that matters now. They decide to split up to lose the mob of angry dudes. The bald creep is screaming for his buddies to chase them down. It's a high-stakes sprint through the park. They spot a game shop and dive inside, hoping to disappear. The clerk tries to tell them to buy something or get out, but a quick bribe ensures his silence. They hide behind the inflatables, holding their breath as the creeps barge in. The clerk plays it cool, claiming he hasn't seen anyone. The tension is through the roof as our girls huddle in the shadows. It's a total ba-thump moment as they stay close to stay quiet. "Don't worry, I'm here" is whispered in the dark. But the lead creep isn't buying the clerk's story and starts eyeing the pile of stuff they're hiding behind. The girls realize they're about to be spotted, and the drama is just getting started. The store clerk tries to play it cool while our girl and Serena hide behind a mountain of pool floats. The thug outside isn't buying it, demanding to know where the girls went. He's looking absolutely savage with that bat, but luckily he decides to leave for now. Our poor heroines finally take a breath, realizing they just narrowly avoided a total disaster. Serena realizes they need real backup and pulls out her phone to call her bodyguard. But before she can even hit dial, someone is already barging into the stockroom. Willow braces for a fight, clutching a float like a weapon. Turns out it's Dan, and our girl is shocked because this is exactly how the novel's plot was supposed to go. She's low-key relieved she didn't call her own family's guards, or things would have gotten way more chaotic. It turns out Dan was sent by Leo Lau, who arrives with a whole squad to clean up the mess. The rest of the friend group finally reunites, and we find out they tracked them using a GPS watch. Talk about high-tech drama. Leo doesn't play around, immediately putting the thug in his place. The water park manager tries to act tough because his uncle is the boss, but he gets a reality check real fast. The uncle shows up and starts groveling to Leo Lau. But Leo is being a total boss and exposes the manager's shady pocketing of cash. Serena is visibly trembling, worried that her Uncle Chen is going to find out she's hanging with the Jai family. As they finally leave this nightmare behind, the tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. Serena is completely drained and asks to lean on Willow's shoulder. Our girl just swoons as Serena falls asleep on her, sending a quick text about how much she likes her. The piece ends immediately as they sneak back into the hospital. Kika thinks she's being sneaky, but Dr. N is already there waiting with her arms crossed, and she looks ready to end them all. Our girls look like kicked puppies as they get the lecture of a lifetime. Dr. N is savage, scolding both Kiki for escaping and Serena for joining the nonsense. They all try to take the blame, but the doctor just facepalms at their loyalty. Kiki tries to beg for forgiveness, but when she asks to go to Will's birthday party next week, Dr. N hits her with a cold rejected. Our poor heroine is devastated, and while the friends try to comfort her, it's clear Kiki is actually in a lot of pain. Dr. N kicks everyone out so Kiki can finally get some rest. Willow suspects there's something the doctor isn't telling them. On the drive home, Willow can tell Serena is still holding back. Serena is worried that her presence will eventually break Willow's family apart. She tries to explain her connection to Leo, but Willow gently stops her, proving she's the ultimate supportive friend. Serena is touched by the trust, and she promises to reveal everything, including her true feelings, after the birthday party. Fast forward a few days and it's finally party time. Willow is going all out, doing all the decorations herself to make it perfect. She looks absolutely stunning in her black dress, looking like the villainous queen she was born to be. She's got her game face on, ready to confess her love to Serena the moment the party ends. But just as she's psyching herself up, her phone rings. It's Jenny and the news is catastrophic. Kiki has been rushed into the emergency room. Our girl is so shocked she drops her phone as her perfect night turns into a total nightmare. Our girl and her bestie sprint through the hospital halls, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They finally catch up to the nurse, desperate to know Kiki's condition. But the news is devastating. The operating light is still red and the doctor says things aren't looking good. Willow is in total shock, unable to believe the surgery wasn't a success. Her friend breaks down in tears, explaining that this nightmare happened so suddenly. Serena tries to keep everyone calm, begging them to just sit and wait for more news. The light finally changes and our poor heroine rushes the doctor, looking for a shred of hope. But Dr. N's face says it all. The disease in the scent gland has worsened beyond repair. Willow freezes as she hears the words, "Not much time left." She explodes in grief, demanding to know how a successful surgery ended in this tragedy. Serena has to physically hold her back as she spirals into a total breakdown. The doctor delivers the final blow. Kiki is hanging on by a thread and wants to see them one last time. The door creaks open, and seeing Kiki buried under all those tubes is absolutely soul-crushing. Kiki weakly opens her eyes, whispering a soft "You're here." The girls are forced to wear sterile suits just to say their final goodbyes. Kiki admits she lied about her recovery and asks for her lipstick of all things. Willow squeezes her hand, confused by the request during such a dire moment. Kiki just wants to look decent. She refuses to let anyone see her looking this pale and sickly. Willow realizes that Kiki has known her time was up for a long while. Our girl is shattered, realizing her hopes for a happy future were just a dream. Kiki even apologizes for ruining Willow's birthday. Talk about a tragic queen. She uses her final moments to play matchmaker, telling Serena that Willow has truly changed for the better. She begs them to stay together and support one another. She forces them to link hands, making Serena promise to treat Willow well. She even cracks a dark joke about haunting them as a ghost if they don't stay together. Willow screams at her to stop talking like that, refusing to accept the end. She's convinced the world won't take her friend this easily. She clenches her fist, cursing her own powerlessness to save those she loves. She looks at the clock, it's almost midnight. She begs Kiki to just hold on until August, promising that everything will change once the month turns. She pulls her into a desperate embrace, watching the clock tick closer to the inevitable. Kiki's eyes begin to fade as Willow pleads for just one more minute. Kiki gives her one last gentle stroke on the cheek, telling her not to cry. The clock dings midnight. Kiki's hand slips away as the life leaves her body. Our heroine falls to her knees, completely broken by this cruel twist of fate. Night falls on a silent, lonely house. Willow is curled up in a corner, drowning in her own tears and regret. A knock at the door startles her out of her misery. It's Serena holding a birthday cake with a single flickering candle. The sight of it triggers a memory of Kiki, and Willow just can't take the pain. She slams the door in Serena's face, refusing to celebrate anything ever again. She stares at her phone with dead eyes. The confirmation text that Kiki is gone is a punch to the gut. She collapses again, whispering her friend's name into the void. She remembers the doctor's words. Kiki hid the pain for a whole month just to keep Willow happy. Willow is consumed by guilt, wondering if her interference with destiny only caused more suffering. She's done trying to be the hero. She decides she can't try to change the plot ever again, as it only brings disaster. She tells herself that Serena is the true heroine who belongs with the male lead. As for her, she's nothing more than a cannon fodder villainess. She starts packing away her feelings and locking them up tight. She leans against the door, feeling like a ghost in her own life. Suddenly, there's another knock. Serena is back, begging to be let in so she can be there for her. They stand on opposite sides of the door, feeling worlds apart. Willow coldly tells her to go back to her room and leave her alone. But Serena isn't moving an inch. She's staying right there until she sees Willow's face. Willow finally cracks the door open, trying to dismiss her one last time. She tries to use logic, saying it's not appropriate for an alpha and omega to be together late at night. She tries to shut the door, but Serena catches it with a desperate hand. She screams that she doesn't care what other people say. Willow's eyes widen in shock at the sudden outburst. Serena pins her and drops the ultimate bombshell, "I like you." The atmosphere shifts instantly as the truth finally comes out. Serena just wants to be with the person she likes during their time of need. She grabs Willow's hand, reminding her that she had something to say today. Willow can only weep, overwhelmed by the confession. But she can't accept it, whispering that Serena shouldn't like someone as broken as her. Night falls on the estate as the tension between our leads reaches a breaking point. Our girl Willow is practically vibrating with guilt. offering a hollow apology for disappointing the one person she cares about most. But Serena isn't having any of this "I'm sorry" nonsense. She demands the absolute truth, cornering Willow with a gaze that could melt steel. Serena gets physical, grabbing Willow's dress and forcing her to face the chaos she's creating. Willow tries to play it cool, claiming this is exactly what she wanted. But Serena sees right through the lies and demands she say it while looking her dead in the eye. The air is thick with unspoken words and unshed tears. Unable to handle the heat, our heroine tries to shut the conversation down, telling Serena to just go to bed. Of course, Serena isn't about to let her escape that easily. They're locked in a savage emotional stalemate. Willow's hands trembling as her resolve starts to crumble. She finally cracks and calls for the maid to end the misery. Willow is looking completely done with this drama. As Anna the maid rushes in, confused by the late-night summons, Willow coldly orders the maid to escort Serena back to her room. Serena is literally being pushed away while still pleading for answers. Willow just turns her back, acting like her heart isn't breaking into a million pieces. As soon as the door slams shut, Serena is outside pounding on it, screaming that this doesn't count. She's desperate for a real answer, not a brush-off. Inside, Willow collapses against the wood, finally letting the mask slip. She feels like she gambled with destiny and lost everything. The metaphorical dice have rolled, and the price of her interference is more than she can bear. Fast forward a few days, and the vibe gets even heavier at Kiki's funeral. The cemetery is a sea of grief. As they stand before the final resting place of their friend, our girl is surrounded by mourners, but she's never felt more alone. Em arrives late, looking like she's drowning in her own what-ifs and regrets. They share a heartbreaking embrace, clinging to each other in the wreckage of the plot. They remember Kiki's bright spirit, a light that's been snuffed out far too soon. Willow's inner monologue is spiraling, wondering why she ruins everyone she loves. Em tries to offer comfort, saying Kiki will live on in their hearts. But Willow knows the brutal truth: she's gone and no amount of memories will bring her back. She breaks down completely, the weight of the tragedy finally crushing her. She sees Kiki's face everywhere, blaming her own willfulness for this nightmare. Kneeling at the grave, she's a shell of herself. When she tries to confess that she used Kiki to change the story, her vision starts to blur. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabs her chest. Em panics as Willow gasps for air. Our girl realizes this might be the system's punishment for daring to speak about the plot. Meanwhile, Serena is watching from the shadows, her eyes cold and calculating. She starts to walk away but is intercepted by a mysterious figure. It's Uncle Chen, looking like a man with a plan. He's been keeping tabs on her, worried she's getting too distracted by the tragedy. Chen asks how she's doing, and Serena plays it off, saying she's just been busy. Chen reminds her that death is just a part of life and she has a mission to focus on. Serena's mind is still on Nigel, but Chen has a progress report on their revenge plot. Things are moving smoothly, and soon they won't have to hide their alliance. He wants her to pack her bags and leave the Jai household immediately. But Serena has other ideas. She wants to keep her enemies close, playing the long game like a pro. She's boiling the frog, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chen warns her that Nigel is a snake, and he's terrified she's making herself vulnerable again. Serena doesn't care about the risk, only the result. Then Chen drops a bombshell: it's time to team up with the Jins. He mentions Avery, the young master who's about to transfer to her school. He pushes her to get close to him, insisting he's a much better match than anyone else. Serena is clearly resistant, but Chen insists that a friendship with the Jins is the key to their future. He leans in, practically demanding her compliance. Serena finally gives in, though her heart is clearly elsewhere. As Chen leaves, reminding her to stay sharp, Serena's internal monologue reveals her true loyalty. She's already set her heart on Willow, and she's never looking back. Back at home, night has fallen again. Willow spots Serena returning, and the tension is back at an all-time high. Serena notices her watching from the doorway and approaches with a softness that's almost painful. She touches Willow's face, asking if she's all right. But Willow can't handle the intimacy and pulls away. Serena walks down the hall, looking like the cold heroine she was destined to be. Willow retreats to her room, locking the world out. She collapses against the door, the reality of the plot finally setting in. She knows Avery Jin is coming, the destined male lead. He's the one meant to support Serena and overthrow the family. They are a perfect match on paper, and Willow is terrified that it's only a matter of time before Serena finally lets her go. Willow is having a rough morning because she didn't sleep a wink. She drags herself down the stairs, looking totally exhausted. Her maid reminds her that today is the big placement test and hands her a lucky sandwich. Our girl realizes she's been in this world for a year now, and things are moving exactly like the novel. When the maid mentions that Serena hasn't come down for breakfast yet, Willow couldn't care less and decides to head out alone. She's determined to put distance between them to stop Serena from following a tragic path. She makes it to the car and tells the driver to move. But Serena suddenly bursts in and invites herself along. The atmosphere in the back seat is thick enough to cut with a knife. Serena tries to play it cool with a "good morning," but Willow immediately reaches for the door handle to escape. Serena isn't having it and grabs her arm, refusing to let go. Our girl tells her to beat it, but Serena asks if she'll stay if she lets go. Serena looks absolutely desperate, while Willow stays cold as ice. Serena leans in way too close, threatening to follow her on foot if she leaves. She even says she'll fail on purpose just to stay in the same class as Willow. Willow demands to know what her deal is, and Serena drops the bomb, "You know that I like you." Willow is left speechless as Serena stares her down. They sit in silence, and our girl is totally baffled by this 180-degree personality flip. As the car moves, Willow tries to convince herself that Serena shouldn't have these feelings. Meanwhile, Serena is internally vowing to chase her no matter what. Fast forward several days later, and our girl is stuck in the regular classes carrying a mountain of books. Her friend M tries to cheer her up, saying it's not so bad being together. Willow slams the books down, needing some milk tea to cope with the stress. They decide to pull a classic move and sneak out of school. Willow scales the wall like a pro, and they help each other over. They sit on top of the wall sipping their tea, but the conversation turns to Kiki, making Willow look super melancholy. She regrets not being there for her friend back then. M changes the subject to some juicy gossip about a new S-Class Alpha transfer student. His name is Avery Jin, and he's apparently pulling strings to be there. The name hits Willow like a truck. She gets so distracted that she slips right off the ledge. She's literally free-falling through the air. She hits the ground with a nasty thump. M rushes down to check on her, and Willow tries to act tough while sitting in the grass. But as soon as she tries to stand, her ankle screams in pain. Her ankle is definitely stinging. M wants to take her to the infirmary, but Willow just wants some pain relief spray. M mentions that Avery is the young master of the Jin family, and Willow knows she has no chance against him. They overhear some girls gossiping about how Avery saved Serena from a stray basketball. Everyone thinks they're the perfect S-Class couple. Willow feels a literal chill down her spine. M is ready to throw hands over the rumor, but Willow just wants to avoid the drama. They find the last bottle of spray on the shelf. The shopkeeper explains that a bunch of girls bought them all to give to Avery. Willow realizes he's a total heartthrob. Suddenly, Serena herself walks into the store. The tension is instant as they lock eyes. Willow assumes Serena is there to buy medicine for her hero Avery. Thinking the plot is just doing its thing, Willow hands over her only bottle of spray. She tells Serena to give it to Avery and walks away like a savage. Willow just wants to go get a popsicle and leaves. M is losing her mind, wondering why Willow would help her rival. Willow claims it's none of her business, but Serena is absolutely fuming in the background. She storms out of the shop and catches up to Willow in no time. She grabs Willow's arm and spins her around. Serena demands to know if she twisted her ankle. She looks genuinely worried, and Willow is caught off guard, blushing like crazy. Willow admits she's hurt, and Serena snaps, asking why she'd give away the medicine if she was the one in pain. M tries to explain that Willow saw her and Avery together, but Serena shuts that down real quick with a terrifying glare. M takes the hint and bails immediately. Serena drops to her knees right there on the ground. She starts spraying Willow's ankle herself. Serena tells her that if she wants to give Avery medicine, she should do it herself next time. Willow is left standing there, totally confused by why Serena is so upset. Willow tries to play it off as a simple favor, but Serena isn't buying this sudden change of heart for even a second. Our poor heroine gets grilled about why she's suddenly acting like a bodyguard, and she can only offer a weak, flustered excuse while sweating bullets. Serena isn't having it, reminding our girl that she's the one who usually does the saving in this relationship. Just look at that blush. Our girl is absolutely swooning while trying to act cool. She insists she already handled the male lead and sent him packing to the infirmary, because she's determined to cut ties with the main plot for good. But Serena isn't letting her escape that easily. She demands Willow use her as a human crutch, showing a side so tender it completely catches our heroine off guard. Our girl finally gives in to the physical contact, but she's still trying to maintain some boundaries by rejecting a late-night house call. Serena, being the savage she is, just ignores the rejection and steals her drink as a down payment for the favor. She leaves our girl stunned with a lingering "see you tonight." Willow is spiraling, convinced the plot is still forcing Serena toward the male lead, and that a cannon fodder villain like her has no right to interfere. When her friend tries to tease her about her new seduction technique, Willow literally kicks her out of the scene. Back at home, our heroine tries to sneakily apply her own medicine before Serena shows up, only to find the first aid kit is completely empty. She thinks they've been robbed, but the thief is actually Serena, who's already standing at the door with the goods. Talk about a smooth, chaotic power move. Willow has zero choice but to let her in. Serena takes command immediately, snatching the medicine away when Willow tries to do it herself. The tension is through the roof as Serena kneels down to tend to her leg. Our girl is trembling, desperately asking if Serena would do this for the male lead too. She's obsessed with their compatibility as an alpha and omega, which finally makes Serena snap. The vibe turns dark fast as Serena demands to know if Willow is actually in love with the guy. Willow denies it, obviously, but Serena is tired of the mixed signals. She pins our girl down, demanding to know why Willow is pushing her away while clearly hiding her own feelings. Serena brings up the past, refusing to believe Willow has no feelings for her at all. But our heroine is trapped by the knowledge of the original plot, feeling like a puppet on strings with no way out. She tries to claim she's only doing this for Serena's sake, but that just makes Serena explode with pure hurt. Serena is literally shaking with rage, while Willow cries inside because she's seen the future where they can't be together. Suddenly, the world itself seems to reject the truth, and Willow is hit with a massive wave of physical pain. Serena panics, but our girl is so desperate to protect the timeline that she slaps her hand away. She is gritting her teeth against the agony, realizing the world won't let her reveal the spoilers without killing her. She forces Serena to leave, claiming she'll get help from someone else next time. It's a cold, brutal rejection. Serena offers a final, heartbroken goodnight and walks away in silence. Left alone, our heroine finally collapses. She's sobbing, her heart and body both breaking, as she realizes that in her attempt to save Serena, she's only managed to destroy her. Willow gets her hair done while feeling totally gloomy. She's rocking a robe and looking stressed because she's leaving Serena behind today. Her stylist thinks she'll be the star of the show, but our girl is just worried about her favorite heroine. She decides to head out alone, convincing herself it's better than seeing Serena sad at the party. It's time to pick some jewelry. She spots a simple flower brooch. The maid thinks it's too plain, but Willow is instantly obsessed. She decides it's the perfect touch. She's ready to head out, but even as she pins it on, her mind is stuck on Serena. She can't help but wonder what her girl is up to. Meanwhile, over at the old Wei mansion, Serena is stepping into her glass slippers. Our poor heroine looks absolutely breathtaking in this blue gown. Uncle Chen is acting as her escort for the big night. Serena realizes the second phase of their plan is officially starting. She's told to be on her best behavior because the powerful Jin family will be in attendance. Serena agrees, but inside she's totally conflicted. Even if the young master of the Jin family is a top-tier catch, she doesn't want anyone but Willow by her side. She follows Uncle Chen into the venue, her heart only longing for one person. The banquet hall is dripping with luxury and secrets. Uncle Chen spots Miles Jin and heads over to pay his respects. Miles is full of praise, calling Serena a smart girl with a bright future. The socialites are already gossiping as Avery, the young master, makes his entrance. He greets the group with that perfect male lead smile. He acknowledges Serena, and the adults immediately take the hint to go network elsewhere. They leave the young couple to have a private chat. Avery tries to be charming, but Serena hits him with a cold no. Talk about a savage shutdown. She tries to walk away, but Avery stops her, claiming there's glitter stuck in her hair. She's skeptical, but he reaches out toward her ear. He insists on helping her get it out. Just then, Willow arrives at the party. She's looking like a total boss in pink. Her father is already lecturing her about business and absorbing Serena's company. Willow tries to tell herself that everything is going according to the script. The leads are supposed to fall in love while she waits for her tragic end as the villainess. It's a bitter pill to swallow, especially with the mention of scent glands raising the stakes. But then she sees them across the room. Her heart shatters as she watches Avery getting intimate with Serena. He's literally cupping her face. Willow looks like she's about to break down right there. Serena catches sight of Willow and completely freezes. Avery is totally clueless, asking what's wrong. Willow can't stand to watch them look like a perfect match. She turns and flees the hall, hiding her face as the tears start to fall. Serena immediately pulls away from Avery's grasp. She tries to chase after Willow, but Uncle Chen stops her to introduce more important people. He's not letting her go easily. Serena is forced to stay and play the part, even as her heart follows Willow out into the night. Out by the fountain, Willow is having a total crisis. She's trying to convince herself that she's happy for the heroine, but the tears tell a different story. She's absolutely miserable trying to play the noble villainess. She keeps picturing them together and it's killing her. Suddenly, footsteps approach. It's Avery. He's found her hiding spot and tells her that Serena has been looking for her. Serena finally arrives, looking relieved and frantic at the same time. Avery takes his leave so the girls can talk. Serena demands to know why Willow is out here. She quickly explains that Avery was only helping her with her hair. Willow asks if he got the glitter out, and Serena admits she didn't care because she was too busy looking for her. Willow offers to help instead, as she reaches out. and the tension between them is absolutely chaotic. Serena is blushing like crazy. Willow wishes this moment could last forever. She finds the tiny piece of glitter, but uses the darkness as an excuse to get even closer. Their faces are inches apart and hearts are pounding. Willow finally pulls back, calling Serena and Avery clumsy. Serena snaps back that she doesn't even like the guy. Willow is stunned. If she doesn't like him, why keep pushing Willow away? Serena looks at her with such longing. Suddenly, she reaches out and grabs Willow's shawl. She claims she's cold and asks to borrow it, pulling Willow into one last dramatic embrace. Serena is getting all sentimental under the moonlit sky, reminiscing about the time they were kids and fought off a rogue goose in the countryside. Back then, our girl Willow was her tiny protector, throwing that goose into the stratosphere even though she was crying her eyes out. Serena treasures these shared memories, but for Willow, it's a dagger to the heart because she wasn't actually part of them. She nervously asks Serena if she truly likes the younger version of her. When Serena gives a soft yeah, Willow realizes the person Serena loves is just a ghost beneath her shell. She pulls away, feeling the weight of her secret identity. Finally, she drops a savage bombshell. Serena needs to give up on her because that Willow died a year ago. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Serena is absolutely floored, unable to process the words. She demands to know why Willow would say something so crazy about herself. But Willow just uses a snowflake metaphor, explaining that even if they look the same on the surface, they are entirely different souls. She pulls her hand away, leaving poor Serena alone in the dark. Fast forward to school, and the gossip forum is working overtime shipping Serena with some new guy. The comments are calling them the perfect pair, which is just chaotic for our poor heroine. Willow walks through the halls, forced to listen to everyone swooning over this new Sir Ave ship. The students are trashing Serena's reputation, wondering why she swapped a female alpha for a male one. They call her desperate and money-hungry now that her family is broke. Willow hears every single word, her anger reaching a boiling point. In a back alley, some trashy guys are making disgusting jokes about plucking Serena's feathers. But surprise, our girl is lurking in the shadows and she looks ready for a massacre. They ask who she is, but Willow just slams her tea down. She warns them that Serena isn't someone they can lay their filthy hands on. The lead thug thinks he's hot stuff because he's an A-class alpha. He tries to flex his power, but Willow grabs him before he can even blink. She delivers a savage punch that sends his arrogance flying. The thugs realize she's the alpha Serena used to be with. They try to taunt her, saying Serena is probably in her new man's arms right now. That was their final mistake. Willow goes absolutely feral, turning the alleyway into a demolition zone. She's handing out hands like they're on clearance. She pins the leader down and beats him into the pavement while the school forum messages about perfect love scroll by. The irony is delicious. He begs for his life, realizing he picked a fight with a monster. Willow stands over the carnage, looking like a vengeful goddess. The thugs scramble away, calling her a total psycho. Willow just wipes the blood off her lips, looking completely unbothered. But once the adrenaline fades, she slides down the wall, exhausted. Suddenly, sirens blare through the night. Serena actually showed up with the police. Willow thinks she's dreaming when she sees her. Serena doesn't care about the mess. She just pulls our girl into a massive, desperate hug. Willow finally lets herself lean into the warmth. At the station, things get chaotic when the thugs' parents start screaming for medical fees. Serena looks worried, but our girl is just sitting there getting patched up. Serena thought of everything, even bringing a top-tier lawyer to handle the legal fallout. While the adults handle the parents, Serena takes over the medical care. She's being so gentle it actually hurts. She asks if it hurts, noticing Willow is acting way more reckless than usual. Willow admits this chaotic version of her is who she really is. Serena looks at her with so much tenderness it's making me swoon. Willow realizes Serena fought to defend her too in her own way. Serena tells her to stop being so self-destructive. But Willow can't help it. No one talks trash about her girl and gets away with it. She tries to lighten the mood with some candy. Serena notices the shift in her personality started the moment she left that mysterious room. As they leave, the thug's father throws one last threat. Big mistake, Willow lunges forward and grabs him by the throat. She dares him to say Serena's name one more time. Our girl is officially out for blood. Willow, let go. This is a police station, not a street brawl. Serena steps in, telling our girl it's just not worth the trouble. Willow clenches her fist, but one look from Serena has her softening immediately. She looks into Serena's eyes and sighs, promising to listen. Meanwhile, this total clown of a guy is still barking about compensation. But the lady in the suit shuts him down fast, reminding him that his kid is one demerit away from getting the boot. Suddenly, he's not so tough and runs off like a total coward. As they leave the station, the night air is heavy with memories. It's been ages since they walked home together like this. Serena starts reminiscing about the old days, but Willow's face darkens at the mention of the past. You can't stay trapped in Kiki's shadow forever, Serena pleads. But Willow feels like everything is already written in the stars. She thinks fate is a cruel master and Kiki's death was predestined. She catches a falling leaf. Claiming we can't change anything, Serena isn't having it though. She grabs Willow's hand, insisting that even the smallest actions matter. You've already made a difference, Serena whispers, reminding her how Kiki gained the strength to enjoy her final days because of her. Willow looks up at the vast, sparkling sky, wondering if changing the future is worth the price. Even if the cost is life, she asks. Serena's gaze is unwavering, it's still worth it. Then the mood shifts to total heartthrob territory. Serena admits that her feelings for Willow aren't just friendship anymore. Ever since that snowy Christmas Eve a year ago, she's been falling for our girl. They share an intense, beautiful moment, and Serena leans in close for Merry Christmas that has us all swooning. The next morning, the drama doesn't take a break. Serena is heading out, but Willow comes charging out of the house like a worried wife. She shoves a sandwich into Serena's hands because our girl barely ate breakfast. She even fusses over Serena's jacket, making sure she's zipped up against the cold. Serena smiles, telling her to hurry back inside. As she sits in the car, Willow tells her to come home soon. Serena gives a soft MHM, and Willow watches the car fade into the distance. But the cozy vibes are instantly killed when her dad shows up with a serious face. Over at tea, he drops a bombshell. He knows Serena hasn't been going to the library. She's been sneaking off to the old Wei family villa. He's been playing detective and found out an old family friend is helping her reclaim her inheritance. Dad is acting like the victim, claiming Serena is turning her back on the family that helped her. Willow tries to stand up for her friend, saying it's Serena's right to do what she wishes. But Dad loses his cool, screaming that Serena will drag them all down. He starts guilt-tripping her, asking if she wants a broken family. Willow just wants harmony, but her dad is triggered by his own past failures. He remembers being mocked as a useless alpha who only succeeded because of the Wei family's capital. His ego is totally bruised, and he's taking it out on the kids. He warns Willow that Serena has been conniving since she was a young girl. He claims he's doing this for her own good, but our girl is finally growing a spine. "I'm not your puppet, Dad," she snaps. She has her own ideas and she's not backing down. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him she disagrees. She's standing her ground, and the tension is absolutely savage. This toxic excuse for a father is trying to play the leverage card, reminding Willow that everything she owns belongs to the Wei family. He's weighing her life like a business transaction, essentially telling her she's nothing without his protection. He claims he loves her, but only if she stays within the limits he's set. If she keeps being disobedient, he's ready to snap and take other measures. He tries to bribe her with a cushy teaching job, acting like he's doing her a massive favor. Just look at that smarmy, punchable face. But our girl is done playing nice and slaps his hand away with a cold, no need. She realizes she needs power to protect what she loves, so she agrees to take over the company, but on her own terms. This delusional man is just happy she's helping him, giving us a smile that honestly gives me the creeps. He views her as his perfect masterpiece trapped in the palm of his hand, but Willow is already planning her exit. As she walks out, he pulls the "we're the only family left" card to guilt-trip her. Willow just gives him a savage look back, questioning if he even knows the meaning of family. The man is actually shook for a second as she leaves him in the dust. Fast forward a few days to a much more peaceful sunset. A visitor arrives at the mansion, and Serena is caught off guard when she sees Mrs. Feng at the door. She's wondering what on earth the tutor is doing here. But then Willow walks in, looking totally ready for business. Serena thinks she's still dreaming her afternoon nap away, but Willow just pats her shoulder and tells her to join the lesson. Our two girls are actually studying together, and it's honestly the cutest thing ever. They spend the afternoon grinding through the basics, and even their chibai versions are working hard. Mrs. Feng finally wraps things up, promising to be back next week. After she heads out, Serena finally asks the big question, why the sudden interest in business? Willow drops a bombshell, telling her she knows everything. Serena is absolutely floored. Under the cover of night, they crack open some drinks to talk about the messy truth. Willow explains that she knows all about the inheritance and the drama with the other families. Serena is trembling, asking exactly when she found out. She's completely stunned by the revelation. Willow explains that her dad spilled the tea right after Serena left the house. Serena feels terrible that it came out this way, but Willow just gives her a soft smile. She admits she never thought they'd end up sitting together like this as friends instead of enemies. Serena asks if the teaching dream is officially dead, and Willow sadly confirms she had no choice but to agree to her dad's demands. Serena's heart breaks for her, asking if she's even happy. Willow turns the question back on her, asking if Serena actually wants to live the life she's been forced into. Serena admits her own writer dreams were crushed by family chaos. They realize they haven't abandoned their dreams, they just traded them for something that mattered more. They raise a toast to their shared fate, clinking their cans under the starlight. It's a beautiful, bittersweet moment. Later that night, Serena feels like fate is finally on her side. She's feeling grateful and very, very sleepy. She tells Willow she's just going to take a tiny nap, and leans her head right on Willow's shoulder. Willow holds her close, thanking fate for bringing her back. She scoops Serena up in a total princess carry, and our girl is completely out of it. Serena nuzzles into her, whispering Willow's name in her sleep. She mumbles for Willow to stay with her, and Willow promises she will. Under the bright moon, Willow carries her into the bedroom and gently tucks her into bed. Serena looks so peaceful sleeping there, and Willow can't help but stare. She wishes they could stay in this bubble forever, wondering if there's any way to stay by her side for good. Willow reflects on how she first arrived in this world and saved her. She thinks back to the plot book and how she tried to change things before. She remembers the little car accident she suffered as punishment for trying to save Kiki. She realized she wasn't being initially punished for stealing Serena away from the original male lead. But suddenly a sharp pain hits her and she collapses to the floor. The punishment wasn't missing, it was just delayed. But she smiles through the pain, realizing that while the plot is fixed, the characters can be replaced. It's like a high-stakes game of Go where the moves are forced. She has successfully replaced Avery in the storyline. Looking at the girl she loves, she resolves to take his place and protect Serena forever. She leans down and kisses her forehead, promising to be there until the very end. The scene shift to Serena's big birthday party. Willow looks absolutely savage in a black dress with a golden phoenix design. She's waiting for the star of the show to arrive. Then Serena makes her entrance in a stunning tiered white gown. Chibai Willow is literally swooning in the corner. They look like absolute royalty standing together. But Willow drops the news that she's moving back to the Y family tomorrow. Serena's eyes fill with sadness, telling her how much she'll miss her. Willow tells her to just look at her as much as she wants today. Anna the maid offers to take a photo of the gorgeous pair, but they both stand there looking stiff as boards. Willow decides to take charge, pulling Serena close by the waist. They're both wearing their matching lucky bracelets, looking like the ultimate power couple for the camera. It's a moment they'll both cherish no matter what fate has in store. Under the glow of a full moon, the elite have gathered at the Greenland Club for a night of high-stakes drama. A sleek car pulls up, and as the door clicks open, out steps a vision in white. Our girl Serena has arrived, looking absolutely ethereal in a tiered gown that has every head in the room turning. The whispers start immediately. Everyone is shook by just how stunning the birthday girl has become. Willow is right by her side, playing the part of the devoted companion, whispering that tonight, Serena is the brightest star in the sky. But our savage Willow adds a little spice, hooking her arm into Serena's and declaring that she only wants to be her moon. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the heavy hitters of the business world approach, led by the legendary Mr. Ding. He greets Serena with a warm smile, noting how much she's grown, but the air turns somber as they discuss the tragic loss of her father. Mr. Ding pays his respects, but you can see the wheels turning in his head as he mentions the family legacy. Willow keeps a protective hand on our girl's shoulder, making sure the mood doesn't get too depressing for the birthday celebration. Suddenly, Mr. Ding spots the piano and suggests a performance. Avery, ever the gentleman, steps aside and suggests that Willow and Serena should play a duet instead. Willow is internally screaming with joy because Avery is actually handing her a golden opportunity to be close to Serena. They take their seats at the bench, the crowd leaning in as they decide on Scarborough Fair. As their fingers hit the keys in perfect harmony, the music fills the hall, weaving a spell over everyone watching. But while the girls are making magic, the men are busy with corporate warfare. Uncle Jai is sweating bullets because he needs Mr. Ding's support to keep control of the Y Corporation. Mr. Ding isn't playing games, though. He pointedly asks why Serena's inheritance hasn't been returned to her yet. Uncle Jai tries to pivot with a weak excuse about intertwined operations, but Mr. Ding's expression says he isn't buying any of it. Even as the beautiful music continues, the battle lines for the company are being drawn. As the clock strikes midnight, the fairy tale evening has to end. Willow pulls Serena aside, asking if she knows the true meaning of the song they played. Please remember me. Serena promises she won't forget, but as she turns to leave, Willow's heart can't take it. She grabs Serena's arm, rambling on about staying safe and not watching horror movies alone in her big new house. Serena starts to walk toward her car, but then she stops. Willow is left wondering if this is really it, but our girl Serena turns around and marches right back. She looks Willow dead in the eye and reminds her that she's an adult now. Before Willow can process that, Serena grabs her face and pulls her into a deep, breathtaking kiss. The world disappears into a blur of flower petals and romantic chaos as they lose themselves in the moment. Willow is left completely dazed and gasping for air as Serena teases her, asking if she needs her to lend her some breath before diving back in for more. A car horn finally breaks the spell, forcing them apart. Serena gives one last lingering look and a peck on the neck, promising that she'll be waiting for her. As the car speeds away, Willow is left standing in the moonlight, a total blushing mess. A few days later, the vibe shifts from romance back to cold, hard strategy at the library. Our duo is joined by Avery to plan their next move against the greedy Uncle Jai. Avery tries to play the thoughtful guy by bringing Willow coffee with exactly 3 sugars, but Serena is not having it. Our girl is feeling incredibly territorial, glaring at Avery for sitting too close to her woman. She even uses a tablet to physically block him, talk about a savage power move. They get down to business, realizing they need more shares to take back the corporation. Serena is stumped on how to find the elusive Mr. Ding, but Willow has the ultimate cheat code, her knowledge of the original novel. She pinpoints his secret villa on a map, almost slipping up about how she knows the location. Avery agrees to keep the operation confidential and handle all the travel arrangements. Willow is thrilled they can count on him, but Avery's gaze is intense. He's doing all of this purely for Willow, and the drama is only just beginning. The scenery is absolutely stunning as our girl finally arrives at the massive estate tucked away in the mountains. She steps out of the car looking like a total breath of fresh air. Serena is immediately on her case, asking if she stayed up all night worrying about the trip. Willow admits she was busy mapping out the path to the villa since there are no roads leading directly to it. Luckily, her brother is a total legend and prepared motorcycles to handle the mountain terrain. Serena decides to catch a quick nap on our heroine's lap, and honestly, the way Willow looks down at her makes us totally swoon. They finally reach the gates of the Ding residence and ring the bell. Suddenly, a wild corgi named Tofu comes charging out, barking its head off. The pup is absolutely obsessed with Willow, pouncing on her like she's a giant treat. Our girl is practically being tackled by puppy kisses until a little girl named Isabel rushes out to grab the leash. Willow helps the kid out with a gentle smile, and Isabel is clearly already smitten with our heroine. It turns out Mr. Ding was watching the whole chaotic scene on his security cameras. The old man finally makes his entrance with his niece and leads the group into the courtyard. Little Isabel is already trying to gatekeep Willow, asking to hold her hand. Serena's jealousy is already bubbling over as she watches the kid mark her territory. Mr. Ding asks if they remember this place from their childhood visits. While Serena goes to handle some business, Willow wanders into a garden filled with rose-leaf flowers. She realizes this is the exact place from her first dream about the original Willow's memories. Serena finds her there and picks a beautiful flower, mirroring a memory of them as children. She hands the bloom to Willow in a moment that is pure aesthetic goals. They start discussing the savage business moves Willow's father is making to gain an advantage. Things get emotional fast, and Serena pulls our girl into a deep back hug, asking for just a moment to think. But the romantic tension is totally shattered when Isabel bursts in to announce lunch. Serena looks ready to throw hands as the kid drags Willow away. She immediately intercepts, hooking her arm into Willow's to remind everyone who she really belongs to. The next day, Willow is feeling a bit bored while the others are busy. Her brother steps in to keep her company, showing off some seriously skillful tea pouring. He asks the million-dollar question, does she feel conflicted about helping Serena take down her own father? But our girl is savage, declaring that her heart will always side with Serena no matter what. Just as they're having a heart-to-heart, Isabel and the dog return to cause more trouble. The kid gets way too close for comfort, asking Willow to pick flowers out of her hair. And right on cue, Serena is lurking in the background, watching the whole scene with eyes that say someone is about to be in big trouble. Peace and quiet at the traditional estate doesn't last long, because our girl is getting a stern warning that if she keeps skipping out on her calligraphy, her precious cake is history. Isabel is surrounded by the family inner circle, and the mere mention of losing her dessert has her panicking in full chibai mode. She's out of there faster than you can say sugar rush, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. Meanwhile, the grown-ups are getting down to some serious business talk over tea. It looks like the share transfer is a done deal, but Serena is going to have to take the lead on the next phase of the plan. Our savage queen is more than ready to trade her vacation for the corporate battlefield. But first, a little domestic bliss as Willow gets a flower tucked behind her ear. Serena isn't playing around though, warning her not to be so touchy-feely with other girls in the future. Willow tries to play it off as just being helpful, but Serena isn't buying those excuses for a second. She brings up the time Willow let a certain someone get a bit too close at the last party. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. And poor Avery is sitting there wondering if he should just evaporate to avoid the awkwardness. Serena points out that back then they weren't official. Willow pauses, her brain short-circuiting for a moment. Serena drops the ultimate line, asking if she isn't the girlfriend now asterisk. Willow can't even argue with that, leaving her completely flustered. Look at our girls blushing like absolute disasters. They both bolt for their rooms, unable to handle the sudden romantic overload. Avery is left all alone with his tea, probably wishing he had a love life half as chaotic as theirs. Fast forward a few days and it's time for the big shareholders meeting. Serena is putting on her war paint, looking like the absolute boss she is. She strides into the building with total confidence, knowing she's prepared for whatever these old men throw at her. But she gets a surprise visit from Willow, who's come to cheer her on. Serena's icy exterior melts the moment she sees her girl. Willow tells her to just speak her mind and that no one can stop her today. As Serena heads to the car, she's feeling like she can take on the world. Willow calls out to her one last time, looking absolutely radiant in the morning light. She pulls Serena in close for a heart-stopping moment, promising that she'll always be by her side no matter what. Then she points out that Serena smudged her lipstick, oops. As compensation, she offers to give Serena all her luck for the day. They share a sweet, lingering moment, deciding that sharing their luck equally is the way to go. Talk about relationship goals. Over at City University, the holiday is over and classes are back in session. Willow is walking through campus, probably still daydreaming about that kiss. Suddenly, she gets ambushed by Emma, who showed up with drinks and a ton of energy. Emma is just there to soak up the top university vibes for the day. Willow is happy to show her around, since she's planning on ditching her boring filler class anyway. But it turns out Emma has a secret mission from Serena to keep an eye on our girl. The sky is clear, but drama is definitely on the horizon. The two friends sit down for a chat, enjoying their break. They start talking about old times and childhood friends. Willow hopes they can all hang out together once the corporate dust settles. They mention Jenny, who's working herself to the bone in medical school. It seems Jenny has a deeply personal reason for wanting to specialize in glandular studies. Emma admits she really misses Kiki, and Willow can't help but feel the same way. They imagine how Kiki would be dragging them into some chaotic adventure right now. Life on campus moves on around them. Willow checks the time, wondering why she hasn't heard from Serena yet. Emma tells her not to worry because Serena is a force of nature. Right on cue, the phone buzzes with a success sticker. Willow is overjoyed and ditches Emma immediately to go find her winner. She's practically flying toward the car, but suddenly a rough hand grabs her wrist. It's her father, and he's brought a whole squad of bodyguards to invite her to dinner. Willow tells him to let go, but he's not taking no for an answer. He plays the embarrassment card, asking how it would look if her classmates saw this. He's even booked an entire restaurant just to corner her. Our girl is absolutely fuming at this forced family time. The man is cold, calculated, and clearly up to something. They arrive at a high-end restaurant overlooking the city. The dinner is as tense as it gets. Her dad starts talking about how Serena is the new star of the business world. Willow remembers how all these people were ready to kick Serena when she was down. She can't understand how he can sit here calmly while his own empire is crumbling. He points out the Y Corporation building right outside the window, and how his own company towers over it. He tells her not to be nervous, pulling the only remaining family card to manipulate her. Then he takes a sip of wine and drops the real bombshell. He wants to take her away from everything she knows. At a high-end restaurant, things are looking tense as our girl tries to enjoy a quiet meal. But her father, the ultimate trash-tier dad, decides to drop a bombshell and demands she come with him. Willow isn't having it and refuses point blank. Nigel bangs the table like a toddler having a tantrum, insisting she be a good girl and follow orders. He's got that creepy, smug look as he slides a document over, claiming she needs to see it before saying no. Our girl looks rightfully worried as the assistant hands over the files. Nigel starts reading a confession about a car accident from 3 years ago. Turns out he bribed a mechanic to sabotage a car's brake hose. We see the horrifying flashback of the crash that took Dylan Y's life. Willow's world is shattered as she realizes her own father is a cold-blooded killer. She snatches the papers to see the proof herself. The report details the loose brake hose and the overloaded truck. It was a total setup. Nigel is acting like this murder confession is some kind of twisted gift. He's even sent copies to Serena and Mr. Chen just to burn every bridge Willow has left. He's literally slicing a steak while telling her she has nothing left. Talk about a toxic parent. He tells her that even if she helps Serena, she'll always be the daughter of the man who killed Serena's father. He thinks he's the only one she can rely on now. Willow is trapped and Nigel's goons surround her to take her away. But wait, the doors burst open and Mr. Chen arrives with a small army. He's not here for a friendly chat, he's received Nigel's gifts and is ready for war. He tells Nigel that Serena plans to repay this gift an eye for an eye. But then things take a dark turn when Willow suddenly feels dizzy. That's right, the food was drugged. She collapses right as her father and Mr. Chen start their confrontation. Nigel and Mr. Chen meet in the garage, treating her like cargo as they load her into a car. Mr. Chen decides she needs to be put under house arrest at his private estate to pay for her father's sins. Poor Willow is out cold while they plot her imprisonment, but as they drive through a tunnel, a red sports car drifts into view and blocks their path. It's Serena. She steps out looking like a total queen, ready to reclaim her girl. Mr. Chen tries to play the family bond card, but Serena isn't buying a single word of it. He warns her that Willow will eventually turn on her because blood is thicker than water. Serena's savage response: she reveals that Willow has been on their side since the very beginning. Mr. Chen tells her she'll eventually forget Willow and find someone suitable like Avery. Serena's response is a hard no way as she grabs the car door, refusing to let them take her. Suddenly, more cars arrive and Avery himself steps out. He's not here for a date, he's here to back Serena up. He explains that Willow has been their secret partner for months. Even the guards chime in, testifying that Willow protected Serena with her life back at the amusement park. Mr. Chen finally backs down and lets them take her but gives a chilling warning. Serena must keep Willow under strict control or he'll do it himself. Serena looks on, her eyes showing she'll do whatever it takes to protect our girl. Willow wakes up with a massive migraine, only to realize the room is pitch black. Our girl starts panicking as she recognizes the boxes and the dusty wallpaper. This is the basement under the Jai Villa, the exact place where the original plot said she'd be locked up to rot. She wonders if the timeline is correcting itself and if Serena finally realized she's a villainess who needs to be punished. Willow trembles, picturing Serena finding out the truth about her father's crimes and coming for blood. Just then, the door creaks open and Serena steps into the room looking like a literal goddess of vengeance. Willow shivers as the footsteps get closer, certain that her end is near. Our poor heroine closes her eyes, ready to be killed by the person she loves most. But instead of a blade, she feels Serena leaning in close to whisper a request that catches her completely off guard. Mark me. Willow is absolutely shook, her heart doing backflips. To understand how we got to this spicy situation, we have to look back at when Serena was driving her home. Serena had safely tucked a sleeping Willow into the back seat, promising to protect her from the chaos of the outside world. She carried our girl inside like a total boss and ordered the staff to prep the basement room in total secrecy to keep her hidden. Serena made sure the room was warm and cozy, but she couldn't help but notice something strange in Willow's old room upstairs. She finds a jar filled with paper stars in a collection cabinet. When she opens one up, her heart practically stops. It's a confession note written in Willow's own handwriting. Even though Serena knows Willow's father destroyed her family, her heart is screaming that she can't help but love this girl anyway. Back in the present, Serena is walking down the stairs, her breath hitching as Willow's scent hits her like a freight train. She's going into heat and her body is starting to feel weak. She doesn't want medicine though, she wants the girl waiting for her downstairs. She bursts into the room and demands Willow mark her right then and there. Willow is stunned, asking if she's lost her mind to the heat. But Serena doesn't care about the suppressants. She grabs Willow and pulls her into a kiss that is pure fire. Willow tries to be the voice of reason, reminding Serena that she's the daughter of a murderer. Serena just looks her in the eye and tells her that the past doesn't matter, because she only cares about the Willow standing in front of her right now. Our girl is overwhelmed, realizing that even with a family grudge between them, Serena still chose her. Serena begs one more time for a mark, and Willow finally stops fighting it, pulling her close as they share a moment that is equal parts emotional and chaotic. They hold hands in the dark, finally united despite the savage world outside. The morning sun hits, and we find our girls wrapped up in the most precious cuddle puddle you've ever seen. But wait, check out those spicy marks on our poor heroine's neck. Serena is clearly marking her territory while Willow is still lost in dreamland. As Willow wakes up, she realizes things got a little chaotic last night. She looks at Serena, who is basically glowing with post-snuggle satisfaction. Our girl is completely smitten, nuzzling into her favorite person. The vibe is high-key romantic as they recall the intense marking from the night before. Serena asks if she's finally awake, looking way too smug for someone who just caused all those hickeys. Willow is a blushing mess, trying to play it cool while her heart is doing gymnastics. Serena pulls her back in for more because honestly, who could say no to this face? They share a tender kiss that'll make you swoon. It's all soft whispers and sweet I like yous under the morning light. Willow gets super deep, promising that even if things get savage in the future, she won't regret a single second of this. Serena, ever the protective queen, warns her that betrayal results in a total scorched earth policy. But for now, it's just pure, unadulterated devotion. They promise to never leave each other's side, and my heart is officially melting. Fast forward a few days, and we're back to the corporate grind at the Y Group. Serena is in full boss bitch mode, handling business like a pro. Her colleague notices that she's suspiciously focused on everything involving Will. When the secretary brings up a villa under Willow's name, Serena shuts down the property cleanup faster than a closing sale. She's not letting anyone touch Willow's assets. But then drama strikes. Nigel Jai, that absolute snake, managed to escape custody through a window. There was blood at the scene, meaning he's injured and probably desperate. Serena isn't even flinching. She knows Nigel is too vain to show his face while he looks like a mess. She orders her men to stake out every pharmacy in the city. Meeting adjourned because our girl has a much more important house tour to attend. She shows up at Willow's place looking like a total snack. Willow is busy packing boxes when she hears a knock. Surprise, it's not just Serena, the whole squad has arrived for a chaotic reunion. Emily, or Wills as she likes to be called, practically tackles our heroine with a massive hug. She's rocking a new look and is ready to stir up some fun. The energy in the room shifts from moving day to a full-blown makeover montage. Emily demands Willow take off her clothes because it's time for a fashion emergency. Willow is terrified while Serena just watches from the sidelines, totally enjoying the show. They're going out and they're going out in style. Cue the makeup and the outfits. Willow is transformed into a cool, edgy version of herself that has the whole room gasping. But the real showstopper is Serena, who traded her boss suit for a soft, feminine look that has Willow's jaw on the floor. Our girl system is officially overloaded by how gorgeous her lady looks. As the sun sets, they head out for their big night. Willow can't stop staring at Serena in the driver's seat. She looks so soft and sweet, it's making Willow's heart race. Before they even get moving, Serena leans in and clicks the seatbelt. Then, out of nowhere, she goes in for a savage surprise kiss that catches Willow completely off guard. It's passionate, it's intense, and it's exactly the kind of energy we need. They finally make it to the cinema for a classic movie date. But the movie they're watching is a total tearjerker about tragic fate and lost lovers. Willow gets super emotional, worrying if their own story is also governed by some cruel destiny. Serena just grabs her hand, basically telling fate to shut up because they're the ones in control. The movie takes a dark turn with undercover agents and betrayals. It leaves the whole group feeling a bit gloomy as they head out for dinner. While they're grilling meat, Willow is still stuck in her head about the movie's message. Serena notices her distraction and immediately takes the tongs, worried our girl might burn herself. Willow watches her, realizing that the pampered young miss she used to know is gone. Serena is now capable, protective, and totally different from the original story. Willow can't help but wonder, can two identical snowflakes really exist, or has her villainess truly changed for good? The meat is sizzling and ready to go. Our girl Willow is playing chef for her favorite person, Serena. Serena takes a bite, but she's looking a little suspicious. She's wondering when Willow got this good at cooking, and if that identical snowflake comment from earlier was a massive hint. Is our heroine trying to tell her she's not the original Willow? Meanwhile, Willow is spiraling, worried that if she ever goes back to her own world, she'll lose every memory of this life. She looks at Serena with those puppy dog eyes and asks what happens if she forgets her in the next life. Serena doesn't miss a beat, looking absolutely radiant. She promises that if Willow forgets her, she'll hunt her down and make her remember. And if that doesn't work, she'll just give her a good old-fashioned smack until the memories come back. Willow swears she'd never dare forget, and Serena is satisfied with that answer. Just look at that smile, she's definitely got our girl wrapped around her finger. Of course, their friends are in the background, starving and complaining about the blatant favoritism. The party finally winds down as the night gets deep. Everyone says their goodbyes, and Serena heads to the parking lot to grab the car. Willow stays behind to wait. Suddenly, a wild cyclist appears and nearly takes her out. She dodges like a pro, but a man nearby ends up biting the dust. Willow screams at the rude kid to watch where he's going. She rushes over to check on the fallen man. He's wearing a bucket hat and looks pretty suspicious, avoiding her gaze. Our girl is too kind for her own good, asking if he's being harassed or needs a trip to the station. She realizes the poor guy can't even speak. He points at her bag of leftovers. She hands over the BBQ she grilled herself, telling him not to worry. He takes the food and gestures for her to wait right there. Willow checks her phone. Serena is on her way, so she can't stay long. The man limps away into the night. 15 minutes pass and there's no sign of him. Serena pulls up and tells her to hop in. Serena is looking as gorgeous as ever. Willow figures she must have misunderstood the guy and decides to head home. But as they drive away, the man emerges from a convenience store. He's huffing and puffing, holding a fancy box of candy. He tries to shout for her, but he trips and falls as the car disappears. It's honestly heartbreaking watching him reach out as the car leaves him in the dust. He carefully gathers the scattered sweets. We get a tragic flashback to a tiny Willow crying for her daddy. Her dad used to give her candy to make the pain go away. Little Willow thought it was the best thing ever. He told her she had to be brave, and that candy would always fix the hurt. Back in the present, the man looks absolutely devastated. He whispers that he's finally back for her. Fast forward to the house. Willow is trying to distract herself with some gaming. Her maid Anna interrupts because she's got some tea to spill. She ran into Willow's dad, Mr. Jai, at the market, and he gave her something. Willow's soul nearly leaves her body. It's Nigel's watch. He wants a final meeting and has a car waiting outside. Willow looks at the watch, knowing this is a trap. Anna warns her that she's only got 5 minutes to decide. Willow realizes he's at the old family memorial hall. She tells Anna to call the cops and alert Serena the second she walks out that door. She's not going empty-handed, though. Anna tries to talk her out of it, but Willow is done running. She's doing this for Serena and for her own future. It's time to settle the score with Nigel Jai once and for all. The car pulls up to the old estate. Willow steps out, feeling the heavy atmosphere. She's got a folding knife tucked away just in case things get savage. She pushes open the doors. There he is, sipping wine in the dark like a true villain. He turns around, revealing a nasty scar. He knew she'd show up. He's looking way too calm for a man whose life is falling apart. Willow realizes he was the man from the BBQ shop all along. He mocks her, saying the food she gave him was actually tasty. But then he drops the real bomb. He wishes his actual daughter had made it. He pours a drink, acting totally unbothered. Then he looks her dead in the eye and asks, "You're not my Willow, are you?" Our girl is shaking. She asks how he could possibly know. He starts pacing, explaining that his real daughter was a chaotic mess who hated the piano and finance. She used to smash things in this very room. He admits that this new version of Willow is much easier to control. He claims that because she's in his daughter's body, she belongs to him. The man is a total lunatic, screaming about the 8 years he spent planning his rise. He grabs her, losing his mind because she ruined everything. He's ranting about how he should have succeeded years ago. Willow calls him out for being a monster, but he just blames her for messing up his deal with Serena. He's convinced he would have won if she hadn't interfered. Willow tells him he's delusional and that his only future is rotting in a cell. She promises him he'll die in absolute misery. Nigel just bursts into a maniacal laugh, claiming he'll never go to prison. Willow tries to stall him, looking for an opening, but then she sees the fire reflecting in her eyes. The absolute madman has set the whole place ablaze. He grabs the portrait of her mother, Maya, screaming that they are all going to have a family reunion in hell. Willow is trapped in the smoke, coughing her lungs out as the lunatic laughs through the flames. Willow is desperately running through the burning building, knowing Nigel is trying to drag her to the grave with him. She reaches the door, but it won't budge no matter how hard she pulls. Our girl is trapped, and the smoke is starting to fill her lungs as she realizes she's locked in. Suddenly, her trash-tier father appears, mocking her with a remote control. He claims he had this door built specifically to keep her in line, showing his true villainous colors. And to ensure she never gets out, he tosses the remote straight into the roaring flames. The remote crackles as it melts, sealing her fate in this inferno. This man has completely lost it, ranting about how he doesn't believe in fate while blaming everyone else for his own failures. He slams the furniture, screaming about his bankruptcy and his ruined life. He even blames his own pheromones for killing the woman he loved, while Willow literally chokes on the rising smoke. Our poor heroine collapses to her knees, gasping for air while her father laughs like a total psycho. But Willow isn't done yet. She pulls out a knife, refusing to go down without a fight. She tries to pick the lock, her mind filled with images of Serena. She can't die here because she hasn't even told Serena she loves her properly yet. She throws her entire weight against the door, desperate for a miracle as the heat intensifies. Outside the house is a total inferno, smoke billowing into the twilight sky. Serena is stuck in traffic nearby, her heart pounding as she urges the driver to hurry. Suddenly, another car slams into them, causing a massive crash and stopping them in their tracks. Serena doesn't care about the damage or the apology from the other driver. She literally ignores him and sprints toward the burning mansion on foot. She reaches the scene where firefighters are struggling to contain the massive blaze. The house is falling apart, the structure crackling under the extreme heat. Serena looks on in pure horror as the building begins to collapse. The sight of her home and her girl disappearing in the flames is too much to bear. She's paralyzed for a second, realizing the danger Willow is in. Then she does something absolutely savage. She grabs a bucket of water, drenching herself head to toe. The police try to hold her back, but she charges past the barricades and straight into the fire. Her face is a mask of pure determination. She will not let Willow die. Inside, Willow is barely conscious, stumbling through the thick black smoke. Every step is a struggle as she tries to find an exit through the haze. She trips over the debris, hitting the floor hard. She's completely exhausted, her body finally giving out. She tries to crawl, whispering Serena's name with her last bit of strength. She reaches out toward a vision of a door, but the darkness starts to take over. She collapses, the world turning black as the ceiling crumbles above her. Just when all hope is lost, Serena kicks the door down like a total boss. She storms into the room, her eyes searching through the haze. She finds Willow lying motionless on the ground and rushes to her side. "I'm here," she cries, pulling our girl into her arms. She begs Willow to hang in there, but the smoke has already done its damage. Willow manages one last look at her savior before losing consciousness completely. The flames roar around them as Serena prepares to carry her out. The entire mansion is engulfed in a terrifying fireball as they narrowly escape. Cut to the hospital, and things are looking grim as the doctors call for a defibrillator. The medical team is in a frenzy, Willow's temperature is dropping, and they're shouting for epinephrine. Outside the ER, Serena is a wreck, praying and begging for Willow to wake up. The heart monitor lets out a long, haunting beep as the line goes flat. Willow opens her eyes in a shimmering dreamscape, wondering if she's finally crossed over. She sees memories of her and Serena floating in the void, a beautiful but tragic sight. A mysterious voice asks her if she wants to keep living, and she doesn't hesitate. She prays with everything she has, wanting nothing more than to see Serena again. The voice tells her to come forward, and she begins to walk through the stars. She wanders through the cosmic light, her spirit searching for a way back to the living world. But the journey is exhausting, and she falls to her knees once more. She cries out that she can't go on, feeling her strength fades. Suddenly, a glowing figure reaches out to her. A hand touches her forehead, promising a gift. A radiant golden lotus descends into her chest, filling her with warmth and life. Back in the hospital, a pulse monitor begins to flicker back to life. Willow finally opens her eyes to see Serena slumped by her bedside, exhausted from waiting. Serena wakes up and is instantly flooded with relief. Willow offers a weak smile, apologizing for the scare. Serena reveals she's been unconscious for 3 whole days. Our girl was almost gone for good, and Serena is still shaking from the trauma. Willow reaches out to comfort her, promising she'll always wake up for her no matter what. She tries to act tough, but Serena has some heavy news to deliver. Willow's gland was severely damaged in the fire and had to be removed to save her life. Willow realizes that even though she changed the story, she couldn't escape the fate of losing her scent. She worries that she might still be headed for a tragic end like in the original book. Serena tells her not to worry, they have a medical team working on a repair. Willow asks if Serena still wants her now that she's no longer a proper elf. Serena shuts that down immediately, saying liking someone has nothing to do with traits. She loves Willow for who she is, not what she is. Willow's heart rate suddenly spikes on the monitor. Serena panics, thinking something is wrong and calling for a doctor. But Willow just pulls her in for a savage, deep kiss. It's the most romantic recovery ever as flowers practically bloom in the room. Serena pulls back, blushing like crazy at the sudden bold move. Willow looks satisfied, but the peace doesn't last long. Serena steps out to catch her breath, only for her phone to ring. It's Avery Jin on the line. And the news is bad. Investments are being pulled and the Y Corporation is in total chaos. Serena steps into the Y Corporation building ready for a fight, knowing the atmosphere is thicker than her secretary's hair gel. Several major shareholders are already waiting in the conference room, and they've definitely brought their knives out today. Apparently, Uncle Chen is playing dirty, rallying the suits to catch our girl off guard. But Serena isn't some damsel. She's been reorganizing for a month and secured funding from the Jin family to keep Uncle Chen's greedy hands off her projects. She's ready to prove she can stand on her own 2 feet, even if it takes another half-month to finalize this massive international deal. The moment she steps into that room, the glares could shatter glass. One old geezer immediately starts barking about Willow Jai, claiming Serena's involvement with her is why Uncle Chen is pulling out. They're accusing her of being too distracted by the Jai family drama. They even bring up the fire at the Jai house, acting like Serena's some reckless hero for saving her girl. Serena just sits there, looking absolutely savage while they try to pressure her. These men actually have the audacity to call Willow worthless now that she's injured. But Serena isn't having it, declaring that Willow was the one who helped her reclaim the corporation in the first place. She makes it crystal clear, her feelings are private, and judging Willow based on her family is a total no-go. The board tries one last desperate play, saying they need Uncle Chen's money for Project A57. That's when Serena drops the ultimate Uno reverse card and reveals she's already signed a deal with Pridvorny from Country R. The shareholders' faces turn pale as they read the detailed plan. Our girl has been planning to dump Uncle Chen's dead weight for weeks. She confirms she's cutting ties with a smile that says, "Don't mess with me." She calls out Uncle Chen for stalling on contracts and questions if he ever actually cared about the company's best interests. The suits are sweating bullets now. She reminds them that the Jai acquisition doubled the company's size, and she's the one who made it happen. She demands to know if they are with her or against her. Surprisingly, they fold like a cheap suit and agree to try the new partnership. They still worry about the immediate funding, but Serena reassures them the Jin family has her back. They give her 1 month to stabilize the situation, and she accepts the challenge with total confidence. Meanwhile, over at the Central Hospital, our poor heroine Willow is stuck in bed looking like a fragile angel. She's missing her Miss Bunny like crazy. But the hospital gossip mill is working overtime. The maids are whispering that Serena's company is going bankrupt because of her. One maid tries to play it off, telling Willow to just eat an apple and ignore the rumors. But Willow isn't stupid, she knows how much Uncle Chen hates her. Just then the door clicks open. It's Serena, looking like a total boss but softening the moment she sees her girl. She sends the maids away to get dinner, and Willow immediately asks if the company is failing. Serena is stunned, wondering who's been filling Willow's head with such trash. That's when Willow pulls out a black card with $500,000 on it, then another with $250K, and another until there's millions of dollars scattered on the bed. It's all the money she's saved over the years. She begs Serena to take it all to save the company, her only condition that Serena never ever leaves her. Serena is absolutely floored by this gesture. She breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by Willow's selflessness. She pulls Willow into a desperate emotional hug. It's a moment of pure, raw devotion. But our poor Willow is still in pain, letting out a soft "oh" as Serena pulls back in concern. Willow admits that even with her scent glands damaged, she's still helplessly drawn to Serena's pheromones. Serena promises her that no matter what anyone says, they are endgame. She gives Willow the sweetest look, but Willow is still worried her money is just a drop in the bucket for a Xiao. Serena laughs, saying it's a total windfall, but she has to head to Country R for business. She wants Willow to relax and focus on her surgery. Willow looks like a kicked puppy at the thought of being apart. Suddenly, there's a knock, and Auntie Anne walks in. She's got a new surgical plan with a 93% success rate. The catch, the surgery is in Country R, which means they're traveling together. A few days later, they're jetting off and settling into a cozy villa. But the mood shifts as Willow stares into the fireplace. She can't stop thinking about how fast that fire spread. It felt way too calculated to be an accident. Her secretary agrees, noting that the house was sealed off and someone must have helped Uncle Jay. Serena realizes there's a traitor in the shadows. Willow pulls out a token her father used and remembers a chilling clue left behind. In her memories, she hears the angry shouts of an ungrateful bastard. The rage in his voice is terrifying, promising to lock her up and torture her. Everything she had was supposed to go straight to hell. Back in the present, the secretary leaves to find answers. Serena hands over a phone to coordinate the secret search. She walks over to Willow, who looks completely haunted. Serena is consumed by guilt, apologizing for not being fast enough. She blames herself for everything Willow lost. Her heart is breaking for her girl, but Willow just sighs, saying it was just her fate. Serena refuses to believe that, telling Willow to stop overthinking as she apologizes again. She reaches out and takes Willow's hand gently. Willow tells her she's done nothing wrong. She's just grateful Serena accepted someone like her. And as Willow kisses her hand, it's clear these two will burn the whole world down to stay together. Serena tells our girl that if she really wants to show gratitude, she needs to stay by her side forever. Our heroine is basically broke now, so she's more than happy to accept that deal. Serena promises to care for her not just in this life, but the next one too, leading to a kiss that's pure magic. They make a pact to find each other in every lifetime, but then Serena notices a dent on the girl's pendant. Our girl tries to play it off as goose bite marks, but Serena isn't buying it for a second. She points out that our heroine was the one who got bitten, not the owner of this pendant. Our poor girl realizes she's totally busted. It turns out Serena pulled a classic switcheroo years ago to comfort her. She saw her crying over a broken bracelet and used a magic trick to swap them. Our girl realizes the original Willow and Serena were soulmates. She snatches the pendant back and shuts Serena up with a savage kiss. She tells her to forget the past and focus only on her. Serena is left breathless as our heroine sweeps her off her feet in a total power move. She carries her away and pins her down, demanding all her attention. She wants Serena to see only the version of her standing right here. Another chaotic kiss follows, but Serena can't help but wonder why the past seems to make her so anxious. Next morning, our heroine has vanished to the church. The maid mentions that she's even started eating spicy food she used to hate. Serena pauses, the gears in her head finally turning. She remembers all the times our girl acted out of character, the memory gaps, and how everything changed after that one specific day. The realization hits her like a freight train. Over at the church, our girl is pouring her heart out to a priest. She confesses she received a gift in a dream but fears it will vanish. The priest tells her to find meaning in this void of a world. She prays desperately to stay with Serena for as long as possible, even wishing to meet her in the next life. Suddenly, the doors swing open. It's Serena, and she's not here for a prayer. She walks straight up to our girl and drops the ultimate bombshell. "You're not actually Willow, are you?" The silence in the church is deafening. Our girl is caught red-handed. She decides to stop the lies and admits she isn't the real Willow. But the second she tries to explain she's from another world, a literal heart-stopping pain grabs her. She manages to gasp out that this world is just a romance novel, before the sky literally cracks with lightning. The universe is not happy about her breaking the fourth wall. She collapses in agony as Serena rushes to catch her. She wakes up in the hospital, where the doctor says there's physically nothing wrong with her. Serena is sitting by her bed, looking absolutely haunted by the truth. Our girl finally stirs and tries to crack a joke to lighten the mood. Serena isn't laughing, she's terrified because our heroine looks like she's dying. Our girl apologizes for the drama, but Serena has questions. She asks if there were other people our heroine cared about in that novel. Our girl smirks, saying others were just background noise for her charm. But then Serena asks the big one, "Did you fall for anyone?" Our heroine looks her dead in the eye and says, "I did." Serena's heart sinks, until our girl clarifies it was always her. They share a tender moment, but Serena worries if their tragic fate is set in stone. She asks if the original Willow survived the story. Our girl puts on her best brave face and lies through her teeth, saying she lived a long, happy life. She begs Serena not to push her away so they can reach the end together. Serena agrees, but internally our poor heroine is screaming. In the original book, she didn't get a happy ending. She met a tragic, violent end beneath the waves. And now, she's fighting every law of the universe to make sure history doesn't repeat itself. Things are getting intense at the central hospital as the doors to the operating room loom ahead. Our poor heroine is being wheeled in, and the maids are trying to keep her spirits up with promises of her favorite sweet and sour ribs. Willow puts on a brave face, telling them not to sneak a bite while she's gone. The doctor gives the signal that it's time to go under the knife, while Serena watches with a heart full of dread. They share one last emotional look as Serena leans over her bed. Willow tells her she better be the first thing she sees when she wakes up, or there's going to be trouble. The gurney begins to wah, moving Willow toward her fate. Under the bright surgical lights, the in-surgery sign flickers on, and Serena can only pray that Willow makes it through. Outside, our girl is a nervous wreck, clutching her hands in a desperate prayer. Inside Willow's mind, she's floating in a glittering, endless void while the steady beep of the heart monitor echoes. She hears muffled voices asking about her condition, but she feels miles away. Suddenly, Serena's voice breaks through the darkness, calling her name and begging her to feel better. Willow tries to reach out, but a suffocating weight presses down on her chest. She's drifting through this cosmic sea, wondering if she's actually going to die here. Serena's voice becomes a lifeline, telling her she has to wake up soon. Our girl is literally crying in the real world, and Willow can feel the sheer weight of that devotion. Refusing to give up, Willow fights against the tide of the void. 1 week passes in the blink of an eye. Willow is still struggling to swim back to the surface of consciousness. Outside the ward, the doctor explains that gland repair is incredibly delicate for an alpha, but since Willow is S-class, she should be fine. Serena hasn't left her side for a single second, looking absolutely exhausted as she watches Willow sleep. The doctor promises to be back for a full checkup, leaving Serena alone with her thoughts. She thanks Anton for the help, her voice trembling. Serena sighs, heading for the door, but then she hears a voice that makes her heart stop. Willow is finally awake. Our girl is so relieved she could burst, while Willow immediately apologizes for making her worry again. Serena breaks down in tears, the stress of the last week finally catching up to her. She demands to know why it took her so long to open her eyes. Willow just smiles, pulling her close and apologizing for the delay. She admits she heard every single word Serena said while she was out. She thanks her for staying by her side and being the light that guided her back. Willow notices that Serena has basically moved her entire office into the hospital room. Serena explains that the business contracts are almost settled, but Willow is more interested in teasing her. She asks why Serena is so focused on business instead of the successful surgery. Serena points out that Doctor and is a legend who never fails in the store. Even though Willow feels the discomfort fading, Serena admits she was terrified the world would snatch her away. Their hands interlock, a silent vow between them. Serena looks at her with such intensity, demanding a promise that she'll never leave again. Willow, being the ultimate flirt, says she deserves a little reward for that promise. She pulls Serena down for a deep, savage kiss that says more than words ever could. Serena is completely swooning as Willow whispers a promise to never leave her side. Cut to the hospital exterior where Willow is back to her chaotic self, playing riddles with the staff. Doctor and walks in to find them having way too much fun. Willow is busy stumping everyone with a black and white riddle. Doctor and solves it instantly, leaving the maid completely confused. The entire department apparently knows Willow's tricks by now. Suddenly, a sleek white car screeches into the parking lot. A mysterious, elegant woman steps out, and Serena is right there to greet her. Serena steps out of the car looking like a total boss. They head into the hospital together, making heads turn in the hallway. As they walk toward the ward, Willow is watching from her bed like a hawk. She spots Serena with this new woman, and the jealousy immediately flares up. Willow tries to look composed despite her hasty lipstick and messy hair. Serena introduces the newcomer as Zaya Shen, a manager who gave her a ride after her car broke down. Willow is clearly pouting, but Zaya just offers her well wishes. The chibai tension in the room is off the charts as they stare each other down. Zaya doesn't stay long, excusing herself to go pick someone up. Once they're alone, Willow is still acting incredibly petty. Serena explains that Zaya just happened to drive by and wanted to be polite. Willow isn't buying the just passing by excuse for a second. She starts stuffing her face with oranges to hide her annoyance. Serena then drops the bombshell. Zaya was in a hurry because she had to pick up her asterisk girlfriend asterisk. Willow's eyes go wide, her jealousy evaporating instantly. She suddenly acts like she wasn't mad at all, which is a total lie. She pivots back to being the caring partner, asking if Serena was hurt during the car breakdown. They discuss the plot, noting that Lawrence is definitely going to try and sabotage their collaboration. Serena shows her a text from Avery, who has already sent people to intercept the villainous Uncle Chen. Willow flexes her story knowledge, correctly guessing he'd be stopped at customs. She warns Serena to get the PR team ready in case Lawrence tries to stir up trouble. Serena hesitates, asking if in the original story she ended up with Avery. She wonders if Willow was trying to pair them up this whole time. Willow looks absolutely scandalized by the suggestion. Serena isn't letting it go, grabbing Willow's collar and demanding the truth. She wants to know if Willow has something she's hiding. The air in the room gets heavy with romantic tension. Willow just calmly plucks another orange slice. She leans in close, feeding the slice to Serena with her own mouth. It turns into an incredibly spicy orange slice kiss that leaves Serena breathless. Willow pulls back with a smirk, teasing Serena about picking a nice lipstick color. She leans in and whispers that the taste is even better, asking if Serena wants to try it again. Our alpha villainess definitely knows exactly how to handle her heroine. Back in the hospital, our girl is recovering, but she's got other things on her mind. She reaches out, tracing Serena's lips and wondering what they taste like. Serena's heart is absolutely racing, and honestly, can you blame her? Our poor heroine is blushing like crazy while Willow gets way too close for comfort. Willow gently brushes her hair back, her gaze becoming dangerously intense. She leans in, wanting nothing more than to catch a scent of her favorite girl. Serena tries to play it safe, reminding her she literally just had surgery, but Willow isn't taking no for an answer. She looks so pathetic and needy that Serena's resolve starts to crumble. Our girl realizes she's completely powerless against those puppy dog eyes. She gives in with one condition, no permanent marking, and Willow eagerly agrees. Willow dives in, finally getting a whiff of that intoxicating scent. She pulls her close, savoring the moment like her life depends on it. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as they share this intimate embrace. Serena whispers her name, feeling the heat radiate between them. Suddenly, she recognizes the scent. It's sweet, intoxicating peach brandy. It's a scent that perfectly matches the blooming feelings in her heart. Willow looks up, asking if she likes what she's smelling. Serena admits she loves it, losing herself in the hug as the days turn into weeks. Fast forward 2 months, and things have clearly gotten a lot more comfortable. Life at home is peaceful, but the mornings are starting to get a little chaotic. The sun is up, but our couple definitely isn't ready to face the day yet. Serena wakes up to a sweet good morning from the woman who's been keeping her busy all night. They're all tangled up in the sheets, looking like the ultimate power couple. Serena realizes she has a meeting at 10, but it's only 7:30, plenty of time for trouble. Willow whines for her to stay, using her scent to trap her in bed. She starts getting spicy, leaving little kisses that make it impossible for Serena to leave. Serena manages to escape the bed, promising they'll have a nice dinner later. Willow teases her, asking if they've been overdoing it lately since Serena looks so exhausted. Serena just blushes, not denying that their nights have been pretty savage. She gets dressed and prepares to head out, leaving Willow alone in the big bed. Willow tosses her a coat, acting like the ultimate protective partner. Serena catches it, touched by the small gesture. With a final promise to come back early, she heads out to face the world. But as soon as the door closes, the drama starts brewing on the internet. Willow checks her phone and sees a frantic message from Jenny about some deleted posts. She's totally confused because the post in question has already vanished. Apparently, some big shot stepped in and scared the haters off. Willow has no idea what's going on, but Jenny is losing her mind over the mystery. Then she hears a familiar name, Miss Bunny, and her heart skips a beat. She digs into the screenshots and finds someone named Beauty Queen talking trash about their relationship. It doesn't take a genius to realize this hater is likely the jealous Mina Liu. The post is nasty, bringing up family scandals and trying to drag Serena's name through the mud. Willow fumes as she reads the insults, but then she sees a hero enter the chat. This mysterious Miss Bunny is absolutely savage, shutting down the lies with cold, hard facts. She calls out the hater for sympathizing with a criminal and tells them to shut it. Willow stares at the screen, realizing that this Miss Bunny has been her secret guardian angel. The hero even doxes the hater, revealing her true identity as Mina Liu and threatening legal action. Jenny is hyped, calling the person a total legend for protecting Willow. The threat worked perfectly, and a public apology is posted immediately. Willow looks at the way Miss Bunny types, and a light bulb finally goes off. She starts connecting the dots, and the realization hits her like a freight train. She remembers how tired Serena has been lately, probably from staying up late fighting internet trolls. Every clue points to one person, and Willow can't believe she didn't see it sooner. The big shot who's been protecting her this whole time was right beside her. Miss Bunny is actually Serena Y, and Willow's heart is officially melting. She feels a wave of guilt and love, realizing how much Serena has sacrificed for her. All those times she misunderstood her, Serena was actually her fiercest defender. She sees Serena in a whole new light, her little knight in shining armor. That night, as Serena pulls up to the house, Willow is waiting in the shadows. As soon as Serena walks through the door, Willow pounces, catching her off guard. She whispers, "Got you, my Miss Rabbit," and Serena's face goes completely pale. Our girl tries to play it cool, but the jig is officially up. Willow holds up the phone with the evidence, and there's no way out this time. Serena finally admits it, looking a little shy about her secret identity. She gives a small, soft smile, admitting she just wanted to be there for her. Willow asks why she went to such lengths, and Serena's answer is enough to make anyone swoon. She wanted to make sure Willow never felt alone in this world again. Willow can't hold back anymore and pulls her into a deep, passionate kiss. The chemistry is explosive as they finally lay all their cards on the table. Willow admits she's been incredibly petty and jealous of the past. She confesses how much she hated the idea of Serena being with anyone else in any version of reality. But Serena looks her in the eye, making it clear where her heart truly lies. She promises that she belongs only to Willow now and forever. They lose themselves in each other, the world outside completely forgotten. Willow asks if she can finally mark her permanently, and the answer is a breathless yes. Serena surrenders completely, ready to be hers in every way possible. It's a sweet, juicy victory for our favorite couple as they finally find their happily ever after. The staff knows better than to interrupt the spicy vibes behind those closed doors, even if it is already noon. One peek inside, and the chibai maid is absolutely shook by the sheer amount of love radiating from the bedroom. Our girl Willow is finally blinking her eyes open, looking like a total softie in the morning light. Serena is right there, ready to whisk her away for a romantic holiday stroll. They share a moment so sweet it'll give you cavities as they snuggle under the covers, completely lost in their own world. Fast forward to the night, and the city is glowing with Christmas magic. Our girls are serving looks as they admire the massive Ferris wheel towering over the water. They're walking hand in hand through the crowds, looking like the ultimate power couple. Serena apparently has the VIP hookup because there's zero line for them, but she tells Willow to wait a sec while she goes to handle some business. While she's gone, our girl gets cornered by the most precious little flower girl you've ever seen. The kid is out in the cold trying to sell roses for dinner, and Willow's heart basically melts on the spot. She doesn't just buy one, she buys the entire basket like the absolute queen she is. She sends the girl home to have a warm Christmas, proving she's got a heart of gold even when she's supposed to be the villainess. Serena returns just in time for their cabin to arrive, carrying a mysterious gift of her own. As they rise above the city, Serena presents her with a box, and Willow is hit with a major wave of nostalgia. Inside is a perfect shiny apple, a throwback to their very first Christmas together. Willow gets all philosophical about how apples are forbidden fruit, but Serena doesn't care about divine punishment. She takes a big bite and decides she's ready to sin if it means being with Willow. The mood shifts instantly as the cabin starts to sway. Serena leans in for a kiss that's pure drama and romance, and it's everything we've been waiting for. Serena whispers that if there really is a god, then let her be punished for this love because she isn't letting go. They're reaching the very top of the wheel, and Serena mentions the legend that couples who kiss at the peak stay together forever. Willow takes it a step further, promising to stay by her side even in their next life. They seal the promise with another kiss just as the fireworks explode across the sky. Back at the house, the snow is falling heavily as they relax on the patio. Serena shares her earphones, playing a song that perfectly captures their journey. Willow thanks Serena for bringing color back into her once gray world. They are about to go for round 2 of the kissing session, but the staff ruins the moment by screaming for help with a giant snowball. Aunt Anne and the maids are out here living their best lives, exploiting the bosses for some holiday fun. Serena tries to act all tough about being outnumbered, but Willow pulls her close and calls her darling, and the impact is lethal. Willow's internal chibai is basically ascending to heaven from the cuteness. They join the chaos, laughing as they build a snowman that somehow ends up with 4 ears. But suddenly, Willow's vision blurs and she's transported somewhere else. She's in a modern room, staring at a woman who looks like a more mature, captivating Serena. This version of Serena is talking about a girl she loves who hasn't officially said yes yet. Willow realizes with a jolt of horror that this is the future Serena. Why? She tries to reach out, but she's being pulled back into a dark void. She realizes that in her original timeline, she never made it to this future and never got to see this version of her love. The realization is so painful it brings her to actual tears. She snaps back to the present, gasping for air as the real Serena looks at her with total concern. Willow quickly wipes her eyes, lunging forward to grab Serena's hand like her life depends on it. She pulls her into a desperate, crushing hug, whispering that she just missed her touch. A phone starts buzzing like crazy in the middle of the night. Our girl Willow is trying to stay quiet so she doesn't wake her sleeping beauty. She looks absolutely dead inside answering this early, but it's just her friend Jenny calling from a different time zone. Jenny is glowing because she finally made it into med school. Willow is genuinely hyped for her bestie, and the news just keeps getting better as Jenny celebrates her success. Even while working at her computer, Jenny can't hide her excitement. But then Willow drops a bomb. She's switching her major to education. Jenny's jaw hits the floor, wondering if Willow got blacklisted or something. Our girl just wants to follow her dream of being a teacher. Jenny worries that Serena will be left to carry the entire company solo, but Willow has it all figured out with extra help from the staff. Suddenly, Serena appears out of nowhere to give her girl some back hugs. She's 100% supportive of Willow's dreams, promising to be her rock no matter what. Poor Jenny has to watch them get all lovey-dovey and kiss right in front of her camera. Fast forward 3 years later and it's officially summer. The school bell rings through the halls of class 12. Look who's all grown up. Willow is officially an intern teacher and she's already a total favorite. The students are buzzing with excitement about their upcoming trip to the aquarium. Back in the office, things take a dark turn as a teacher named Lee is sobbing her eyes out. Her husband is a total trash bag abuser, and she's terrified of losing custody of her son because they're both omegas. Willow isn't having any of it and tells her that domestic violence isn't something to just endure. Of course, the office gossips can't help but whisper about how Willow has a powerful CEO girlfriend to back her up. They think she's just a sugar baby living off an alpha, but Willow just smirks. She doesn't care because her girl is waiting for her right at the gate. She leaves the haters behind and heads out. A sleek black car pulls up and the driver is looking like a total snack. Serena leans out the window, teasing her kind Miss Bunny about being lost. Willow leans in close and Serena demands a coin for the ride. Willow knows exactly what kind of payment she wants. She grabs Serena's hand and pulls her in for a savage kiss right there in the school parking lot. The heat is definitely rising. Willow asks if that's enough of a payment, leaving Serena blushing like a schoolgirl. Our girl is looking way too cool with that smirk as she finally hops into the car. Love is definitely in the air. Later that evening, the couple is relaxing at home. Serena brings over some fresh grapes, noticing Willow is totally distracted from her lesson planning. She walks over looking like a literal goddess. Willow vents about the poor Omega teacher being abused at school. She's disgusted that an alpha would blame his failures on his family. Serena immediately offers to help in any way she can. They talk about how laws are finally changing to protect Omegas. Serena feeds her a grape, being the ultimate attentive partner. Willow jokes about Serena needing a muzzle if things get too restricted for alphas. Serena just looks at her with those soft, devoted eyes. She climbs right onto Willow's lap, getting super close. Serena whispers that she'd happily wear a collar as long as it's from Willow. Our girl gulps, feeling the tension. She accepts the offer with honor and they dive back into another kiss. Back at school, the trip list is almost finished, but one student named Gina hasn't signed up. Her father is a gambling addict who refuses to pay for an Omega's education. Willow tells her assistant to bring the girl in, but first she tracks down Mrs. Sun in the hallway. She asks if the teacher has a moment and hands her a business card for a top-tier law firm. It's a lawyer who specializes in Omega rights, and best of all, the fees are already covered. Mrs. Sun is stunned by the generosity and can't thank her enough. Willow just laughs off the rumors about her being arrogant. Then little Gina walks in looking nervous. Willow asks if she wants to go on the trip, but the poor girl admits she just doesn't have the money. Willow grabs her hands and tells her not to worry about the cost. She's paying for it as an early birthday gift as long as Gina keeps those grades up. Gina is moved to tears and promises to do her absolute best. The other teachers are amazed by Willow's heart. As she packs her bag, a colleague asks how she can afford this on a teacher's salary. Willow just smiles and says she's spending her girlfriend's money, so why feel bad? The gossips are shook by how attentive she is to her students. She shades the irresponsible teachers on her way out. Time to head home. Serena is there to pick her up again, and Willow is in a fantastic mood. She tells Serena that the legal help for Lee is going well, but then she notices a bunch of shopping bags in the back. Serena gets a bit flustered, claiming she just went shopping because Willow was working late. She says she bought all the new designs because they looked nice. Willow takes her hand but notices Serena is acting super nervous. Something is definitely up. Serena is driving through the night, looking like she's about to face a final boss instead of a romantic date. She's clearly got something heavy on her mind and looks completely distracted. Suddenly, she slams on the brakes. Our poor girl Willow takes a nasty thud to the head, and that definitely wasn't in the itinerary. Serena is instantly in panic mode, checking on her while Willow tries to act like she isn't seeing stars. Serena hops out of the car to grab some ointment. But while she's gone, Willow starts snooping and finds a mysterious blue box in the glove compartment. She pulls it out, her curiosity definitely winning this round. Inside is a note with the kind of romantic vows that would make anyone swoon. And then she sees them, the rings. Willow realizes our girl Serena was actually planning to propose tonight. Her heart starts thumping like a drum as she processes the surprise. Serena returns and opens the door, totally oblivious that her secret is out. She's all ready to play nurse with the ointments, but Willow has other plans. Willow grabs her hand and drops the ultimate Uno reverse card. She proposes first. Serena is absolutely stunned, complaining that Willow just stole her big moment. But look at that smile, she's clearly not actually mad about the ambush. They lock hands, sealing the deal in the most chaotic way possible. Willow tells her to say the magic words, and Serena looks at her with pure savage adoration. She says I do, and the vibes are officially immaculate. Serena admits she might have rushed things, but Willow isn't hearing a single word of it. To her, every single day spent together is the best day of her life. She pulls Serena in close, and the tension is officially off the charts. They've become an inseparable part of each other's lives. Willow moves in for the kill, and they share a kiss that is straight-up cinematic. But things start heating up fast. Willow is ready to take things to the next level, car or no car. Meanwhile, some random couple outside thinks the car is empty and starts getting cozy against the trunk. Our leads can hear every little sound from outside, and it's making things incredibly awkward. But Willow isn't letting a little outside distraction stop her flow. Serena tries to protest, but she's quickly pinned out. The hunt is on, and Willow is looking very much like the alpha right now. The atmosphere is thick with pheromones and pure drama. They dive back into a passionate embrace. Willow lifts her up and things are getting seriously spicy. There's no turning back now. It's a full-on romance novel moment. Outside, the other couple notices a sudden sweet scent in the air. They're wondering where that smell of fresh peaches is coming from. Willow realizes they've been scent discovered and panics for a split second. Serena looks like she wants the earth to swallow her whole. The couple outside is genuinely confused by the fruity smell. But inside the car, the heat is only rising. The outsiders decide the place is creepy and bail, thinking there's a ghost around. Little do they know, the only thing haunting this car is a very spicy couple. Willow jokes about being a ghost and reminds Serena the car is soundproof anyway. With the distractions gone, they get right back to business. It's all soft touches and peach-scented bliss. Our girl is totally lost in the moment as the night continues. The passion is undeniable. Willow promises to be careful, and they share one last deep kiss before the scene fades out. Fast forward and we're at a much more somber place, a cemetery. Willow is visiting Kiki's grave, bringing her favorite roses and some beer for old time's sake. She asks her old friend if she's been missed. Even though she's moved on, Kiki clearly still holds a huge piece of her heart. Willow sits down for a chat, admitting she's skipping out on her responsibilities just to be here. Apparently, Marcus is still the MVP and is covering for her. She updates Kiki on the school, mentioning how their old hideout is now under heavy guard. She notices another bouquet of red roses and realizes Jenny was just here. It turns out Jenny has really turned her life around and is becoming an amazing doctor. Willow can't help but smile thinking about how much everyone has grown. She looks at Kiki's photo, wishing she could see them now. Then she drops the big news. She shows off her engagement ring, telling Kiki that she's finally getting married. She talks about their travel plans after graduation and the wedding prep waiting for them. She remembers the night at the Ferris wheel and knows none of this would have happened without Kiki's help. A wave of sadness hits as she admits she really wanted Kiki to be her bridesmaid. She touches the cold stone, wondering if they'll ever meet again in another life. She takes a final drink, the grief still feeling very real. "I miss you so much," she whispers, and honestly, someone passed the tissues. And just for a second, it looks like Kiki's spirit is right there, watching over her with a gentle smile. Willow gathers herself, knowing she has to return to the living. She says her final goodbyes, promising to be back soon. Next time, she'll be a university graduate, and she promises to bring photos. As she walks away, Kiki's ghost stands there looking beautiful and at peace. She waves a final goodbye to the friend who changed her life forever. The roses remain, a symbol of a bond that even death couldn't break. Our girl and her gorgeous girlfriend are sharing a sweet goodbye, but the drama is just getting started. Serena tells her to come straight back after her work is done, and our heroine is all smiles. As the car pulls away, she gives a little wave, totally unaware of the chaos coming her way. She heads to the aquarium for a school trip, ticking off the exhibits like a pro. Next stop, the massive whale shark tank. Her phone buzzes with a sweet text from Serena, who's actually waiting for her right there. Willow texts back with a smirk telling her to wait up. But as they reach the tank, a massive shark looms in the water, looking way more menacing than our regular exhibit. Our girl nearly trips over her own feet in a momentary panic. She laughs it off, thinking there's no way she could actually get hurt behind such thick glass. Suddenly, a colleague rushes up, trembling with pure terror. She warns our girl that her unhinged husband is here with a gun, looking for revenge because Serena's company rejected his project. Our heroine realizes the target isn't the colleague, it's Serena. She sprints through the halls, desperately trying to call her girl before it's too late. Meanwhile, Serena is cornered by the psycho in a secluded hall. He pulls out a weapon, his eyes full of savage rage. He rants about losing everything and blames Serena for his pathetic life. He cocks the gun, ready to end it all. He pulls the trigger, and for a second, time stands still. But our girl isn't letting her soulmate die today. She throws herself in front of the bullet and blood splatters across the floor. Serena catches her, screaming in absolute agony as she realizes what just happened. Our girl smiles through the pain, telling Serena that she just wanted to protect the person she loves most. She thinks back to how she couldn't just stand by while her world was in danger. The guards finally tackle the trash-tier villain, but the damage is done. Our heroine's eyes start to fade as she tells Serena she doesn't want to die. Serena sobs, promising she'll live a long life, but our girl's vision is blurring. Serena is losing it, calling out her name as her life hangs by a thread. Our girl's final plea is for Serena never to forget her. She whispers that her years with Serena were her greatest fortune before her hand falls limp. Memories of their time together shatter into pieces as the light leaves her eyes. It's a total tragedy that leaves Serena broken on the floor. But wait, the scene fades out and our girl wakes up in her own bed, sweating bullets. Her best friend Nina is there, roasting her for staying up all night reading a corny romance novel. Our girl is totally dazed, barely remembering the name of the woman she just died for. But as she goes to change for class, she notices a strange red mark right where the bullet hit her in the dream. Her friend is confused because she's never had a birthmark there before. Our heroine tries to brush it off, but a flash of Serena's face haunts her mind. She says she can't remember, but her body clearly hasn't forgotten the trauma. Willow's friend is hyping her up for a book signing, pointing out she actually shares a name with the story's villainess. But our girl is a total workaholic and tries to bail because her internship is ending. Everywhere she turns, people are gushing over how gorgeous the author, Susie Yan, looks in her green contacts. Suddenly, Willow stops dead in her tracks as a wave of unexplained pain hits her chest. Just the mention of the name Serena Wei makes her heart clench like she's lost a limb. She looks totally dazed, wondering who this person even is to her. She rushes to the signing, but the staff is already packing up and tells her the event is officially over. The door shuts right in her face, leaving our poor heroine feeling like she just missed the most important moment of her life. She starts to walk away in defeat, feeling a strange void in her soul. But just as she's leaving, a voice calls out for her to wait. Willow turns around, and the atmosphere completely shifts as if destiny itself just walked into the room. There she is, the author Susie Yan, looking like an absolute goddess. Willow is frozen in shock, as the woman approaches her with an intensity that's honestly a bit much for a first meeting. Susie reaches out and gently brushes Willow's face, calling her by name and leaving our girl completely baffled. It turns out she just saw the name tag, but the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Susie decides to make a special exception and invites Willow to grab coffee right then and there. Willow's heart is doing backflips as they head to a nearby cafe. Once they sit down, Susie drops a bombshell. Her real name is actually Serena Wei. Willow is confused because that's the name of the heroine in the book. But Serena explains she named the character after herself to find her lost lover. Serena looks so incredibly mournful as she explains that writing this story was the only way to see her again. Willow asks if the lover is the male lead from the book, but Serena gives a hard no. Our girl is curious why she'd pair herself with someone else in the story then, and Serena reveals the plot is actually based on things she told her. Serena touches the book cover with such longing it's physically painful to watch. We get a glimpse of a tragic memory where Serena is cradling a dying Willow in her arms. She's been obsessed with bringing her back since the moment she regained her memories. She believed that as long as the book existed, her Willow would eventually return to her. Back in reality, Willow feels a sharp pang of sympathy in her chest. Serena asks if she thinks the story is weird, but Willow softly tells her that it's actually beautiful. Willow leans in, her heart aching for this woman who has suffered so much. She reaches out to comfort her, telling her that it must have been really hard for her. If her lover knew how much she'd done, her heart would ache for her too. Serena looks like she's about to burst into tears at the kindness, and she can only whisper a shaky thank you. Later that night, Willow is back at the dorms but can't focus on a single lesson plan. She's cringing at how weird she acted at the cafe, but she can't stop thinking about how heartbreakingly sad Serena looked. Her heart is still hurting for no reason, when her phone suddenly buzzes with a text from her friend Nina. Nina is bragging about meeting the author and sends over a selfie of them. Willow casually drops the fact that she actually had coffee with her, causing Nina to absolutely lose her mind in the chat. Nina starts shipping them immediately, asking if they're going to start dating. Willow types back that it won't happen. Even though she admits Serena is exactly her type, she knows Serena is still hopelessly in love with someone who's gone from this world. How could she ever compete with a ghost or an unattainable love like that? It's just a pity. She tries to go to sleep, but her phone buzzes again. Her eyes go wide when she sees a friend request from Serena Wei herself. Her heart starts thumping like a drum as she wonders if this could be love at first sight. But then the self-doubt kicks back in. How could she ever replace that special person? She tentatively taps the screen, only to see a simple message. Hello, I'm Serena Wei. Willow is back at the teacher's dormitory, staring at her phone with a heart full of nerves. Serena is checking in to see if she made it home okay, and our girl is overthinking every single syllable of her reply. Look at that blush, she's basically short-circuiting in her own bed while trying to act cool. Serena is just so effortless. Meanwhile, Will is trying to play it cool while staring at her phone in the dark. They start talking about their old schools, and Serena drops a subtle hint about knowing the national prep system. Wait, check out the books on Serena's bed. She's literally studying how to reconnect with an ex-girlfriend. She calls it a coincidence, but we know our girl is being hunted by a master strategist. Our gorgeous villainess has been planning this for a long time, wearing a smile that says she knows exactly what she's doing. In fact, she worked her butt off to get into the same university just to be near Willow again. They missed each other by 5 years in their past lives, passing like ships in the night. But Serena didn't care if it took 10 years. She was willing to wait for her girl to finally notice her. She invites Willow to meet up at the upcoming graduation ceremony, and the calendar is already marked. Willow is totally smitten, kicking her feet in the air like a schoolgirl while texting back. Even Serena can't hide her victory smirk as she realizes her plan is working perfectly. Willow finally turns off the lights, but her heart is still racing too fast for sleep. Suddenly, the phone buzzes one last time on the mattress. She dives back under the covers for one more hit of dopamine glowing in the dark. A simple good night sticker from Serena is enough to make her whole week. Fast forward to the big day and the campus is buzzing with excitement. It's graduation time and everyone is dressed to the nines for the ceremony. Willow's friend Nina is trying to manifest alpha vibes with her new outfit choice. Willow just laughs, clearly the only one who actually knows what real alpha energy feels like after meeting Serena. Nina starts teasing her, wondering if our girl has been reading too many spicy Omgiverse novels behind her back. Suddenly, Willow catches a scent in the air, a sharp, refreshing smell of mint. And there she is, looking like a literal goddess stepped out of a dream. Nina immediately loses her mind, realizing she's standing next to her favorite author. She's fangirling so hard it's chaotic, but Serena keeps it classy and calm. But of course, a wild Karen appears to ruin the vibe. This mean girl starts screeching at Willow about a missing photographer and being irresponsible. Willow tries to stand her ground, but this bully is relentless and loud. She even tries to gaslight our girl using a group chat screenshot to prove she's in the wrong. Our poor heroine is feeling the pressure as the bully keeps digging in. She starts insulting Willow's career, but she has no idea she's about to get checked. Serena steps in and the temperature in the room just dropped 10 degrees. She's not about to let anyone talk down to her girl in public. The bully tries to act tough, but Serena's gaze is absolutely savage. She gives her a flat nod that shuts down the entire argument. She schools the girl on what actual leadership and responsibility look like. Willow is just standing there in awe of this absolute unit of a woman. She's never seen someone with such a commanding, savage presence. The bully is left flustered and trembling, realizing she's completely outmatched. Serena keeps the pressure on, exposing every single one of the bully's failures in front of everyone. She reminds her that Willow is a guest who didn't even have to come back and help. It's a total verbal beatdown, and the bully looks like she wants to melt into the floor. She finally retreats, tail between her legs, as Serena watches her go. Willow is still reeling from the save, looking at Serena with stars in her eyes. The tension between these two is getting so thick you could cut it with a knife. Willow's heart is doing backflips as she watches the villainess protect her honor. Serena grabs her wrist, telling her not to worry about the missing photographer. She casually mentions she has a friend who works for a world-famous magazine who can help. Nina's jaw hits the floor. Serena's connections are literally top-tier and globally famous. While Nina is losing it, Serena is already making the call to bring in the big guns. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the campus courtyard. A literal supercar screeches to a halt right in front of the entrance. The door swings open and a pair of killer red heels hits the pavement. Meet Kiki, the most stylish and chaotic photographer you've ever seen. Willow is totally stunned by the high fashion entrance. Kiki is super friendly, promising to take the best photos of Willow's life. She spills the tea, telling Willow that Serena might seem aloof, but she's actually really talkative with people she likes. Willow takes it all in, seeing a whole new side to the mysterious Serena. Kiki encourages her to spend more time with her, playing the ultimate wingwoman. Willow promises to try, feeling more curious than ever about her protector. But there's a secret here. Kiki has memories of another life too. She was reincarnated into this world, and she remembers her old friends from the past. She even spent her school days looking for the people she once knew. She met Serena long ago in that previous world, and their bond goes way back. Back in the present, she watches Willow with a knowing, mischievous smile. Willow is just happy everything worked out and they have a photographer. The ceremony officially begins, and the crowd settles into the auditorium. Willow and Nina are sitting through the boring speeches, looking like they're ready to pass out. Nina is literally begging Willow to wake her up when it's over. But then, the announcer introduces the distinguished alumni representative to the stage. Willow's eyes pop out of her head when she hears the name Serena Wei. Serena takes the stage, looking absolutely breathtaking and regal. She owns that podium with the grace of a queen. She scans the massive audience, looking for one specific face in the crowd. When she finds Willow, she lets out the softest, most beautiful smile. And just like that, our girl's heart is beating right out of her chest with a massive thump. On stage, the goddess herself is delivering a speech that has the whole auditorium swooning. The crowd is absolutely losing it, whispering about how every girl named Serena Wei must be born with top-tier visuals. Apparently, half the student body has spent their summer self-inserting into her life, and honestly, same. Even the gossip mill is working overtime, shipping our girl Willow with the legendary Serena like it's their full-time job. Her friend Kiki has fully leaned into the hype, looking like the president of the official fan club. The shipping energy in this room is so strong, it's basically a religion at this point. But our poor heroine is trying to keep it together, insisting that fiction and reality are two very different things. Deep down, Willow is low-key spiraling because she knows Serena has a first love she can't forget. She stares at her shoes, wondering how she's ever supposed to compete with a ghost from the past. But hey, it's graduation day, so it's time to toss those caps and pretend everything is fine. Kiki is playing photographer, capturing every emotional moment of the hat toss. She shows off the shots, looking way too proud of her camera skills. Our girl is just trying to survive the sensory overload of flowers and feelings. She gets this weird sense of déjà vu, like she's lived through this exact dramatic scene before. Kiki, being the ultimate wingwoman, demands a graduation photo of the two leads together. Serena steps up, looking like a literal angel, but keeps things professional by suggesting they don't hold hands. Willow is sweating bullets, her heart doing gymnastics under that graduation robe. Then Serena drops a bombshell of a bouquet right into her arms. Our girl is stunned, asking what these beautiful white flowers even are. They're called roseleaf, and the name alone has Willow's heart doing a full-on bath thump. These blooms are so aesthetic it's almost criminal. Kiki isn't satisfied with just one photo and pushes for a closer shot. Willow gives a shaky yeah, trying not to pass out from the proximity. The photographer demands they get even closer, acting like a savage director on a movie set. They shuffle together in the most awkward, adorable way possible. A little closer, please. They finally lean in, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Kiki starts the countdown, and the world basically stops spinning. Suddenly, there's a pull on the arm, and the shutter clicks. Willow looks like she just saw a ghost, her brain short-circuiting in real time. Visions of them in wedding gowns and fancy dresses flutter through her mind like a chaotic scrapbook. She feels like her heart is literally glowing, overwhelmed by the weight of a goodbye she isn't ready for. She wonders who she's even saying goodbye to when her feelings are this messy. Clutching the photo, she looks like she's mourning a future that hasn't even happened yet. It's a total mood, and our girl has never felt more alone in a crowd. Flash forward, and we're on a high-speed train, leaving the drama behind, or so she thinks. Willow is staring out the window, looking like she's starring in a sad indie movie. Kiki is right there, shaking a lollipop and trying to snap her out of it. They're heading to Xinjiang for a graduation trip, but our girl is clearly not in the vacation mindset. She claims she's just exhausted from working nonstop for 6 months, but we know the truth. Kiki complains about her own lack of sleep, probably because she hits the bar every single night. She's already scouting out the local nightlife before they've even checked into the hotel. Willow tries to play the old person card, wanting to wake up early for actual sightseeing. But then Kiki goes for the jugular, asking how things are going with Serena. Our girl gets all defensive and vague, which is basically code for it's complicated. Kiki gives her the tusk treatment, telling her she's hopeless at the dating game. She claims she knows exactly why Willow is still single. Our heroine is genuinely confused, wondering what kind of savage truth bomb is coming next. The advice: stop hiking and start hitting the bars where the actual girls are. Kiki even jokes that she might find a second Serena Y out in the wild. Willow finally caves to the peer pressure just to get her friend to stop talking. Cut to the night scene, and they've arrived at the Reminisce bar. Kiki is paying, so our girl decides to live a little. She orders a mint cocktail, trying to be sophisticated. Of course, Kiki spots a handsome guy at 3 o'clock and ditches our girl immediately. Willow sits alone, sipping her drink and thinking that no one could ever compare to the original Serena. Suddenly, a random guy appears asking the classic "Are you alone?" line. Willow tries to brush him off, claiming she's waiting for someone. He doesn't take the hint and tries to slide into the empty seat next to her. But a hand grabs the chair first, and a familiar voice says the seat is taken. It's Serena. She's looking absolutely stunning in a white dress, totally stealing the spotlight. She stares the guy down with such cold energy he probably turned into an ice cube. He's so intimidated he can barely stutter out a response. He retreats like a wounded puppy, muttering that she's not even that pretty to save his ego. Willow is vibrating with shock, demanding to know why she's even here. Serena casually explains she's just gathering material for her next book. Willow tries to tell herself it's just a massive coincidence, but her heart isn't buying it. Serena asks what she's drinking, and our girl starts panicking. She realizes she chose a drink that smells exactly like Serena's perfume and hopes she doesn't look like a total creep. Serena asks if she likes mint, her eyes searching Willow's face. Willow admits she's been liking it a lot lately, which is basically a love confession in flower language. She asks Serena what she's having, and it's a peach brandy. Serena takes a sip, looking thoughtful. She mentions she didn't expect to find this specific flavor in a place like this. When Willow asks if it's unique, Serena drops the mic. It's the taste of first love. Our girl looks like she's been hit by a freight train, knowing exactly who that flavor is meant for. We find our girl sitting in a bar, trying to play it cool while the conversation turns to the taste of first love. Serena mentions a specific scent, but our heroine's heart starts doing gymnastics when she realizes Serena isn't wearing that perfume for her. Serena drops the bombshell that she's hoping someone else likes the scent, sending our poor girl into a spiral of internal screaming. Oh, is she confessing? Before she can process the trauma, an editor calls, and Serena steps away, leaving our girl to stew in her own jealousy. She stares at her peach brandy, convinced there's no room for her in Serena's heart because of some mysterious first love. In a moment of chaotic decision-making, she decides to down the entire glass of brandy in one go. A big mistake. By the time Serena comes back, our girl is absolutely wasted and leaning into her space with zero filter. She's suddenly very bold, asking Serena if this is what her first love tastes like while practically climbing into her lap. She's completely in her feelings now, demanding to know if Serena likes that other girl so much that she's ignoring her. Nina is absolutely losing it in the background as she realizes our heroine just chugged the strongest drink on the table. Serena, being the ultimate smooth operator, offers to take our drunk mess of a heroine back to the hotel herself. Our girl is so gone she tells Nina to go find her own prince or damsel while clinging to Serena like a koala. As they stumble outside, she starts yelling about how much she hates peach brandy. They decide to walk it off, but our girl can't stop sniffing Serena like a weirdo. She finally asks the big question, does Serena really like that first love so much? Serena turns the tables, asking if our girl likes her instead. The alcohol gives her the courage to finally admit it, but then she calls Serena a liar for writing her as a vicious villain in the first place. Talk about a meta crisis. She laments that while Serena has a first love, her own first love is Serena. But then Serena touches her face and whispers me too, revealing that everything she's done was just to see her again. Fast forward and our girl is waking up with a major hangover and a new relationship status. Lovers. She feels like she's forgotten something important, but Serena is already planning their first official date. Nina, the ultimate wingman, has already packed her bags and basically sold her out to ensure this camping trip happens. Our girl is fuming in the backseat while Nina and Kiki celebrate their successful matchmaking. Serena spends the whole ride with her eyes closed, making our girl worry she's carsick when she's probably just savoring the victory. They arrive at a stunning lakeside campsite that looks like a literal dream. While the others set up the tents, our heroine wanders off to the lake to clear her head, looking absolutely dazzling in the sunset. Serena is watching her from afar with a smile that says all according to plan. But the peace doesn't last long because a random girl with a hot bod decides to start flirting with our heroine. This stranger is laying it on thick, inviting her to a grilled fish dinner and getting way too close. Our girl is sweating bullets, but Serena has seen enough. She storms over, looking absolutely savage, and wraps her own jacket around our heroine's shoulders to mark her territory. She tells the random girl she was worried her girlfriend had gotten lost, effectively shutting down the competition. Once they are alone, the jealousy comes out in full force as Serena demands to know why she was chatting up a stranger. Our girl tries to defend herself, but Serena is already checking her phone. She's satisfied to see that while her own number was accepted, the peaky kiss girl was swiftly rejected. Serena smirks, realizing she's the only one on our girl's priority list now. Our girl wakes up with a massive hangover and zero memory of how she actually got into bed. Nina drops the bombshell that it wasn't her, but the one and only Serena Y who played chauffeur last night. Our heroine's soul practically leaves her body as she remembers leaning on Serena's shoulder in a drunken daze. She starts panicking, absolutely certain she said something unhinged while she was wasted. The cringe is real as she remembers clinging to the woman she's supposed to be avoiding. Our poor heroine is already in full "I need to move to a different country" mode while Nina watches the drama unfold. But wait, the plot thickens because Nina asks if she enjoyed that hangover soup. Turns out Serena didn't just drop her off, she actually stayed to cook for her like a devoted wife. Nina is ready to spill all the tea, but Will is way too overwhelmed for a heart-to-heart. She tries to make a tactical retreat by dragging Nina out for a very early breakfast. They head for the elevator, but Nina is relentless with the interrogation. Will is just trying to survive the morning without a heart attack. But the universe is a savage, and as soon as they hit the lobby, Will spots a familiar face. She tries to pull a stealth mission and take a detour to avoid a confrontation. It's too late though, because Suzy Yan is already standing there looking like a main character. Will tries to make a break for it, but a voice calls out her name, stopping her dead in her tracks. It's Serena, looking effortlessly gorgeous and completely unbothered by last night's chaos. Will forces out a shaky morning greeting, praying the ground opens up and swallows her. Serena asks if she's still feeling dizzy, and Will can only offer a weak thanks for the soup. But as she looks at Serena, she gets this overwhelming sense of déjà vu. She sees a flash of a younger Serena, and the familiarity is driving her crazy. Her mind is racing, trying to figure out why this woman feels like a ghost from her past. Before things can get any more intense, Kiki arrives and invites the whole squad to breakfast. They end up at a local market, but the tension between our leads is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Nina and Kiki are busy chatting about photos, leaving Will to face her fate. She finally gathers the courage to apologize for her behavior. She tries to explain that she only acted out because Serena looks so familiar to her. Serena stops walking and hits her with some deep philosophical vibes. She talks about fate and how some relationships feel like they've lasted a lifetime from the very first moment. Will is stunned, caught in Serena's intense gaze. She asks what kind of relationship could possibly feel that deep. Serena doesn't stutter and drops the ultimate bombshell: lovers. Our girl is officially malfunctioning, her heart doing backflips in her chest. Serena isn't letting her off the hook either, whispering that she'll make her remember everything. She grabs Will's hand and the atmosphere becomes electric. Serena asks her out on a trip and Will's brain just short-circuits into saying yes. She tries to make an excuse about needing to pack, but she's already been cornered. It turns out Nina is a total traitor and has already packed Will's bags for her. Our girl is literally being kidnapped for a romantic getaway while she's still in her pajamas. Nina and Kiki are having the time of their lives in the front seat. Meanwhile, Will is sulking in the back, realizing she's been totally sold out by her bestie. She looks over at Serena, who is either fast asleep or doing a very good job of pretending. Will can't help but worry if the Icy Queen is actually feeling carsick. They finally arrive at a stunning campsite just as the sun begins to set. The view is breathtaking, but Will is still trying to process her life choices. She decides to take a walk by the water to clear her head. Serena watches her walk away, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Will stands by the shore, looking like a total aesthetic dream in the golden hour. Serena follows her, thinking about how our girl hasn't changed a bit. Kiki is busy playing photographer, capturing the vibe. Will waves them over, finally starting to relax. But the piece is immediately ruined when a random girl decides to shoot her shot with Will. This stranger is laying it on thick, inviting our girl to a tender grilled fish dinner. She even gets touchy-feely, and Will is way too polite to shut it down. Serena's jealousy meter immediately hits the red zone. She marches over and drapes her own coat over Will's shoulders to mark her territory. The possessive energy is off the charts as she pulls Will close. The random girl gets the hint and vanishes before Serena can actually bite her. Serena is still fuming, demanding to know if numbers were exchanged. Will quickly shows her phone screen to prove her innocence. It turns out she rejected the stranger and only accepted Serena's request. The Ice Queen is finally satisfied, knowing she's the only one on our girls list. Our girl is calling out her date for bringing a whole crowd along to what was supposed to be a private moment. She's practically begging for some quality alone time so they can actually talk. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and pulls her away from the noise. Serena isn't waiting around, and our heroine's heart is absolutely racing as they make their grand escape together. They find a quiet spot as a beautiful melody starts to drift through the air. A local band is playing a classic tune by the water, setting the perfect romantic mood for a stroll. It's Scarborough Fair, and the nostalgia is hitting our poor heroine incredibly hard. Serena asks if she wants to get a closer look at the performers, but our girl is stuck in a total daze. A flash of memory hits, playing the piano side by side with someone very familiar back in their school days. The feeling of déjà vu is overwhelming as she looks at her hands. She asks Serena if she knows how to play the piano too. Serena confirms it with a soft, knowing look that makes our girl tremble. Our heroine gets excited, thinking they took lessons at the same place, but Serena quickly shuts that theory down. If it wasn't lessons, then why does this connection feel like it's written in the stars? Serena cryptically suggests that perhaps they met in a past life. She leans in dangerously close, asking if they met even before the first love entered the picture. Our girl is blushing like crazy now, completely caught off guard. To break the tension, Serena drops a riddle about overtaking someone in a race. Our girl confidently shouts first place, totally falling for the classic logic trap. Serena just smirks, telling her she'll understand the logic one day when she's not so distracted. The chemistry here is just off the charts. Despite the brain teaser, it was a perfect day for both of them. Serena asks for a second date right then and there. And obviously, the answer is a resounding yes. Look at that vibe, they are literally glowing in the sunset. The next morning, it's absolute chaos as the girls get woken up by a very energetic friend. Bedsheets are flying everywhere as the excitement for the day kicks in. Will is freaking out because she has to look perfect for her big date with Serena. She's debating between an elegant look or something a bit more daring. She even considers a strapless hottie set to really make an impression. Nina suggests sticking to her usual style since hiding her figure would be a total crime. She even teases that Serena is probably a huge fan of what she's packing. Will is acting all offended by the suggestion, but we know she's swooning inside. Nina knows our girl is already wrapped around Serena's finger and there's no going back. Our heroine takes a moment to process the savage truth. Then it's time for the final touches and a bit of lipstick application. When she finally steps out, Serena is already there waiting and looking like a dream. Serena looks absolutely stunning and our girl is left totally breathless. Serena compliments her look, even mentioning the taste of the lipstick. Okay, flirt. That line triggers another sharp memory of a past encounter. Her heart is doing backflips at this point as she realizes the connection is deepening. They head out to the scenic mountains for some fresh air and a bit of nature. They stop by the lake to feed the local birds and enjoy the view. Serena even prepped the bread beforehand, proving she's a total pro at this dating thing. Our girl is genuinely impressed by how thoughtful she is. Serena admits she planned this trip a long time ago for someone else, but it never happened. The jealousy monster wakes up as our heroine asks if this was another promise made to that mysterious first love. Serena stays quiet, making the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. She's just waiting for our girl to finally remember the truth of their history. Feeling grumpy, our heroine takes it out on the poor birds. She starts lecturing the geese about having some integrity and not being so greedy. Serena can't help but giggle at this chaotic energy. She gently points out that they're actually swans, not geese. Serena then confesses she only showed up because she saw Will's social media post. Our girl is confused since Serena originally claimed she was here with a friend. Serena admits she didn't want to come off as a total stalker by being too honest. That honesty actually makes our heroine crack a smile. But then Serena's expression shifts to something much more serious. She admits she lied about her reasons for being here. She looks her straight in the eye with a playful, tempting look. She didn't come for inspiration, she came specifically to see her. Talk about a heart-stopping moments. They agree to go on a Ferris wheel ride together later to keep the romance going. And off they go, hand in hand, leaving everyone else behind to rot. Meanwhile, Kiki and Nina are off on their own shopping spree. Kiki is on a mission to find some essential oils. She snags the very last bottle on the shelf just in time. But a mysterious stranger stops her, asking if she can have that same bottle. This newcomer is definitely a head-turner. Kiki stands her ground, reminding the girl she got there first. The stranger offers a trade instead of a fight. She pulls out a camera to capture the moments. She hands Kiki a business card, knowing her name before she even said it. Kiki is stunned. How does this stranger feel so familiar? She demands to know how the girl knows her name. But duty calls as the girl Dr. Xiao is summoned for a hospital emergency. She leaves with a wink, telling Kiki to send her that photo later. Kiki watches her go, realizing how much she's grown over the years. It turns out she actually achieved her dream of becoming a doctor. Even if she doesn't remember Kiki, our girl can't help but feel a bittersweet pride. The Ferris wheel is packed with people, but the view is worth the crowd. Our girl is told there's no rush, as the scenery only gets better once the sun starts to dip. Willow looks absolutely stunning in this light, and our heroine can't help but be a little dazed. She tells Willow to wait a second and runs off to grab something special. She buys out the whole flower cart because only the best will do for her girl. Serena returns with a massive, gorgeous bouquet of lavender. She hands them over with a sweet smile, and honestly, the vibes are immaculate. Willow is touched by the gesture as they stand together under the golden sky. She thanks Serena, who flirtatiously notes that beautiful flowers belong with a beautiful girl. They finally board the Ferris wheel, stepping into their private little world. As they rise, the tension in the cabin is thick enough to cut with a knife. Willow points out the border between Xinjiang and Kazakhstan, completely captivated by the horizon. The city lights begin to twinkle below them like a sea of stars. Serena gets caught sneaking a peek, and the call-out is immediate. She doesn't even try to deny it, boldly stating she doesn't mind looking at her openly. Suddenly, fireworks explode in the night sky, framing them in a shower of light. Serena mentions the legend that couples who kiss at the very top stay together forever. Willow wonders if Serena is starting to remember their shared past. They lock eyes, the world outside fading away into soft colors. Serena reaches out, her hand gently caressing Willow's face. They lean in, hearts racing at 100 miles an hour. But just as things get spicy, Serena pulls back, suddenly flustered. She stammers out that she wasn't actually trying to seduce her, she just blurted it out. She apologizes for being impulsive, admitting that her memories still feel like a fractured mess. It's like there's a wall in her mind she just can't climb over. Willow softly reassures her that the memories will return one day. She leans in close, offering a shoulder to lean on. Willow gives her a tender kiss on the forehead, promising to always stay by her side. The night passes in a blur of soft colors and quiet promises. Later, the two of them are winding down, the intimacy between them growing. Willow's robe slips just a little, and our girl is definitely feeling the heat. They fall into each other's arms, the silence of the room amplifying every heartbeat. Serena looks at Willow's peaceful face and can't help but wonder. Would her lips taste like mint if she finally took the plunge? But the romantic tension is shattered by the aggressive buzzing of a phone. It's an emergency text from the publishing house that needs immediate attention. Their dream date is officially cut short because a flight has already been booked for 2 p.m. Serena is bummed, but Willow asks for just one more moment to lean on her. They cherish the last few minutes of peace before the chaos of the real world returns. They snuggle close, wishing time would just stand still for once. At the airport, the heavy reality of the parting sets in. The squad gathers to say their goodbyes, reminding Willow to text as soon as she lands. Serena hands over some local specialties, making sure her girl won't go hungry on the flight. Willow promises to stay warm, her gaze lingering just a bit too long. She gives a soft, knowing smile that has our heroine's heart doing gymnastics. Serena is left blushing like a schoolgirl, completely smitten. She begs Willow to think about me while she's away. They share one last tight hug that has the local fangirls absolutely screaming in the background. Willow finally starts to walk away, and it feels like the longest walk ever. But she pauses, turning back one last time. Serena calls out her name, unable to let her go without a final moment. The shadows on the wall tell a story of a secret, passionate goodbye. Did they or didn't they? The silhouette suggests a spicy farewell. Back home, the friend is losing her mind, demanding to know if the kiss actually happened. Serena tries to play it cool and denies everything, but her face says otherwise. Her friend isn't buying it, pointing out that the shadows on the wall were a dead giveaway. Our girl is sweating bullets, begging her to stop making things up. She screams her denial, but she's fooling absolutely nobody. She's practically vibrating with embarrassment. The friend just smirks, knowing that Serena is always the most dramatic when she's lying. Serena tries to hide her face, but the truth is written in her eyes. A sudden knock at the door saves her from further interrogation. It's a friend inviting them to stay in the presidential suite since it's too lonely alone. They agree immediately, ready for a change of scenery. The suite is massive with 3 bedrooms to choose from. The friends start bickering over who gets which room like total chaos gremlins. Serena quietly claims Willow's old room, wanting to feel close to her. The room is perfectly neat, carrying the faint lingering scent of its previous owner. She drops her luggage, finally having a moment to breathe. But then she spots something on the desk, a mysterious gift box. She sits down and carefully opens it, her curiosity piqued. Inside is a single apple and a note that says, "It's not that I forgot, I just can't remember." Serena is hit with a wave of déjà vu, the gift feeling strangely familiar. She flops onto the bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to piece the puzzle together. Suddenly, her phone dings with a message. It's Willow asking if she found the gift. Serena texts back, asking why on earth she gave her an apple of all things. She waits with bated breath, staring at the screen while Willow boards her flight. The silence is agonizing, and she worries the plane took off before she could reply. But then the final message dings through, "I like you." Flowers for Miss Jai arrive at the school, and the office gossip is already sniffing around for drama. Willow tries to enjoy her bouquet in peace, but the coworker tries to snatch the card to see who the secret admirer is. Our girl isn't having it and shuts down the invasion of privacy with a savage grip. The coworker assumes there's a lucky groom involved, but Willow drops a truth bomb, it's actually a bride. Mrs. Chen loses her mind with questions, but Willow just wants her to focus on grading her own students' papers for once. The audacity is real when the coworker tries to dump a mountain of work on our heroine. But Willow serves a cold rejection. She literally lets the papers fly, telling the lazy gossip that her time is her own business. Mrs. Chen starts screeching about how ungrateful she is, but she's silenced when the principal, Luna Lau, steps into the room. The principal delivers a much-needed reality check and tells Willow she's free to leave early. Our girl is confused, but the confusion turns to pure joy when she sees Serena waiting for her at the door. Serena pulls her close, announcing to the entire office that she's whisking Willow away on a date. They arrive at a massive, stunning estate. It's Serena's grandfather's house. They're greeted by a chaotic little puppy named Soybean, and Willow feels a strange, warm sense of familiarity. But the peace is short-lived when Serena's mom appears, leading to a high-stakes, unplanned meet-the-parents moment. Our girl is sweating bullets, but Serena's mom is actually super sweet and invites them for tea. The couple escapes to the garden, where they walk hand-in-hand through the blooming flowers. Serena looks absolutely radiant in the sunset, and our heroine can't help but blush at how perfect this moment feels. As they wander through the traditional courtyard, Willow can't shake the feeling that she's been here before. She rests on a bench and asks Serena about the flower language of the roseleaf bramble, which apparently means the beauty of the end. Suddenly, a vivid vision of her younger self in this very garden flashes through her mind. She asks Serena if they met when she was just 17. But before they can dive into the past, Willow's mom calls to check in. Willow brushes off her memories as just strange images, leaving Serena looking quietly devastated. As Willow prepares to head home, she accidentally overhears the parents talking in the tea room. Her heart drops when Serena's mom mentions she recognized Willow the second she saw her. Apparently, our girl is a dead ringer for Serena's legendary first love. Serena has been obsessed with a portrait of this mystery girl for years, never getting over her. Willow stands frozen in the shadows, realizing the cruel truth. Serena didn't fall for her, she fell for a ghost. Our poor heroine realizes she's nothing more than a substitute. The flowers in her hand snap, and she walks away as her heart completely shatters. Our girl stands alone as the weight of the truth finally crashes down on her. She realizes with a jolt that she looks exactly like Serena's supposed first love. It's a total substitute trope nightmare, and our poor heroine is feeling beyond betrayed. Serena finally tracks her down, completely oblivious to the emotional storm brewing. She shows up all smiles with a gift, but our girl is literally gritting her teeth to keep from screaming. She demands to know the real meaning behind the roseleaf brambles. Serena freezes, sensing that the vibe has gone from sweet to savage in seconds. Our girl drops the bomb, accusing Serena of only being with her because she's a carbon copy of her ex. The shock is so intense that the flowers slip right out of Serena's hands. Willow doesn't wait for an explanation, her heart already shattered into a million pieces. She turns to leave, throwing out a cold excuse about it getting late. She takes off running, desperate to escape the suffocating feeling of being a second choice. Serena screams her name, but our girl is already halfway down the block. She dashes through the gate, her lungs burning as she hunts for any way out. A taxi appears like a miracle, and she jumps in before Serena can catch her. But Serena isn't giving up that easily and slams her hand against the door. She's completely out of breath and desperate to clear the air. Even with the driver yelling at her, Serena refuses to move until she says her piece. Willow looks her dead in the eye and asks if she's just a substitute. Serena's face falls as she realizes how badly she's being misunderstood. Then she says the words that change everything, "You are my first love." Our girl is stunned into silence, her brain trying to process the impossible. She thinks Serena has finally lost it from reading too many cheesy romance novels. After all, they've only known each other for a few months, so the math just isn't mathing. But Serena brings up those weird memories that have been surfacing. Just as the truth is about to come out, a literal bolt of lightning cracks across the sky. It's like the universe itself is trying to keep them apart. Serena is physically paralyzed, unable to speak as fate puts a muzzle on her. Willow is losing her mind, begging for the truth behind the visions that torment her. The supernatural pressure builds, leaving Serena trembling in the dark. She realizes this is a direct warning from fate to stop talking. Our girl demands to know who Serena actually is and why she's in every single memory. The questions are piling up, but the silence from Serena is deafening. Serena can only stare back with tears in her eyes, trapped by a power she can't fight. Fed up with the secrets, Willow decides she's done playing games. The storm is officially here, and the taxi driver is done waiting for this drama to end. He starts to pull away, leaving the tension hanging in the air. Serena tries one last time to get her to stay, offering to drive her instead. She's visibly struggling, her voice cracking with every word. She's terrified that if Willow leaves now, she'll never see her again. But our girl is cold as ice, stating they both need some serious time apart. Another rumble of thunder emphasizes the gap growing between them. She tells Serena she can't trust her anymore and leaves her standing in the dark. The storm rages on, reflecting the chaos in their hearts. Willow sits in the back of the cab, feeling completely drained. Before she left, Serena had shoved a small box into her hands. She stares at the package, wondering what kind of secret is hidden inside. The taxi disappears into the night, leaving a heartbroken Serena behind. The rain lashes against the pavement as the wheels spin away. Serena is left soaked to the bone, looking like a lost soul. Inside the car, our girl finally lets the tears fall, her composure totally failing. She stumbles into her apartment, the silence of the room feeling heavier than ever. She collapses onto her bed, wishing she could just delete the last few hours. She tries to convince herself that Serena is just obsessed and crazy, but her eyes keep drifting back to that mysterious box. She finally sits up, her curiosity winning over her anger. She pops the lid and finds a simple red string bracelet tucked inside. The sight of it hits her like a physical blow to the chest. Suddenly, the floodgates of her memory burst wide open. She remembers Serena handing her that exact same bracelet in a different life. The pieces finally fit together, and the realization is absolutely devastating. She sees flashes of them together in high school, promising to find each other again. Serena had promised to do whatever it took to make her remember. Our girl starts sobbing, the weight of 1,000 years of longing hitting her at once. It wasn't a substitute, it was always her through every single reincarnation. She feels a crushing wave of guilt for ever doubting Serena's love. She curls up on her bed, crying out for the person she just pushed away. Meanwhile, Serena is back at her place, drowning her sorrows in peach brandy. She looks like a total wreck, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She takes a massive gulp, trying to numb the pain of being rejected. She regrets ever mentioning her first love and causing all this drama. She's spiraling hard, convinced she's ruined her only chance at happiness. She wishes she had just stayed quiet and let their love feel brand new. She feels like she was too greedy for trying to fight against fate. The thought of losing our girl forever is more than she can handle. The next morning, the sky is clear, but the emotional fallout is just beginning. Willow steps off the bus, looking determined to make things right. She's on a mission to find the specific flowers Serena loves so much. She finally tracks down the right shop, hoping they have what she needs. A cheerful girl greets her at the door, but Willow has no time for small talk. She asks for the rose-leaf brambles, her heart racing with anticipation. As the shopkeepers turn around, Willow realizes they're familiar faces from her past lives. A huge smile breaks across her face because everything is finally coming full circle. The florist hands over the bouquet, claiming fate chose its owner for these specific blooms. Our girl takes the flowers, but it's clear the people around them have no idea about their past lives. When asked if they're a couple, they joke about being together since they were kids. It's all cute banter and shy smiles as they tease each other in front of company. As our heroine leaves the shop, she can't help but feel how nice this second chance is. A bell jingles as someone enters, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. She freezes as she hears a familiar voice asking about the language of flowers. Serena stands there with a gentle smile, holding the bouquet tight. These flowers aren't just for show. Her heart starts racing because she finally realizes the truth. It means final love, and in that moment, all her memories come rushing back. She finally lets out all that suppressed emotion and pulls her into a massive, desperate hug. Our poor girl can't believe she actually made her remember after everything was lost. It turns out, our heroine was the one who wrote the very book that brought them together. Safe at home on the couch, they finally have a moment to breathe and talk. She explains that the only reason she wrote it was to find her again. But our girl smells a lie when Serena claims she just arrived in this world recently. She knows her too well to believe she's been living happily this whole time. Serena jokes that the gods just got tired of her pestering them every day and tossed her here. But the truth is much heavier as she looks into those golden eyes. It turns out Serena has been in this world for 5 long years already. Our girl is heartbroken realizing she was remembered long before they reunited. She wonders how on earth she managed to endure 5 years of loneliness. She cups her face, needing to know if she's really been okay all this time. Serena insists she's been fine, eating and sleeping well, but the hug says otherwise. She keeps reassuring her, but our heroine isn't buying the I'm fine act. She notices how thin she's gotten and pinches her cheek to make her point. Serena playfully asks if she's just jealous, trying to lighten the mood. But our girl is dead serious. She needs to make sure this is real. She's terrified that she'll wake up and find out this was all just a beautiful dream. Serena apologizes for taking so long, promising that the only thing that matters is that she's back. The air is thick with romance as the flowers bloom around them. A little pinch to the waist proves that yes, this is very, very real. She's got a stern warning for her though. If she ever dares to forget her again, she's getting a smack. Things get spicy as the distance between them disappears. They tumble onto the couch in a chaotic emotional swoon. Serena looks down at her with pure devotion, asking to delay that punishment for just a bit. There's no more waiting allowed, they've lost too much time already. They finally share a deep, passionate kiss that says everything words couldn't. It's pure drama and romance as they lose themselves in each other. Serena admits she's actually a petty person who can't stand her thinking of anyone else. Our heroine just smiles, hooking her arms around her neck. She begs her never to make her wait that long ever again. The promise is made right then and there. Their hands clasp together, locking in their shared future. They shift closer, the tension finally breaking into pure comfort. Serena asks for permission, her voice trembling with anticipation. Our girl gives a shy, blushing nod. A gentle caress leads to a moment they've both been dreaming of. But Serena teases her, saying a simple nod isn't enough to understand. She wants to hear it out loud. Our poor heroine is a blushing mess as things heat up. They spend the night wrapped in each other's arms, finally whole again. Morning comes with the sound of birds and reality starts to set in. Our girl wakes up in bed, looking a little dazed from the night before. Panic flashes through her mind as she reaches out, terrified she's alone. But she feels a hand and the relief is overwhelming. She really came back, it wasn't just a dream. She watches Serena sleep, still trying to process her luck. Serena catches her staring and gives her a sleepy, savage smirk. They nuzzle together, enjoying the quiet peace of the morning. The fear of her disappearing is still lingering, but it's fading fast. Serena pulls her close, promising she's right here and going nowhere. She even threatens to lock her in the room if she even thinks about running. Our girl realizes she might have agreed to something a bit intense, but it's too late to back out now. She gets up to start their new life together. Serena offers a drink, looking effortlessly stunning in a simple shirt. As she pours the water, the domestic bliss feels surreal. But there are still questions about their old friends. Our heroine asks about the others from their past life. It turns out only Kiki kept her memories, while everyone else forgot everything. She hugs Serena from behind, feeling the weight of Kiki's loneliness. It's a bittersweet realization that they aren't the only ones who suffered. Poor Kiki has been searching for Jenny for a very long time, and as we see her shadow, it's clear another dramatic reunion is on the horizon. Back at the apartment, our girl is processing some heavy news. Serena's being extra smooth, lifting Willow's chin and making our hearts flutter as she talks about their past encounters. They're gossiping about their old friend Jenny, who's apparently a big-shot doctor now. But the mood shifts instantly when Serena reveals that Kiki was actually hospitalized just yesterday. Our girl's soul practically leaves her body as she spirals into a panic. She's terrified that things are going south just when they finally start over. Serena has to literally pat her back to reality to calm her down. Turns out it's just a work injury from Kiki being a total savage workaholic photographer, so our poor heroine can finally breathe again. They head straight to the hospital where they run into Jenny, looking professional and gorgeous in her white coat. She's the one taking care of Kiki and warns the girls to keep a strict eye on the patient so she doesn't sneak off to work. Jenny heads out to handle doctor business, and our girl can't help but think how much better this world is for everyone. They burst into the room and catch Kiki red-handed trying to hide her equipment under the covers. Kiki tries to play it cool, but Willow isn't buying the I'm fine act for a second. Our girl tosses over a special item, and the realization hits Kiki like a truck. Willow finally remembers everything from their previous lives. It's a total emotional bestie moment as they tease each other about who's being more dramatic. Kiki can't resist roasting Willow for being so petty that she was actually jealous of her own past self. Serena leaves the two to catch up on their secret history while she goes to check on the surgery details. Kiki gets deep, talking about how hard things were back then and how lucky she feels to be the sole witness to their successful love story this time around. Willow admits she did some pretty silly things in the other world, but Kiki's here to remind her that they have to keep looking forward. Then the conversation turns spicy. Kiki admits she did some major behind-the-scenes work to make sure Jenny ended up as her attending physician. Willow gives her one savage piece of advice: whatever you do when you see Jenny, never tell her you had a first love. Kiki's left sweating bullets as the reality of her romantic mission sets in. Later that night, Willow heads back to the room, stumbling through the dark. Suddenly, Serena wraps her arms around her waist, asking her to stay the night in a voice that makes us all swoon. Things escalate at lightning speed as they're pinned against the wall in a heated embrace. The tension is absolutely chaotic as they share a deep, desperate kiss. Willow checks for consent like a true queen before sweeping Serena off her feet. She clears the counter in one savage motion, sending a wooden mannequin clattering to the floor. She sits Serena on the counter and the air gets thick with pure drama. It's getting insanely spicy, and the plants are the only ones left to witness the heat. Suddenly, a loud beeping breaks the trance. Someone is trying to get in. Willow is absolutely panicking, but Serena just laughs it off. She admitted she locked the door from the inside because she didn't want Willow to leave her side. Our girl is blushing a literal sunset as she realizes how bold Serena is being. But then the phone rings and the boss music starts. It's Mom. She's right outside with a home-cooked meal and wondering why the door is locked. Serena tells Willow to hide in the bedroom like her life depends on it. Serena opens the door, trying to act natural, but Mom is immediately suspicious of the lockdown. Mom walks in and immediately flips the lights on, killing the mood instantly. She takes one look at the absolute disaster on the floor, the stuff Willow swiped off the counter in the heat of the moment, and starts judging. Serena tries to usher her out, but Mom's sharp eyes catch something on Serena's face. Our girl is hiding in the back, internally screaming and praying her mom didn't just figure out exactly what they were doing. Mom is playing detective, asking why our girl just woke up. Serena tries to play it cool, brushing her hair back while sweating bullets. Mom isn't buying the "we left in a hurry" excuse and wants the tea on why Willow didn't get a ride home. Serena keeps the lies flowing while Mom pours a drink, lecturing her that she can't spend her entire life focused on work. Then Mom spots the flowers and immediately knows they aren't from the garden. When she hears Willow brought them, she's basically ready to adopt her on the spot. She even leaves a thermos of food, insisting that Serena invites her thoughtful girl over for a proper meal soon. Finally, Mom says her goodbyes, and Serena watches her leave with a massive sigh of relief. Little does she know, Mom is already on the phone telling Dad they're officially getting a second daughter. She's even telling Grandpa to get ready for a new granddaughter. Back inside, Serena is spiraling, worried her mom definitely noticed something was up. Willow peeks out from the shadows like a cute little ninja, asking if the coast is clear. Serena admits Mom touched her collar, and since she never wears this kind of material, the cat might be out of the bag. Willow is low-key panicking, but Serena decides she'll just start wearing it more to make it normal. Besides, Mom clearly ships them hard. Willow looks at her with those puppy dog eyes and asks the big question, "Do you like me?" Serena doesn't even need words, but Willow wants to hear the truth. Our girl gets all emotional and confesses that she likes her more than anything in this lifetime. On the next, and the one after that, they finally lock lips in a moment that's pure magic. Things get heated as they move to the bed, with Serena pouring her heart out. One kiss leads to another, and soon the clothes are coming off. Serena looks her in the eye and whispers that she wants her, and they lose themselves in each other's arms. The clock ticks away as they spend the night together. But when morning comes, Serena reaches out and finds only an empty bed. She wakes up in a cold sweat, looking around the room in a total panic. She literally screams for her girl, fearing it was all just a beautiful dream as she looks out at the morning sun. She rushes out of bed, her heart pounding as she checks the hallway. She wonders if it was all a dream as she opens the door. But wait, she finds Willow in the kitchen, looking like a total wife in her pajamas. Willow scolds her for running around without proper clothes. But Serena doesn't care. She tackles her into a massive hug. She just needs to hold her and make sure she's real. When Willow asks if she had a nightmare, Serena admits it was the worst one ever because Willow wasn't there. Willow pulls her close and promises she's never leaving her side again. Seeing how clingy she is, Willow realizes just how much our poor heroine suffered during those 5 long years apart. Willow tries to be practical and offer breakfast, but Serena is in full don't wanna mode. Willow suggests she lie on the sofa to watch her cook, but Serena complains that 15 feet feels like 5 light years. She's pouting like a literal child. So Willow decides to take matters into her own hands. She sweeps Serena up in a classic princess carry and brings her straight to the living room. Even as she's tucked in, Serena grabs her sleeve, begging her not to go. She looks so vulnerable that Willow realizes the roles have totally swapped since they were younger. She promises to stay right by her side, and they share a sweet, quiet moment on the couch. Fast forward a bit, and the city is bustling. Willow is out on the town, looking like an absolute girl boss on the phone. She picks up a custom perfume, peach brandy of course. She tests the scent and smiles, knowing it's the perfect replacement for pheromones in this world. She just knows Serena is going to love it. On her way out, she passes a jewelry display, and something catches her eye. It's a pair of stunning rings. She thinks about how perfectly they represent their journey together. She doesn't have a formal reason to propose just yet, but she makes a silent vow to herself. One day, without a doubt, she's going to put a ring on Serena's finger and make it official. Willow is leaning against her luxury ride, looking like a total snack while waiting for her lady. Inside the building, our poor heroine Serena is being rushed by her assistant because the big book signing is about to start. The assistant peeks out the window and asks if that's her girlfriend waiting outside. Serena watches Willow from above, her heart doing backflips as she admires how beautiful her girl is. She plays it coy, telling her staff that they aren't official yet because Willow hasn't technically agreed to it. Outside, Willow is deep in her feelings, realizing she's finally found the one she was meant to be with. As Serena approaches, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Willow decides to go full savage and tells her she doesn't want to be her girlfriend anymore. Serena is about to have a mental breakdown, but then Willow drops to one knee. She's skipping the dating phase and going straight for the fiancé title. Our girl is absolutely shook as she stares at the ring box. They agree to tie the knot right after graduation, and honestly, we are all swooning. Back at the apartment, the celebration gets intense fast. Willow is so thirsty, she starts the skinship right in the elevator. Serena warns her about the security cameras, but Willow is too far gone to care. They finally stumble into the house, fumbling for the light switch while things get heavy. Willow doesn't need to see, she just wants to feel. She pins our heroine against the wall, and the vibes are off the charts. Things get so heated they end up on the counter, and Serena feels like she's losing her mind. Willow is completely addicted to her scent, sniffing her neck like she's a main course. Serena asks if she likes her new perfume, and the answer is a very enthusiastic yes. They share a deep emotional kiss that basically confirms they are soulmates. Willow wants to mark her territory again, and Serena is more than happy to let her. The next morning, it's time for the big event, but our girl is definitely feeling the aftereffects. She's frantically checking her phone because her new fiancé is running late. Her assistant notices a very suspicious mark on her neck, and Serena has to lie through her teeth about bumping into something. She insists on keeping her hair down to hide the evidence, but there's no way she's taking off that engagement ring. Just as she's about to head out, a hand grabs her in the hallway. It's Willow, looking stunning and ready to tease her for being so distant. Willow claims her phone died, but she really just wanted an excuse to be warmed up by her girl. Before the cameras can catch them, Serena grabs her for one last savage kiss to seal the deal.